I think Philippines is the best region right now. Then Indonesia, then maybe Turkey.
SPS Master. Yang paling tangguh mungkin Falcon sama Onyx ya.
Onyx Philippines aslında kendini çok kanıtlamış bir takım. Onun hakkında çok konuşmak istemiyorum. Son turnuvalara bakarsak da her şey ortada.
Ito na naman tayo. Mananalo na naman kami.
Hello guys.
And I think the toughest opponent will be Team Falcon. It's like the twin roster and 5 winners, you know, great team, great synergy. And I think they will be a tough fight.
Onyx yung berapa? Yung berapa ya Onyx?
Hindi lang isa, kundi dalawa.
13-30 guys. Ay sekarang guys. 130 sama 330. Ako baru sembuh guys. Berarti kita santai-santai aja ya.
Dia tidak akan mengulanginya.
Relax lang tayo guys. Wait guys.
Onyx Filipinas, porque me gusta mucho su estilo de juego y también me gusta los personajes que suelo usar.
Ayos lang ako ng chat guys. Hello guys, apa kabar semuanya? Naka-live na ako sa TikTok.
This is the new era.
现在是我们的时代。
Ipapaalala namin sa lahat kung sino kami.
Panis. King Kong. Mainit si King Kong, mainit.
Angas ganyan yung presentation ng mga ng mga teams natin
Grabe. Siyempre kasi first season ng Mobile Masters, kailangan bongga agad ang kanilang papakita.
At saka hindi lang sila mismo nagsasabi, no? Lahat ng mga ibang teams nagbigay respeto talaga para sa Onyx
Wait, guys.
Team Falcons PH.
Yes, may contrast no. Pagka binalikan mo yung mga sagot ng mga players, iba't ibang mga
Hello guys.
may nababanggit na Philippine team, either talagang Onyx or Falcons babanggitin. Pero narinig niyo yung sagot nila King Kong at Flap. Diba?
Mainit-init.
Sabi ni King Kong, andito naman tayo. Mananalo.
Wait guys, ayusin ko lang.
Paano yung ginawa?
Biglang gumanon
Gumanon eh.
Wait lang, hindi ko to lighting. Hindi masyado makikita yung jawline ko. Pero ba?
meron. Ayan, nakita ko.
May onte.
Ayan, no. Lumakas nga ng onte yung ilaw.
Salamat, inayos.
Thank you po. Grabe talaga.
Kamusta po? Okay lang. Ito kaagaling ko lang.
Paano yun? Yung may facial expression pa ni Flap.
Sakto kalbo na ako so madali na yan So, kailangan yung tandaan na world champion din kami, hindi lang isa, kundi dalawa.
Kaya ako talaga kay Ingat pinagawa yun. Kasi matchy sila.
Ya, udah sembuh, baru sembuh guys. Soalnya kemarin anjir, gua ada sakit. I got sick.
Medyo similar naman siya sa mga
I got sick guys.
So here's the tournament.
So we can just relax.
Mobile Masters.
Shoutout sa iyo Raymart Minosa.
Right now. Ayan.
Kasakit ako kaya hindi ako nakapag-live guys. Sorry guys if I
April 9, tas playoffs
didn't live yesterday guys.
12 teams, 2 groups of 6 teams, tas round robin.
Nagkasakit ako guys. Ilang araw ako nagkasakit kaya
Kada grupo ay pupunta
kaya di ako nakapag-live. Mana Ryota, nandun di main kaya niya.
Ang playoffs dito sa Mobile Masters.
Nagkasakit ako ina. Nawalan ako ng mana.
Elimination lang po.
Ilang beses ako, ilang araw ako nagkasakit. Malala yung sakit ko.
Para sa Filipino fans ay
Hindi ko pwede banggitin pero masama yung sakit ko. Sino maglalaban? Marami guys eh. Ito papakita ko sa inyo guys
Ay makita ang Onyx PH at ang Team Falcons na mag-top 2 sa grupo nila. Kasi kung mag-top, hindi top 2, top 1. Kung top 1
Pakita ko sa inyo guys.
May single round bye ka.
Ito yata, kita tayo no?
Agad sa second round ng playoffs.
Ayan.
Kita tayo. Pakita ko sa inyo yung laban guys. Ito yung laban guys. Ay, live natin.
Ayan.
Ito yung mga laban guys.
Naman ang mga
Kita nyo ba guys?
Katabing-katabi pa lang, feeling ko mainit na to
Yan.
di ba?
Kita nyo?
Ito yung grupo dito sa
Ito yung laban no?
Onyx Philippines.
BTR Onyx. Ano to? Sino to?
Nahanap nila yung
Tapos
with light coming in of
ito
course.
rin Onyx. Ito magandang laban.
Para sa akin,
This is a good fight guys. Onyx
Onyx
versus Team Falcon. RRQ. Alpha 7. Alpha 7. Sino ang Alpha 7?
Galing sa LATAM. Para Supermassive galing sa
Tekashi King, Sindra Huki. Oh, this is the former RRQ Brazil guys.
Una nating masasaksihan for today kasi makakatapat lang naman nila.
This is RRQ Brazil guys.
Pero Onyx Philippines, the world champion. So unang laban.
Nandito ngayon si Dominic, yung dating explainer ng Blacklist.
Dito dito rin, may mga mapapanood tayong
Okay.
match for Group B, ha? Kung kanina,
Tingnan nga natin yung mga team.
ano naman,
Ito yung mga laban, guys.
Onyx Philippines. Dito, mamaya-maya, makikita nyo ang
Ito, Aurora.
Philippines.
Aurora
Pero
Turkey.
dalawa nga
Sino
yung
sino
Falcons
player na
dito,
ito?
eh.
Alam mo ba sa akin, Ingan, parang group
Assist me,
of
guys.
two. Tingnan mo yung kasama dyan ng Team Falcons.
Lunar.
Tapang nila.
TN0 sa Sige Boom.
Oh,
Apex. Oh, this is the
Turkey.
former...
Turkey, huwag niyo makalimutan. Diyan din ang kapwa nila nga Falcons sa
Fireflux. Fireflux.
Ito yung
Yeah.
mapapanood ka kasi hindi mo talaga alam kung anong kakalabasan ng group na to.
Andyan din
BTR
naman
versus Team
RD.
Liquid,
Hosting it, of course, Onyx.
Okay.
Indonesian Onyx.
Oo.
Ito.
Ayan, kung
Onyx Philippines.
nasubaybayan
Ito,
nyo
Onyx
yung
Philippines
buong
versus
journey
YBG.
ng mga nakalipas
Wala,
na
easy game to,
Dragon,
tingin ko.
maganda rin talaga yung
Sino
result
yung
ng
YBG?
Onyx Indonesia.
Oh, dalawang Pinoy?
Kailan lang nagtapat
Two
sila against Onyx.
Two Pinoy,
Final.
guys.
Pero
Wow.
ito yung binabanggit natin kanina, guys, eh.
Alam ko merong bagong mantra.
Flamesy, Lucas, Ares.
More memories.
Cambodia?
More money.
More
Is this
money,
Cambodia?
More houses.
more
Cambodia
houses,
team?
syempre. Isa na dyan,
No.
congratulations once again.
Oh, China,
kay
China.
Master Ogwen,
Yep.
na kapag patayo na siya
China,
ng bahay,
China
at pag
team.
nanalo ka ulit dito,
New
pwede
PH
ka na
player,
ulit
guys.
patayo ng
I think
match.
easy game for
Oh
Onyx
my gosh,
Onyx
ang dami
Philippines.
palang- Meron pang isang M feeling ko eh.
Sino?
This one,
Ay,
Infune.
ano?
Marriage.
Ay, of course.
Ba't hindi
Okay,
makita?
So ito storyline.
Ayan, ayan.
Team
Ito.
Falcons kung mag-champion.
Sino to? Influence
extension ng
Rage.
bahay kay Ogwen.
Tama.
Oh, this
Onyx
the...
mag-champion. May wedding fund para
What-
kay
what-
Coach
Argentina?
Wynat. Congratulations ulit kay Coach Wynat.
Grabe,
Team Argentina,
no?
right?
Yung week
This Argentina.
natin na nakaraan
Yeah,
MPL,
Argentina.
Ganun yung bungad, guys. As in, sinimulan natin ng
Papara, supermassive.
Yung babaeng to, binago talaga yung buhay ko.
Europe,
Ganyan. Pero,
Turkey.
okay, so, para specific na tayo, magkakaalaman na tayo, kanya-kanya mga supporters dyan. Ito ang schedule natin for today, ha?
Ay, schedule, oh.
Huwag kalimutan na tutukan lahat
Ayun
ng
pala, oh.
matches. Kasi, sunod-sunod na PH teams yan.
Okay.
Non-stop. Onyx Philippines versus Wybin game. Tapos Onyx, galing sa Indonesia, of course.
Onyx Indonesia versus Falcon, guys!
Onyx and PH versus TLID.
Sorry, guys.
Finals rematch nga lang po ng M5, hindi ng last SPS kasi Onyx ID yung naglaro
M6,
doon.
M6.
Ay, M6 pala, sorry. Sorry.
Okay lang ba yung ano ko?
It's gonna be Team Falcons Philippines.
Kaya nga eh,
sa
okay lang ba yung
Aurora
mic ko, Ina? Hindi ba masyadong malakas? Pati yung
Yan
ano?
ang ating pinaka
Eto.
binibigyang linaw, no? Baka kasi pag may biglang dumaan na Pilipino, makita, uy, andito pala. Diba?
Alam mo, best may aminin ako.
Ano
Team Falcons Philippines laban sa Aurora from Turkey.
yan ang ating pinaka feeling naman nila magiging mabilis ang takbo kahit papaano. Pero dito sa atin,
Tempat ko di peha, guys.
Kasi
Kailangan balay.
sa kanan namin ni Renmar,
Tempat
wala
ka
na
di
pa
peha.
yung, the daughter of all series
belum balik-
na si Brigida.
belum balik
Nakita
kay
niyo
Indo,
naman
guys.
epekto nung nagkahiwalay ng mother and daughter,
huy.
na-break yung curse eh.
Oo, yun lang eh.
Actually,
Tignan natin.
Falcon sa Onyx. Onyx ako, guys. Siyempre, Onyx ako eh.
natin last week sa FPL. So sige, pag-usapan
Pero
natin
mahirap
ng
yan.
match
Pero
ng
tingin ko mas malakas
Starting
Onyx Indo ngayon kaysa sa Falcon.
Kalea, na ang daming
Tingnan natin kasi
mga
madalas mag-scream yung mga yan eh.
this week, I'd say, compared to the first few times na nakita natin siya, no?
Madalas
Sasabihin ko na,
mag-ano
yung,
yan eh.
Pinaka-paboritong hero ngayon.
Oo.
At nakita mo
Madalas
talaga
mag-scream
kasi
sila.
Yung epekto ni Kalea sa meta is
Long time no si Idol. Long time no si...
Mapaisip ka na, uy, tatanggalin ko ba kagad to?
Kaya nga eh,
O
nagkasakit
bibigyan
ako.
ko siya sa first pick
Nawalan ako ng
minsan.
mana, guys.
Tapos i-adjust ko na lang yung draft ko para sigurado na ma-handle sa
Nawalan
kanya.
ako ng mana.
Yung hero kit niya dito, sobrang lakas ng abilities niya, may sarili.
Nisakit pa nga ako eh. Pero gusto ko mag-live kasi.
And
Gusto ko talaga mag-live, tsaka gusto ko manood.
Support fighter na sa dami-dami ng heroes, 128, pangalawa lang siyang support fighter. And at the same time, agree ako sa sinabi mo in terms of draft, pwede nga din gamitin yun ng red side eh. To their advantage para makontrol. So dahil kay Kalea, isang hero lamang eh, ang dami nating nakitang bago.
Yes, yung mga tsunami slam,
Wow.
ng mga ano. Di ba? Ginagaya ko kasi post niya. Tsaka yung mga nakikita natin na
Tsaka naka-live po dito. Naka-live ako sa YouTube. Tsaka ano,
yung ginagawa.
Facebook.
yung ganung feeling si Kalea eh. So mamaya
Ako
excited
live di
tayo.
TikTok
Sa
sama
dinami-dami ng
Facebook,
countries
guys.
na maglalaban today, no? Ano kayang mga meta nila? Exciting din yan. Pero it's not just Kalea.
Can we
na
check the other?
bago. Marami rin namang
Let's
iba.
check the other,
Some
ano.
for others. Pero
Check the other.
yung mga ibang teams kasi dyan parang di masyadong pinapakinggan yung patch eh.
Yeah. Actually, yung sa mga biggest changes in terms of the buffs, si
Rinig
Chip
ba ako?
at saka si Farsa.
Rinig
yung
ako, guys.
tinitignan natin as tumaas din yung pick rate at ban rate ni Chip.
Rinig
Pagka
ako, guys.
tapos
Rinig
napag-
ako.
patch
Hello,
na to
hello.
nung
Okay
week
pala.
4 for MPL Philippines. At saka yung nerfs kay Hayabusa, Badang, Hanzo, not that big.
Yes.
Honestly, meron pa rin mga teams na sinusubukan ipagamit yung mga heroes na yan. Of course, Badang, Hayabusa, definitely still in there. Si Hanzo yung tinitingnan ko baka yung
Tagal
ibang
mag-start, guys.
regions Yung gusto nila
Match up,
pabaliin si Hanzo.
This
Meanwhile, for the
one.
adjustments, Beatrix is back.
BTR burst team liquid, I think.
With Beatrix. And of course, Juicin, yung adjustment sa kanya, parang
Anong ano kaya to?
Bigay.
Yeah.
First pick blue side. Minsan nga na
Onyx versus Wal. Eto.
Wala pang pumipili ng Juicin
Oo, So among the
Ito pinamaganda panoorin, BTR versus Team Liquid. Nito kasi yung Onyx Philippines versus YBin. Matik na yun, Onyx Philippines yan guys. Boring yan, boring.
Ayan. Etong mga malupit itanong sa roamers natin, aka Igan,
Oh,
diba?
honestly, yung yung roaming blessing medyo malaking adjustments din and sulit na sulit kayo. Especially hindi naman ako yung type na roamer na pumapatay ako yung nagsiset up. And at the same time, isa sa mga gusto ko talaga
Pinakasulit dito yung killing spree. Pinamaganda.
Ito talaga yung naging epekto. Again,
The best emblem adjustment
ideally,
is
nung una,
killing
akala
spree
natin
guys.
mas mapapabilis yung mga laro. Pero ang naging epekto parang humaba.
Pinas lang malakas, aparte niya.
Sobra.
Pinas.
Evolution at 12 minutes. 8 minutes may charge.
Human Pinas yung kuwat guys.
Doon na siya mag-evolve yung epekto na alam natin.
Human Pinas yung kuwat. Human Philippines yung kuwat guys.
And of course,
ito arte niya.
adjustments dahil roamer ka. Roamer, nagro-roam din naman ako. Yung focusing mark, mas
Hello sa Edlar fan, Kyrie fan, hello.
yourself together as well. Sobrang lakas.
Tapos na ba yung Pelods? Edlar, hindi pa tapos. Ano, marami pang ano,
effects na kailangan mo i-activate katulad.
sadyang nag-break lang kasi ano,
activated yung katulad
may Snapdragon tournament nga.
Pag makakakuha ka ng assists, yung importante.
Tsaka Ramadan kasi rin sa Indo. Tapos lang ng Ramadan kaya break din sila.
Oo.
Kaya tagal ko nawala.
natin na bumibilis na ba ang takbo or hindi kasi by the time na nandoon
Tagal ko nawala kasi
dun sa
tawag dito, nagkasakit ako so malala yung naging sakit ko.
Diba?
Yeah, yung knockback effect ng Holy Shield sa
So,
base.
magugulat ka na lang kung hindi mo nabasa parang, ay ano to? Mabigla, ang dami palang mga
Ilang team sa PH at ano ba yung mga team sa PH?
Sanay na yung mga tao dyan.
Ano? Onyx Philippines.
Dalawa na.
Oh, so
Ha?
daming oras na yun.
Onyx Philippines lang?
Kita talaga natin at their fullest potential. No? Yung
Team Falcon pala, Team Falcon.
Kung hindi kayo masyadong nagiging updated pa, ay ito na ang chance nyo na makag-follow sa ating mga social media.
Yun nga natin.
So meron tayo on X, on Instagram, and on Facebook.
Team Falcon, Onyx Philippines lang. Dalawa lang. Dalawa lang guys, kasi ano na to. Masters na to.
Hindi mo palagpasan lahat yan kasi masusubaybayan nyo lahat
Set
ng
schedule.
mangyari each day.
Makikita nyo dito yan sa
Pero so far kasi
Wikipedia
for
guys.
Sa first 3 days,
Yeah.
may chance na malito talaga kayo kasi ang dami nating stream
Yeah.
na ongoing right
Actually,
now.
to be fair din naman,
Kaya nga nung naglaro tayo, nuubo na ako kaya dun nag-start parang nakaramdam na ako nakakaiba eh.
ano ba schedule ngayon? Gets ko kayo.
Masyado malala yung dito ko
Sa
guys.
totoo lang,
Yung
nasanay na yung ating mga
sa lalamunan ko.
anim na
Bawal pa ako
season.
sumigaw.
So,
Bawal pa ako
sanay
maging
na
ano.
sila dito.
Tama.
Maging
Pero
baliw
yung
ulit.
mga Filipino teams ang inaabangan nyo,
Pinapakalma ko lang sarili ko guys. Kino-control ko yung ano.
kasi lahat yan
I need to control
natin
myself
dito.
because
But
I
of
got
course,
sick
to
guys.
prepare for our first series.
Gabi sa Waranggila guys.
So guys, wag naman kayong maalis kasi up next we
I
have
cannot be crazy guys. So I need to relax. And also need to rest my throat. Nakatakot baka di na ako makapagsalita guys. Onyx Philippines versus Even Game. Tingin ko lipat tayo guys. Grabe naman, di ako nagaganyan boss Del. Ano, lipat tayo stream guys. I want BTR versus Team Liquid Indo.
Nerf is very, very good, right? I mean, it was already so broken. Most marksmen, even mages, slash fighters in the jungle would go for rose gold over anything else. As their first item, Julian would just abuse the heck out of it in the jungle. But I think the Lord, we can talk about that. Lord.
Oh yeah, every
His
Lord
change.
jumps.
Pero ako sure Onyx PH na
But
yun.
they also changed those turrets.
Kaya
So,
gusto ko sa
in a
BTR
way,
versus Team
if you
Liquid
are-
pa
if
kasi
the competition
tawag
is,
dito,
you know,
mas maganda yung laban, mas maraming matututunan, guys.
You will be able to capitalize on
I want
but if it's
BTR
more
versus Team
I think
Liquid
it's kinda like,
Indo match first,
whatever,
guys.
it's the same.
So we can learn a lot.
Well, it depends. What
If
you
Onyx
guys
Philippines
think
versus
actually?
YB
We wanna hear your
game,
opinions.
I think it's gonna be
Social media.
easy
Follow us on all
an
of our
easy
social
game, guys.
medias, whether it's the X Everything app at
Masih
ESL
bisa
MLB,
membasahin to,
or
bang.
Instagram or
Yeah,
Facebook,
masih
we're
dong.
everywhere. So please,
Masih,
let us know
tapi
your thoughts not only
sedikit.
about the show, but
Lagi
everything about the
belajar
show. We wanna
soalnya.
hear you. Now, guys, as the games are going to go out, what are some things that are going to come to mind when we're not only seeing these teams, but the way that they're going to play the meta? Because we were already talking about the Lord helping to snowball the game, not to mention...
May ano to, Ate Maribik, meron pong lemon. Ito.
Around the 8-minute mark, or is it just going to be like, oh, let's play it slow?
Yes. Kung kita nyo ba? Tas medyo maligam-gam na tubig.
We talked about how Zushin might be, maybe she can be played, especially with these two in action. BTR, the what do you call them?
Best of the world.
Walang pahinga. Okay lang, gusto ko kasi mag-live. Na-miss ko talaga. Na-miss ko kasi talaga mag-live, guys.
What they're willing to let go in the gold in the
Gusto ko talaga mag-live, guys.
I think they understand the patch.
Na-miss ko mag-live, guys. Tsaka gusto ko manood. Hindi rin ako nakanood ng MPL eh. Nagpahinga ako ng todo.
So much in MPL ID. So it'll be interesting to see what they've finally been able to, get out of all those experiments, because we've been seeing so many cheese picks, so many
Semangat mga si Puto, mga si Onyx jam pera pemain. Onyx nya jam 15.30.
BTR up against TLID next. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, more to discuss here at SPS Mobile Masters.
Siyempre na-miss ko kayo, guys. Grabe naman. Shoutout sa'yo, Robin Manlapas. Mahuli at Onyx. Ito, Onyx Philippines, guys. Ini, guys. Ini, Onyx Philippines versus YBin game. Philippines versus China, guys. Better to watch this, guys. BTR versus Team Liquids. Ini match 0, guys. Okay yung laban. Bakit magkaiba? Magkakaiba, guys. Tatlo yung stream, guys. Tatlo yung match na magkakasabay, guys. Ito yung match na magkakasabay. BTR versus Team Liquid, Onyx Philippines versus YBin Gaming, Influence Rage versus Papara Supermassive. Oy, we need to mute. Takot ka na copyright. Baka ma-copyright. Jin ka naman sila katapat niyan. Kulang lang to sa ano, guys. Sa, alam niyo na kung ano yun. Yeah, I can speak Bahasa. Kulang lang yun sa nasilemak. Kaya... Don't worry, guys, nag-mute ako pag uubo ako. Pogi ba si Kyrie sa personal? Sobrang pogi. Gusto ko nakangalikan eh. Pogi si Kyrie sa personal, guys. Sobrang pogi, guys.
Where teams from across the world are
going to be battling TLID versus BTR.
Master with our very first matchup, our first best of 3 of today. It's BTR versus TLID. Now, before we get into predictions here, this is obviously going to be an exciting game. Mirko, tell us a little bit about the matchup between BTR and as well as TLID.
I want to support BTR because they have Eman and Light.
This season, BTR and Liquid have not met just yet. We've
Kalaman si Bossler tanggal yan.
Like a 3-week break. So
Memon yung inano ko eh.
But before that, we get to see it here. BTR versus TL.
Anong stream ang Onyx PH? Ano ba stream nila? Stream
for BTR as well, but for TL, I think it's weird in a way because
Monster?
It almost seems like in the past they've relied heavily on just their individual skill, and maybe they've gotten complacent, maybe they've gotten too comfortable, but that's what we're seeing from TLID. They just look messy, very messy, and it's not working this time.
Is that how you describe BTR by describing
Ano,
the opponents and saying
dito
that
guys,
this is just the
sa
best in the
stream
world
B.
going up against
Stream
so
B.
and so?
Yeah, you're
That's how
talking
you do
about, dude. You're talking about Luke
Man,
Annabelle
like,
Moreno, like
look.
very positive light here. But Leo, let's play devil's advocate for a moment, because we saw this team during the challenge finals, and let's just say getting grouped was very much on the table.
It was close. It was close, but
Para sa sino magcha-champion ngayon?
super reliable when
Tingin
it
ko
comes
Onyx,
down to it, especially with
Onyx
F1
Philippines,
as the
guys.
lead. I do think, I don't know if Mirko agrees with me, but they can still work on their chemistry. There's so much that they can do, because they've been a team for a while now, 2-3 months. With that on the table,
What
I
the
don't know if that
fuck?
has changed, given the
Page
break
Slayer, BTR, guys.
down there.
Interestingly enough, it looks like even on the Indonesian stream, they're saying that this is going to be the Slayers, the Filipino Slayers, maybe even all-team Slayers. And
Mabait ba man ni Kyrie? Sobrang bait,
because I do
guys.
think that there is
Literal na
potential in this
sobrang
team,
bait.
but we haven't seen that level of polish just yet. Is it too soon to ask? A little hard to say. But let's talk about Team Liquid ID. I'm really excited for this team, but as you mentioned, they have been looking really shaky. What about you, Leo? You've seen their counterparts in PH.
Bagay sila, guys. Bagay sila.
Polish, that light coming in for TLID.
I've been watching from
Bagay
afar,
sila, guys.
and I
Bagay.
like what I'm seeing. I'll be real with you. When I first met them at M6 in late 2024,
Uy, hindi ako pogi sa personal, guys.
Look at this team that can freestyle. Look at these young guns.
Hindi ako
who are
pogi sa
basically living the
personal.
dream. Their first
Ano lang,
real season in the pro league.
makulit
and they're
lang
going
kapag
this
ano,
far.
nakausap mo.
I don't know what it is that's put them down to, what are they now, number 6? In the league?
And they're
And they're defending champions!
Dude, the thought of Iran, Fabian, Yeheskel, Witty, and Aaron Chiki already at 6, I want to build more confidence, but it's only week 3, like you mentioned.
Totoo.
I think
Grabe.
it comes down to, again, the individual flair and the confidence that they had in their first season.
Sa mga nagsasabi pogi, salamat guys. Sa mga basher ko dyan ha. Sa mga basher ko dyan na ano, hindi nagsasabi hindi ako pogi.
Constantly trash talking their opponents and
Kalimutan ko na kayo, guys.
in the grand finals ultimately to get the MPL trophy in season 14. Where is
Tuturuan ko po kayo mag ano, card game nagsasabi.
Aaron is kind of like, he's a shadow of
Wala.
his former self. Fabian as well. They're going in for very weird.
Uy, yung tweet ko sa live, wala kalimutan nyo na yan guys. Pass is
much like
fast
their rivals
guys.
in M6, Onyx PH. they
Ibang
also
ano
had
na ako
the
ngayon
big
guys.
Onyx,
Nag-iba
right?
na ako
So
ngayon.
maybe this is still
Isa na ako mabuting
ID's
tao
big
guys.
too. You know, maybe they also need the
Dating tarantado ngayon ay mabuting tao na guys.
I mean, we talk about rock bottom, but if we're looking like match history, TLIDD has basically taken out BTR 3 out of the 4 matches against them.
Stats.
Hey, I like the stats. I like the numbers. They tell me stories.
Duda yan.
I like the stories with the numbers. But Mirko, do you think that this is the time where it's really going to start flipping the script?
Well, I mean, for me, I hope so, right? For Bigatron, they have this new roster. They got Light. It could be Light and Annabelle, both of them joining.
Nice
this season.
one.
To them,
Congrats,
it could
Nova
be
Jin.
the last 2 pieces of the puzzle. But I feel
Prime
like
wise
it will
or
be
Prime
another
Kyrie?
puzzle to solve, and that's what we've been seeing so far for Bigatron.
Tingin
They've
ko ano
actually
eh.
been struggling more
Yung
with
sa
Light
totoo
and
ah.
Annabelle, mainly because of the chemistry issue. The bonding
Para silang
doesn't
malakas.
seem like they're
Para
clicking
sila
together
naging
just
ka-team.
yet in the first 3 weeks of MPL. I'm hoping with the 3 weeks that they got
Pero sa tingin ko
there,
prime
the
wise.
confidence,
Kasi
comes back for them, for Light and
tawag
Annabelle,
dito,
and the team
mas
really
maraming
starts to finally be
season
And that's
na
the reason why I'm so cope with
nag-
TLC. I know that they
naging-
have been grinding together a majority of this
paano ba,
from
naging
the
malakas si
team
Wise
ladder
gano'n.
all the
Maraming
way to
season
the
na,
NBL,
yun,
their
tsaka
academy, and
nag-champion
then
ng world
now,
siya eh.
the big leagues.
Si Wise
I
eh.
know that they are brothers. So even if the meta kind of messes them up and their mechanics are not, you know, it's
Ang
peak,
pinagkaiba lang nila, si
like
Kyrie, nag-champion ng
that's
MSC.
enough still for them
Tapos
to
si Wise,
make
nag-champion
it
ng M-Series.
4-5.
Pero mas marami kasing laro si Wise na maganda yung performance niya compare kay Kyrie.
I'm thinking that
I'm sorry, Light. I'm sorry, Light. I'm sorry, Eman. Sorry, Atomax. Like, these are my Pinoy bros, but
look, it's just facts. It's just the numbers that are looking not that great. You could, but he's not.
So mga pa, ada peta niyan guys, da Prime Kyrie at ako, Prime Wise. Kaya minurot ko Prime Wise. Sabi niya, si Wise juara M Series, terus si Kyrie juara MSC kan. Tapi bedanya si Wise banyak season performance niya gila banget, guys. Banyak season dia perform banget, guys.
I don't think they do. I don't think they experiment. Come on! Because for TLID and BTR, I think they've experimented enough. It was all about looking for the right, you know, again.
Tapi kalau mechanics emang si Kyrie. Pero kapag mechanics, matik si Kyrie, guys.
Competitive group.
Sobrang taas ng mechanics ni Kyrie, pero sobrang talino ni Wise.
No way that they risk experimenting here.
Hey, glass half full.
Si Wise yung balance eh. Si Wise yung malupit na yung mechanics, matalino pa, guys.
So the question is, can Light pick Kalia? Can Widdy pick Kalia? And here's maybe where I step a little to the red. I think Light could play a better Kalia than Widdy. I'm sorry, Christian.
Kulit mo, zombie.
Right? Am I right? Because I know Light. I know Light can find these weird angles. He plays a mean Kaja when he wants to, especially with Eman. Yeah, Cho too. Widdy plays a decent
Paano
Cho,
maging
but
gwapo?
between the both of them, I think it's Light who can really play the little fish girl.
Gayahin mo yung skincare routine ni ni Daniel Padilla.
It's not as mechanically intensive.
Tsaka
a lot of the abilities just go press one
tsaka
button.
ni Alden Richard.
I think it depends. It depends. If we're talking about the healing factor, if we're talking about, again, just being there for the team, it's more of a witty hero. But
paano maging kamukha mo? Laro, wag ka maligo ng tatlong araw.
To the predictions, Miracle. Obviously, you're going for BTR. You're going for BTR. Don't lie to nobody here. But interesting. So only me and Miracle think it's going all 3 games. Leo, why a 2-0?
It's Cope. It's
Tingin ko rin Onyx PH yung mag-champion.
If ever I would see my boys in Liquid go back to their prime, you know, M6 form, it starts now.
What happened to Prediction Master here? I've been watching your series, and a lot of your weeks have been doing pretty well.
Yeah, half of the forecast is Cope. All right, so I just manifest what I want to see, and this is where we do it.
So it's not predicting; it's just manifesting that it would give you the most amount of points. Keep in mind that we're keeping a prediction score amongst the casters on all broadcasts here, so you could be a huge lead. You could have a huge lead right now, or it's going down the drain very, very quickly. I like our odds, Mirko.
Wala pa. Kakumpisa lang, guys. Kakumpisa lang ng
You said Liquid 2. What do you mean you like your odds?
It's 2-1.
Start ka ba, guys?
One thing correct.
Yeah. Wait, so you get an additional point if you get the scores right?
I'm pretty sure you do.
No, but wait, do you still get the point if it's the wrong winner?
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, walang ganito?
I'm gonna double check with Zipper on that one. I did not finalize the rules on this.
You know what? There's a fun fact here.
Ang tagal, guys. Panoorin natin drop na ito, drop.
If that happens.
Wait, wouldn't that mean that
let's
you're
look at YB
covering yourself? Wouldn't that mean that you're covering yourself? Because, you know, if you put for Onyx PH, they lose, you're the curse.
Yeah. Now we gotta look at the draft here, where YB in game, they've already banned out the Suyo, the Hanzo, as well as the Harif, where Onyx PH banning out that Freya, which
ano to, galing
again,
amateur
seems
to?
like a monster in the goal
Lucas
lane
tsaka
in
Ares.
the region. They also banned out the Matilda and the Fanny.
Oh, and of course, when it comes down to Fanny, I think it is pretty much understandable. We have been seeing Fanny being banned out all the time, but it also could very possibly be a respect ban over to Lucas, which is an amazing Fanny player.
Respect ban ng Onyx yung
the China Pro Invitationals, all of the teams.
Marami kasing malas mag-Freya sa China eh.
Lucas.
Ayun, kasi meta sa kanila eh.
You know, they're first picking up the joy, like ever since M6, man, is such a prio. Especially going up against Onyx Philippines, you kind of do not. Oh my God! I was just saying, there's no way Kalia's gonna get let through, and now YB in game, they let the Kalia and the Granger come through, and YB in game, they reply with the Moskov.
Okay, so let's have some airtime for Kalia, being the very first hero being picked up, or rather the very first time that we have seen here. Well, let's talk a little bit more about Kalia. What's a great combination that Kalia could very possibly go with, and what can really secure on the PH in a very successful early to mid-game run?
So
Ini
Kalia
nonton
is a
kita nonton
catch
Onyx PH.
hero, so anything with a lot of burst, especially pre-level 4, is gonna be amazing. Now that Onyx PH, they have a Granger. In the gold lane, they have some form of burst. So if the Kalia decides
Yun
to
na lang tayo
down
nod,
gold lane,
guys.
there's a high chance for you to get a kill. But you would want to pair her up with something strong in the mid lane, say something like a Selena, a Farsa, anything that has a lot of burst damage to ensure that the engage is successful.
Ang OP nung ano?
Now, of course, it does seem like
Ang
Onyx
OP
PH
sa
have decided
turtle
to
nitong ano?
lock on over to
Onyx
the EXP lane first with that Fovia. So at least when it comes down to Onyx PH lineup, they do have kind of like a mish and mash of AoE plus single targets, especially since we're looking out for Granger. Granger just pretty much fits in most lineups, but it's not exactly very conclusive as to what Onyx PH might want to go for. They have the catch, but they
Liquid
don't
Indo
necessarily
yang
have
main.
someone that can really work on a pacing
China
in the early
kalaban,
to
guys.
mid stages. Fovia's great in the EXP, but when it comes down to lane controls, they haven't really established anything for Wiping game, which is why they have decided to ban out onto the glue.
Yeah, I can definitely understand the Fovia's pick here because very strong against a lot of dash heroes. And looking at YB in game, having the Joy, having the Moskov, we won't really feel it in the first, say, 7 minutes of the game, but once we see a lot of team
Parang
fights, we can
sobrang ganda nga ng
definitely
glue
see the Fovias
against
getting
Kalia
on
kasi
top of the Moskov
makakasurvive
to ensure
siya
that the
pag
Moskov doesn't get the free
face
hit
check.
on it Philippines. And now we're going back into draft here, where I believe between the speed of the Joy paired up with this Jawhead, which I believe is going to the roam position, Jawhead is going to help leash inside the jungle so that the Joy gets level 4 much faster than Onyx Philippines. So honestly, looking at the first 3 heroes from YB in game, it looks like they want to accelerate the timing going up against Onyx Philippines, which is a good idea against teams that really want to scale up, especially when they don't have a jungler just yet, but it's against Onyx Philippines. Amazing mechanics. I don't know if that's the best answer to go to, but I feel like it's definitely worth a shot.
With Hayabusa actually still available to be picked from Onyx PH, that is probably and likely the one thing that I will want to look out for. But with both the jungler and the mid lane hero that is still unpicked, they actually do have quite a bit of options, right? I believe that when it comes down to having a Phovius as well as Kalia, you actually do have a pretty strong front lines already. If you want to play a little bit more far range with a little bit more high grounds, Farsa is still available, and not to forget Novaria is still available as well. There we go. Farsa being the pick here. I think that is pretty much a-okay for now.
Oh yeah, Farsa is amazing. Number one, again, pair very well with Kalia. Like I said, Kalia's range for her title strike is amazing. So a lot of mid laners does not have the range to actually follow up a Kalia.
Wala si KLBJ, iba to eh. Ibang
and Onyx Philippines
ibang
still
team.
hiding their
Team ng
jungler,
China,
which I feel like
Farsa.
it's good because it lets YB in game unable to really draft against it. So
Walang
now YB
Loy,
need a
Valentina
mid
ata
laner
to ah.
as well
Oo,
as an
ano.
EXP laner, unless they go for something wild and put this Jawhead on the EXP. But I feel like it's definitely going into the roam position.
Yeah, I do want to think that the Jawhead would want to tag along. CC sounds pretty... Oh, okay, Lucas. Oh, okay, so with the Lucas being picked out, Onyx PH do have 2 possibilities. Okay, wait, do they have... No.
Interesting yung lineup ng China.
And Farsa is being picked out already. Have we seen before a Valentina jungle
Kaso
in the recent times?
Recent times, no. In history, yes. But you call out the Hayabusa, they picked it up.
So Hayabusa being the final pick, they do have ways to really go to the back lines to really deal with the Moskov.
Let's go.
As well as Selena, the moment that Selena misses an arrow. So it's very skill shot based from the side of YB game if they want to go for any initiations aside from the unstoppable force from the Jawhead.
Nagpakulay pala ulit ng
They have
box
very
king
good
ko.
burst and capabilities from Jawhead and Selena themselves.
Yep.
Ngayon lang to, ngayon lang.
If we're just looking at
Kaka-start lang.
heroes and we cover the IGNs, I feel like Onyx Philippines, they do have to respect the damage that YB in-game has pre-level 4. Because the Selena and the Jawhead at level 1 has one of the highest damage in the game. So if they misstep, if they try to engage inside of the jungle of YB in-game a little bit too early, they have way more than enough damage to punish Onyx Philippines. So I kind of feel like for this lineup, Onyx Philippines, they can't be all that aggressive before the 2-minute mark. After 2 minutes, maybe they can try to do something. But
Let's
again,
go.
Game, the early game looks very strong here at Strike.
Early game, all about adaptability, I gotta have to say. Especially when it comes down to jungle rotation, one thing's for sure is that the Joy plus the Jawhead is definitely gonna be a lot faster. When you have the smart missiles just clearing things out for the Joy, and not to forget the way that the Jawhead has been going around is that he's just ensuring that Joy is constantly gonna be up ahead. But Onyx PH starts to go over to the opponent's jungle already for a quick little...
Agaw pa
Right
to ni
now,
King
honestly,
Kong,
what
di
Onyx
niya
is doing
trinay.
is they're freezing every single lane.
Okay,
So it's
nakaagaw
time to
ng
oppress
green.
YB in game to make sure that they don't get to
Sabay
move,
protekta ng
more
green.
than half the space of the map. Super Prince got damaged a
Ay,
little bit by
Kurt.
Unicorn. But still
Patay si
very
Kurt,
well.
first
Kurt
blood.
now
Oh,
taking
man.
a lot of damage.
Doesn't seem like Kirk is gonna stay alive
Super
from that. And because
aggressive.
of the enhanced speed of the clearing from Joy, they did manage to get level 4 onto Lucas a lot earlier than Onyx PH would have probably expected.
Yeah, and like I said, you gotta respect the damage coming in from YB in game. We saw that where Unicorn almost killed
Wow,
Super Prince,
talaga.
and Kirk, got deleted by Fish God as well as Lucas. So again, even though they're world champions, this draft you gotta be careful. But YB in game's draft is also volatile when it comes to the late game.
Yeah, honestly, I do kind of want to rewind a little bit, where I thought that Onyx PH, they were given false information, right? Because they did manage to invade the opponent's jungle previously, which would have suggested that Lucas would not have level 4, which probably is the reason why Kirk kind of overextended himself at that point in time.
Level 4.
Now we can see Super Prince here going to the EXP lane, trying to absorb the level 4. It looks like he is going to get it. Unicorn doesn't really need level 4, so just harass him, making sure that he stays in lane. But now Onyx Philippines, as well as YB in game, Abstract looks like they do want to contest for this turtle.
Yeah, it's a lot earlier than I was expected, especially since Brusco is not exactly level 4.
Oh my
but
God.
here we go.
Okay.
Super Prince just going to be going straight in for the
Talo ata
ultimate,
tayo.
and just hoping that they will be able to
Okay.
get a little bit more
Talo
area
sa upper
control
certain.
around the turtle. So far, no casualties just yet,
Lucas.
but Fish God is just working his way, but flickers himself right out. A lot of flickers has already been expended, while Lucas
Oh
finally
my
makes his way over to the back lines.
God.
Deal with Brusco. Kirk's
Why
next.
been
As
game
such, we do
early
have
so
Wybin Game
good?
that has managed to successfully take control of the turtle whilst taking 2 kills for themselves.
Ang ganda, ang galing nila, nag-hero
I really
sila.
appreciate that
Wybin
YB in
Gaming,
game
galing.
completely understands how
Na-cancel
the
yung
draft
ulti
works,
ng Parse,
especially going
no?
up against Onyx Philippines, because again, like I said, they definitely have the edge.
Oh my
coming to
God.
early game because their lineup does not need items for them to really do damage compared to what Onyx Philippines has. Brusco, good engage. Is going to get taken down.
With 1 man down from the side of Wybin game, at least Onyx PH would definitely want to slowly get their way back in the game by getting small little straggler
that's gonna
kills
be easy
at this
game,
point,
guys.
because they're not
But
playing for the early, they're playing for the mid and the late.
China is doing things.
Now, personally for me,
China
I
number
feel like
1.
if YB in game is able to slow down Kurt as well as Super Prince,
Patay.
this is going to make it so that, oh no,
Oh, not again. Fear Unicorn. He was within the confines of his own turret, but this is the power of Onyx PH after all. Having
Ano lang ako eh,
high
relax
ground,
lang ako
having
ngayon
good
guys.
high ground,
Di ako
plus
pwede
King Falcon just goes
mag-ano,
in for the
magwala.
shadow kill.
Otek.
You can't really get away from that.
Kino-control ko sarili ko.
honestly, against Onyx PH, with this lineup, I don't want to stay in mid, man. You got a Kalia, you got a Hayabusa, and you have a Farsa. Honestly, even if you stay at your second tier turret, they'll find a way to get you. Like this kind of draft is so easy in executing the gank.
Yeah, it's almost non-committal from Onyx PH.
May
But
ano
if
ba?
they
Mic
really
ba?
do
Yan.
want to head over to the gold lane and constantly
Tawang
oppress
control muna
onto
ako sa sarili.
BXC, I don't think that Onyx PH will be too afraid of any of those at all.
Looking at the setup here, looks like the Selena being used by Unicorn is using the Inspire. Not a battle spell, but the emblem set, where this time also
Wow,
gives
palag yung
mana as
IBG,
well,
ah.
so making it much more effective for mid laners that uses a
Brusco?
lot of mana. Now looks like the gang going to
Oh,
ulti.
the artillery strikes going on.
Brusco and King Kong connection.
To kind of push Ares away and kind of force a recall onto BLXC as well.
Yep, and all of that is to set up for the turtle, making sure that they have priority, making it much more easier. I hope that YB in-game sees this situation and tries to get at least the bottom lane turret.
Oh man, it's just gonna be starting things off with a tsunami slam, but
Nice
it's
one,
not good
King
enough to
Kong.
bring Fish God down. But at least It is going to be the objective that is taken out from the side of Onyx PH. But here, look at this! A
Oh,
flanker coming
lupit mo
in
dun,
from the
Ares.
side of Ares and allowed them to pick King Kong off. A great trade if you ask me. But in the meantime, a quick little stun from the side of Super and Fritz. Not quite enough to bring Fish God down, but so close.
I would say that's a big win by YB in-game. Letting go the Turtle Schmurtle, man. They got a kill onto King Kong, and they're able to get the bottom lane turret. And I feel like Kelra saw this coming, so he immediately went to the top lane and grabbed that turret for himself.
Nag-improve yung China, guys. Ganda ng ano nila. Nakakahabol na sila sa mga rotation and gameplay.
Then they're gonna be playing from behind. So right now, YB in-game and Onyx Philippines, surprisingly enough,
Okay yung nag-i-import sila ng mga Pinoy
you don't see that big of a goal difference here, Abstract.
Yeah, it's very much neck and neck. In fact, what I was thinking about adaptability is truly going to be the name of the game. But hold on a second, we do have a little bit of a conceal going on, and YB in game, I don't think that they want to engage for this unless they are being engaged on instead.
Sobrang lala nung hero na to yung Kalia. Ang lakas ng threat.
Up with the Feathered Airstrike. Didn't really quite catch anyone,
Grabe
but it's more of a way to push everyone else out in order for them to dismiss the original fight by picking off.
Kailangan pagkalaban mo Kalia, calculated mo yung cooldown ng ulti niya. Plus yung mga cooldown reduction at yung battle spell, guys. Kailangan calculated mo yung cooldown eh. Kung hindi, mahirapan kayo makabante.
Good understanding where Super Friends uses Selena a lot as well. Understand that she's not gonna be enough of a player to clear the lanes.
Kailangan makancel din ng Johead eh. Yung ulti ng Brusco, katulad yan, magkaka-ulti na si Brusco.
This combination is not something that can really allow the mid lane to push out to crazy extents. To the point that it would be understandable for Onyx PH to be able to get a lot of these lane
Assalamualaikum salam. Bang, minalay din Walfight Zin.
Influence of Fasa.
I would say YB in-game, the draft is very gold-centric just by time. Oh, Ares flickers in, but not getting anyone.
Yep, the title strike did manage to hit, but not quite really pull in.
Ang lakas maka-attract nung ano, Kalia. Nasira niya information ng backline.
Members from the side of YB game. As such, this is where Onyx PH understands we gotta have to go all the way in, and Tsunami Slam catches on to Lucas. As now, with 2% down from the side of YB game, he realizes that we can't take this fight anymore. Onyx PH continues to oppress the rest of YB game, forcing YB game within of their interior.
Wala na, 3-0 na si Kelra.
This is why Kalia should get banned, because the thing about catch heroes is that they don't care what you want to do. They will engage the fight, and then there's not much that you can do about
Wala
it.
na, 5k gold lead na.
Does it much better where the range is just so long. Oh, but now
nice cancel, Kurt.
No, he doesn't.
Ganda lang ginawa mo dun, Kurt.
He tried to be the one to start things fight, but doesn't seem like it's working out well. Ares doesn't have a lot of HP or defenses to really ensure that he stays alive from that burst damage from Onyx PH. And because of that, and what has transpired in the past few seconds to minutes, we are already looking at a 6,000 gold lead in favor for Onyx PH.
Yep, in just 3 minutes, a lot of changes has happened. But the game is not over yet for YB in game.
Wala na to, hindi sila makakalabas ng miss nito.
Where all 4 other members of the team is really
isa-isa silang pipitasin yan.
trying to buy time so that the Moscow gets But at
Sobrang
this point, I don't
sila.
know if he will have the luxury of time
Walang
to get
flicker rin Joey, nag-conceal siya.
Don't think so
Hindi siya
either.
nagkamali.
Since
Dapat sinave niya na lang yung conceal niya para sa Lord.
To have a lot of
GG guys.
Right off the start right now. They are all very committal heroes such as Ares himself, Lucas himself as well, and even Unicorn. Even if you do land your Abyssal Arrow, you have to go all the way in, and you are not guaranteed.
Pinauran lang sila ni Brusco eh.
You have your dashes, sure, but you have to go all the way in. You need Ares to join in with you. You also need Lucas.
Kaya nga yung
if you do want to break 1%.
Nabago na yung ano niyan, di ba? Yung lipad niyan. Pinabilis na.
YB in Games draft is really a draft where you want all the stars aligned. And again, going up against Onyx Philippines, I feel like it is a good idea, but again, it's just very hard to make sure that you don't do any kind of mistakes. And I would say it's not that YB in-game really did mistakes, but it's more on Onyx Philippines understanding the weak spot of the draft and immediately attacked it. And now they completely control how the game is going. If YB in-game wants to get back into the game, they need some kind of surprise catch.
Yeah, so it's all about catch. I gotta have to agree, right? They are a committal team. But in the meantime, Onyx PH, they have the ability to be able to back off and still being able to be in the fight, mainly because of the great amount of mobility plus the high ground that they have got from the Fasa. So as long as they have got great controls within the range of wiping games,
Galing ni Bruce
it's
sa
gonna
mga
be tough for
river.
wiping game to set up these
Sa
kind
mga
of surprise attacks.
Kung
on
saan
Onyx
pupunta.
PH.
Not to mention they have a heal.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, Kalia can just heal up the team. I see not a lot of players know how to use the heal on Kalia, but I'm pretty sure Brusco knows how to. But now, on the Philippines, does not get to find a push!
Yep, as now we do have the Tsunami Slam just gonna be catching on one. Not quite enough to bring anyone down just yet. But the main thing that Onyx PH wants from this baby lord is to bring down the inhibitor turrets with the top lane taken down, middle lane as well, and they're knocking onto the bottom as well. As King Kong goes straight in, the Shadow Shield brings two person down with both Unicorn as well as
Granger sama
Beyonce. In fact,
Parsa.
it's not gonna be over just yet because 3%
Sa
down from YB
Hayabusa.
game while Onyx PH, they
Granger
are all
Parsa,
still
Hayabusa.
surviving with Fish God being the only one that have to go against all. He is not a god.
Nasabay lang sa
As
first
such, he
turtle.
will not be
Pero
able to
hindi
stay
na
alive
nakabante.
despite all of these five
Dahil
members
ng
backing
combo,
onto him.
Granger Parsa.
Onyx Philippines close out the game with almost
Di mo alam kung poke lang ba o ano eh.
ahead of YB
First eh.
in game. And again,
Sa
YB in game, I feel like they executed the draft as well.
Binasikan lang guys.
Onyx Philippines, they've seen a lot of games in their career. Do you know how to handle this kind of draft? And the answer is tag mid lane.
Yeah, I mean they have the mid game. They do have the mid lane priority, right? It's tough. It's definitely
oy.
tough for a Selena plus
Naku po,
a Joy
bawal
to
ma-down.
the wave in the middle lane. That is way too much influence.
Pag ganyan yung tsura ng mga players,
oh. Able to apply over to the gold as well as the.
Parang nadadown na agad ah.
At this point in time, what YB game
First game pa lang,
do is
nadadown na.
little straggler kills as much as possible. However, not too. I would say that they are not too high octane enough to be making full use of that early game power spike that you can possibly have with that Joy head plus the Joy combination.
Yeah, if somehow Unicorn as well as Ares is able to pick off a lot of members coming in from Onyx Philippines, then yeah, the situation might change. But maybe it's first game jitters. Maybe they're not all too confident to engage against Onyx Philippines. Or it's also like Onyx Philippines just not really giving them the space for them
Sino pa natin sa kabila? Tingnan natin guys.
Like this is a good.
Tingnan natin. Oy!
Was it one stack?
May have died once as well during the build-up.
Nangyari?
He is playing with
Man,
5
BTR ah.
items now,
Lamang BT.
on his way to a BOD.
Lamang BTR. 6k gold lead.
They took care of the
Ah,
Lord pretty handily.
6k gold lead. Alert
A big,
advantage.
mistake though from Annabelle, right? Walking up. Luckily, there's nothing really to fully punish on right now. Witty has popped an ejector, does have the flicker. Won't be able to use it though. And a fun fact about Selena is her wave clear isn't too bad. Funnily enough, when it comes to mid game, right? Later on, when it's super minions, yeah, that's when you kind of struggle. But here, it's still all right. Put down those traps and dash.
Caveat though, don't take Mirko's
Minabat
comments
yung
in a
liquid.
vacuum. It's
Sakto
good
lang.
wave clear, but it's high committal. It's not safe.
Yeah.
Like you have to be in there and make sure the coast is clear or else you're gonna get punished. It's not like a Farsa, not like a Granger, not even like a Suyo.
It's a different type of clear, right? You gotta walk up close, get up close, maybe even threaten some of the backline members from Liquid ID, like we are seeing here for Yehezkiel. He cannot walk up. He walks a bit too aggressive. A trap could land on him. A flicker from Moreno with lethal ignition.
Well done, team.
You can take a look at the builds later on.
Ang cute ng sticker.
A lot of damage right now.
And he hasn't died once.
Exactly. 3-0 and 4. Eman has gone to his item power spikes as well. I believe he is on the Holy Crystal.
Flicker lang si Eman, no? Pag naplikiran ng Joy to.
And the EXP just got repaired between Fabian and Annabelle. So now they're both at 15. This Lord here at 13 minutes. Second of the game should be as close to a battle as it gets. I give a slight advantage to Annabelle given the Sever Retribution combo. Much cleaner.
Queller, trap, arrow. So many ways to poke. More ways than Liquid ID, despite the fact that, you know, in terms of range, they should have the advantage with the Granger and the Farsa. But in a way, the poke is also very
commitment based, right? They got to commit.
Oh!
Goes in, finds 3 on the board, forces 2 purifies, and Monster
GG.
shot some damage. Now Zaman forces as well. Moreno's zone away, flicker in out, but that's it.
Bitter win.
Light goes down.
Pero
So
cheeky
does
free.
2 for 2 the
Fabian.
trade, and Annabelle folds.
That's an arrow, a trap down.
Wow, dapak Fabian.
He gets the shutdown.
Kala ko mataas pa.
Punishes him in the end. It's a 4 for 3 trade in favor of Liquid ID. Both damage dealers still up. Yehezkiel walking up. Trying to deal some damage. Aaron's second up the Lord. Luke goes in, pinning down Yehezkiel to get him to half HP with a fist crack too. This might be a solo kill on Yehezkiel. Aaron looking for the kill. Luke finally falling, but the Lord got reset. 5 seconds on Aran, 1 on Light.
Solo.
He's respawning in. Can he get there in time?
It's just Aaron Shiki and the Lord. 1v1, and the untouchable one gets it for Liquid ID.
Grabe naman yung mga positioning ni Aaron Shikiting doon.
Move.
Pringit siya. Kaso na-zone si Eman. Kala ko panalo na BTR doon.
That definitely could have
Na-zone
gone
ni
wrong,
Aran.
though. That Luke could have just unlocked his clutch gene and said,
Hey.
All right, we'll see the instant replay later, but real quick, remember folks, it started with a, what was that, a 4-man fist crack. Disgusting. But Team Liquid ID recovered and landed on their feet, ended up with taking control of the map, turning it red, Lord marching down bottom.
And it's glimpses to the Liquid Stampede we have seen in the M6 World Championships, waiting for Fabian to come in to clean up, while Aaron and Yehezkiel just stay back. It's all up to Witty and Aran, though, to have that line.
Huli ka, Luke. Wala kang flicker. Kaso ang lupit ni Luke doon. Oh! Luke is doing things!
Still able to survive. Light taking a lot of damage.
Yan
from
si Eman.
Shiki with the Rhapsody. And Mom pops in as Zaman force that Lord will deal with a base turret down below. Annabelle with the endless battle. Wave down below.
Ganda yung ginagawa ni Luke. Kaso.
They will be able to defend for now.
Historians and archaeologists.
Kaso di nagko-connect sa yung company.
He was literally at about 2 HP, stood at the cusp of the turret's range,
pinned down by Luke.
With a wall right there, like, please don't touch me.
Mas bagay yata si Super Ken sa ano
At
eh.
this point in the game,
BTR
it is
eh.
a base siege. If Bigatron Esports pick off 1 or 2 from Team
I
Liquid,
think-
suddenly the map's equilibrium changes. Moreno
Mati
gets cut
daw.
out.
Flickers out,
Patay.
still going to be taken down. And Mom pops in as Zaman force a bit late.
Uy,
Still, though,
nag-
going to be taken down. That's the late game damage of a Harith. You dive
I
into him,
think
you're
Lebe
dead.
Chochok Super Ken si.
From Eman.
Daripada
This does turn
Annabelle,
into a
di
steal,
BTR
though.
ya.
Aaron
Minurot
Shiki
ko.
taking away the purple from Annabelle. He's got 1 star. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid ID have recovered from what was seemingly a surefire hit from Bigatron Esports. But just to say,
Ano daw Nick?
I gotta
Kanina
say what
kakatapos lang.
everybody's thinking, is Annabelle a little too forward? Is Annabelle putting himself in places where he shouldn't even be?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of weird for the Suyo up against the Lucas, right? Whenever you do want to go in, you get shoved back by the Lucas. You get out-damaged by the Lucas in the Sacred Beast form. So it's kind of a lose-lose for the Suyo as we get into the later stage of the game. You will be poked down by the Granger, by the Farsa. If you decide to go in on the Granger and Farsa, you might get ejected, you might get
Isang
punished by
parehas na
a jawhead,
magandang execution lang sa ano.
or
Sa Romer. Asa to sa Romer eh.
I'm asking
Magandang
just because
pick
I
up
just
eh.
want to confirm. This does happen to me
Yeah.
in real life. It happens to a lot of Suyo players. You guys have
in
to
game
admit.
or in real life?
In real life.
In real life.
So you have to know that Suyo's job as an assassin fighter puts you in weird situations. And I think Annabelle just isn't ready for how fast Liquid is ready to answer to that and punish for the wrong decision he makes at the weirdest times. That's why Liquid is now in control, right in the pit. Annabelle right in front of Aran. It's 2v1 in that Y-brush.
Sacred Beast form coming down with a fist crack as well for their airstrike as well. That's going to be Annabelle walking.
Annabelle!
Going to be Aaron Shiki.
Eman.
To kill him on.
Eman, 1 versus 4. Punish kay Eman.
And another for Eman. That's an immortality already.
King Eman.
To Moreno, who gets a double.
Linikiran sa mukha eh.
Goes to Liquid ID.
The young Stallions on damage control. Aran with the flicker
Punish
coming
kay
off the
Eman.
cooldown at the right time, flickering away, getting away with murder. 2 for 1. Again, the situation with Annabelle. And folks, to the defense of the young jungler, it's mainly because he wanted to steal. And again, that was his responsibility. That was his job, and he tried.
Aaron was able to get the last shot on the Lord. And that probably saved
Liquid ID from now maybe having their base getting sieged. It will be still a Lord in vain, technically. There's no way they could utilize this to find any value. It'll just be cleared up before some of these members even spawn in. Only now
negative
has Witty spawned back in the game, and Bigatron have dealt with every single wave.
So at the end of the day, Annavel's sacrifice paid off. Despite sitting at 3-5-3, the Lord was scored by Liquid, but look, the map is still at 50-50. So the 2-for-1 trade, definitely worth it. Bigatron Esports should take that deal every single time. But again, the slow roll. You can take down the Lord, but you can't manage the waves the normal way. Look at how huge those minions are.
Especially the bottom wave there. It's still going to be the far lane. Lord will spawn up top in the map. Aaron's Shiki getting a bit more sustained to play with the War Axe. Definitely going to need that against the explosive damage of his late game Harith. But that's the thing. Liquid ID can never truly all in as we get to the later stage of the game here up against the Harith. You all in on a Harith with Zaman Force. If you don't get the CC down on him, he will shred everyone, including the front lines. The front lines are backliners to a late game Harith.
Yep, someone's got to lock down this young child or else he just tramples all over.
Cat child.
He's a cat child. He's a white-haired little menace. Bigatron Esports doing their best to secure what they could on their side of the map. So for the first time in a while, Annavel is going to actually taste a buff. That's the orange he secures here. And this is to Liquid ID's calculated approach. They're just controlling the map, freezing it, so that this next Lord coming up in about 30 seconds could be an easier play. There's a part of me also thinking, Mirko, could they be setting up for the long lane split push? Could they be going for some cheese right now?
They could, but they got to be careful. 18 seconds on the Lord, and take a look at the wave that Bigatron are building right now. That's a wave with 2 cannon minions already. And there's going to be, three. The first one just died there. It's going to build up to a 3 cannon mini wave. So it'll hold lights. Goes into the Jiku, no flicker combo with the way the dragon as well. Aran going to be taken down by Moreno. Mondo caught in the bad spot with down Zaman Force. Fabian electrifying beats. Mon taken down. Still Annavel with Moreno picking up the kill as Luke goes for the fist crack and does get away with the flicker.
And not a single member of Bigatron falls at the cost of 3 flickers. I'd say that's a good deal. Team Liquid ID, they did not see light with the 6th sense flicker into that brush, forcing a fight out of nowhere. Aran didn't even get the flicker away.
This will turn the tides, folks. We saw Liquid ID being able to control with the far lane. Control the light is walking up again. Doesn't have the way to dragon just yet, or doesn't want to commit onto it. Ejector over the light, still gets the way. The dragon gets away from the last shot of the Death Sonata, and Witty is now zoned away. Light looking for the Jikundo one more time, pinned down by Luke. Witty zoned away from the Lord. So is Aaron and Yehezkiel, just by Moreno putting the traps down in these choke points. Yehezkiel and Aaron looking for the big steal. Can they do it? Annavel needs their retreat, and he will be able to get it. Witty pinned down one more time. Moreno does not commit. They back away, and this time they got an involved Lord.
Logically speaking, despite their split up and their less than stellar
ang lupit ni Eman dun tsaka ni Light, guys. Solid.
It was theirs to keep, and Team Liquid ID were just hoping for a dream to come true, a miracle.
Solid ni Eman dun tsaka, kaya nakamit ako
wasn't there really.
Pero solid ni Light dun, guys. Yung prediction niya na dun yung boost, tapos yung immortality ni Eman. Yun yung ano eh. Buy and sell ni Eman, tas yung protect ni Luke sa mid. Grabe, kala ko patay na si Light eh. Naprotektahan pa siya ni Luke. Lupit ni ano. Lupit ni Luke.
Technically, that's what Bigatron want to do. This is a team fight composition that want to
sit
together
Pwede, si Luke.
and deal damage. So if they have enough
Pwede
damage
si Luke,
reduction to
pwede.
deal with the poke coming in from Aaron, from Yehezkiel, and they just plow through these turrets,
Ba't ganyan emblem ni Luke?
it'll be a concern for
Naka-cooldown na
the way that
yata yan.
Bigatron are building the wave up
Cooldown.
in bot lane
Para
too
pag
is
nag-first
just
kill kasi siya, yung
so,
first kill kasi na, ano yun,
well-organized.
parang
They're
basic attack
waiting,
yun eh. Bibilis yung
slow
lakad
pushing
niya.
this as slow as they can, so that once they
Tsaka
go
may
in,
dagdag buhay din.
they end the game. They're looking for an end angle. It's here, it's now or never.
That penetration is inevitable, and Liquid ID are hunkering down. They are bracing for impact.
Light?
Lord
Tingin saan guys ha, tingin saan guys ha.
Holding on for some flickers. Better strike already spent.
Yun lang, Luke.
No, Luke gets caught again. The ejector thrown back. That could be the
Okay lang. Nice one. Na-stun ni Moreno.
With the way Dragon
Right.
kicking Witty back, but it will be cancelled out. Immortality down. No, not just yet. It has
Sayang
skill
di
very
pa
low by
napapap yung
Annabelle.
iwan ni
Still able to escape.
Witty.
With Immortality, Lord dealt with. Liquid ID prolong the game again.
An impressive defense by the young Stallions, trading 1-for-1 and losing just that inhibitor. This, by all means, ladies and gentlemen, is a miracle. Any other team could not defend. What?
Ejection from
Annabelle.
Annabelle gets a 3-man blade surge.
Nice, Annabelle. Nice buy and sell.
That's a
Nice
double
counter
goes in
engage.
for the Zaman Force. Witty has finally got that immortality proc, and he will fall as Annabelle deals with the
Nice
base
one,
with
BTR.
Montana Mini.
Nice counter engage, guys.
And Liquid ID thought they could get away with it, but Bigatron Esports puts a cap on it and takes game 1.
BTR is back in SPS.
Just experienced. This
Grabe
is
si
only the first
Manlight
best of
dun,
three,
guys.
and it's not over just yet. 1-0 currently for BTR. Man, that was a banger of a match. What a way to start Mobile Masters here on Stream A.
A slobber knocker is what we call it in the business. What was that, 24 minutes?
Close to 25, honestly. Both of these teams were really trying
Banyak
hard
blunder
to
ito.
not make a mistake.
Ang dami nilang sayang moment ng
20
Team
to
Liquid.
18, the final kill score.
I gotta say, man, you know, the pick that we were kind of doubting in the drafts, not as reliable as a Vexana.
Daming dits ni Pabia.
Just as, if not more reliable on the hands of the Maestro.
Onyx na, Onyx.
Oh my god, it's him
Ayaw nga,
or
Onyx
Eman
na.
as the MVP. Light had his moment.
Onyx.
Magic power, so we are almost immediately able to see the effects of what that pickup is gonna do, right? The Lantern Flare. So I do want to kind of see how that's gonna work out, and especially since Onyx PH in the previous game they emphasized quite a bit on lane priority in the middle lane. And YBin game haven't really quite shown that just yet. In fact, they picked up the jungle.
Binigay pa rin yung Kalia. Di na natuto
The mid lane and the Roma, which is very important to wave clear in the middle lane, has not been shown.
I like the Onyx PH ban out
Di
the
na
Sicilian
natuto
because you were talking about lane blue.
Maganda mamaya, guys. 3:30 ata yan.
Especially on this Jushin. YB in game
Uy, ang
needs
lag nung
range.
stream nila.
And not a lot of mid lane, like, sure, there are options in mid lane, but when it comes to the roamers, not a lot of long range roamers. So
Kaya nga,
I'm worried that
OP ng
Ares is gonna
Kali
get heavily punished in this game.
So there are at least, I mean, there's two ways that YBin game can drop themselves. Do they want to focus a lot about what Onyx has shown on their hands, or do they want to play around the lineup? I would like to assume that they want to focus on getting the boss off and the Suyo, so because that is their comfort. So anything after that is based on what Onyx PH has picked out. So based on all these picks, such as Joy, the Kalia, as well as the Juicin, I would still want to believe that they want
Onyx
to
in the burst
prioritize
Team
middle lane.
Falcon PH.
Vexana is still a very good pickup, especially since they don't have any crowd control. So having that Terrify plus the knockup from the Eternal God, it can always be a great pick for themselves, and then the Roma comes later.
Abstract, I'm not trolling, but for the roamer pick, it might be not a bad idea to pick up something like a Florin, where
Florin.
Yeah, yeah. Like her second skill makes you feel like you're a Selena. The range is very long, so you can deal with the Jushin. And then if Kalia is able to catch anyone,
5:30 pa ba?
you can heal them back up. And once you have the flash of the
Okay, 5:30 Team Liquid versus Onyx PH, no?
chunk of shield as well as heal.
What time
so
yung
you can
Falcon?
survive any kind of onslaught. But looks
Eto.
like they're gonna pick up the Cho here. Which is actually pretty good going up against Jushin, especially
Wala
when you
naman
pick
Team
up Krill.
Liquid versus Onyx eh.
Okay. So, when it comes down to wave clear, we've got that from the Cho. So they'll leave the mid lane for later on. But in the meantime, Onyx PH will then look out for a Hilda and a Beatrix. Oh. Hilda, huh?
Yeah. Again, they just want to win the lane.
band,
Look at all the
okay.
lane bullies here.
Yeah.
I would say Hilda and Phovius is just
It's a definite
what do you
answer.
call it? Wet noodles.
Wala, ang
It's
ganda
just
ng
like
lineup
noodle
ng
fight.
ano, Onyx.
Yeah,
wouldn't
wet
call
noodle
this,
fight. It's like not,
Sobrang ganda ng lineup
nothing
ng
really
Onyx,
happens.
guys.
I would say that the Hilda would definitely be able to push the Phovius away, but I definitely don't think that the Phovius will go down that easily per se. Oh, but faster.
Yeah, but again, it's is more or less the same idea. I feel like it's easy for you to freeze a lane with a Hilda as well, because even if they have a good trade against you, you can just heal back, and then you can just chunk him down very, very slowly. And now this is going to be very interesting. We're going to see how Kara has adjusted to the change of Beatrix, where essentially the bomb got nerfed, but everything else got buffed.
Lilinisin na lang ng Onyx nila yung first turtle nila eh.
Maybe except for the Renner. Oh, wait, really? Okay, let me...
2-0 na to.
I have to check as well, because I'm not a gold laner. I haven't played her for a while.
Yeah, there's only the nerfs and the changes on Bennett, Nibiru, as well as Wesker. Renner is completely untouched. And in fact, there's a buff on Wesker as well. So it's just mostly the cooldown. 12 seconds cooldown reduction on Wesker right at the start of the game.
Let's go. Panalo Onyx. Wala pa game 2 pa lang to, game 2. Sino panalo sa Team Liquid versus BTR? Ano, BTR game 1.
Really nerfed that one. So now I'm looking at Ares. I want to see how he's able to harass either Super Prince or Brusco here. We don't see the emblem, so he can either go for Furnace.
So right off the start, I think that what Whitebin Game will want to do is to completely
do
the opposite of what they have done in the previous game. Clear away fast. But we're talking about a Juicin plus a Kalia. As you can see, it's not that easy. But at least for Onyx PH, they are immediately making their way and forking right out to see what are the kinds of information that we have. They know that the studio started up to the top lane. They know also that Unicorn and Ares is not making their way to anywhere else at the top lane and the mid-bottom lane. So at least they still have got some time and chance to breathe.
Yeah, Ares definitely have the thrill here. As well as Pull Yourself Together. Ares as well as Brusco both using Pull Yourself Together. So with more assists that they have, the more access to Flicker that they have. And for me, I feel like going up against a Kalia lane, hold on. Brusco get attacked here.
Well,
it looks like Brusco is going to be fine.
Yeah, still gonna be fine now. At least she's got healing. Let's remember that. So she's gonna be really sticky in the middle.
Yeah,
nice poke.
They should have gone heavy on.
Wala, di makakalaban sa turtle yung ano.
Taking quite a bit of damage against King
Kong. Makakalaban ba to?
Just going back to my point, if you're going up against a Kalia, level 1 is when you want to go aggressive. Because level 1, Kalia does not have a heal. Kalia needs level 2 to get a heal. So once she gets level 2, it's like you miss your window.
Yeah, so I think that for Whitebin Game, they are too afraid to kind of like go in because they're not too sure about the potential of Kalia as well as the level 2 power spike that Kalia potentially have and the effects that it would do onto the Juicin in the mid lane. But regardless, Whitebin Game, they have been very cautious in their gaming and in their laning phase. And I wouldn't fault that for them for that. They will always want to look for other opportunities, such as in the top lane, as that's a pretty good start.
Whoa!
No way! No!
Kara!
Oh, Kara! A little bit of a dance, Michael Jackson move going on about, making sure that she's not down. In the meantime, King Kong draws first blood.
Nice patience, Brusco.
Even takes one onto Lucas. That was
grabe ka, Kara! What a prediction! Ayun yung ano, si Kelra yung trash talker na kalmado sa game. Sobrang kalmado niya, guys. Kita nyo, hindi siya nagmamadali kumilos.
Oh man,
grabe yung focus tsaka ano yun, pagiging kalmado niya.
But right now, they are pushing all the way in on the Whitebin Game. They are hoping they will be able to do a little bit more. And now Fishguard is not a lot.
Lalamo kayo na, pinapasakit mo yung ano ko, lalamunan ko.
And for that fact, he sacrificed himself to bring Brusco down. Not exactly a great trade, but at least it's still something.
Nasa TikTok ka na naman mamaya, Kelra, visit ka.
Avoided by staying still. That hurts.
That hurts.
Like the worst thing is that was a good gang. He literally.
Iba yun, guys. Ibang Kelra yun.
This is.
He's playing mind tricks. He's playing mind tricks on you.
This will not work against Pops, dude. But that is a great flicker plus. We have the dragon coming in from Ares, but not gonna have to bring some.
Daya ng Aliyah, guys. Kasi ganyan, may face check pa sa'yo. May tutulong na face check sa'yo, si Kirk. Napakadaya ng Aliyah kapag ganyan.
Right down on the Whitebin Game, and they started 4 minutes into the game. They are already looking at 3,000 goal lead.
Easy game.
Also highlights the amount of
Easy game, guys.
That Brusco can give to his team, and Super Prince, he can heal himself with his emblem setup. And again, it's like YB
Kaya nga eh. TikTok mamaya yan, guys.
4,000 gold at 4 minutes, losing almost 1,000 gold per minute. This is gonna be rough. They need damage, and Unicorn dying twice. I'm not so sure if Unicorn can give enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, oh, Grant, it's kind of
Balagbag ka kay Elra.
Even try to contest for this turtle. I mean, despite the fact that Lucas is currently at level 6, King Kong at level 8, that 2-level disparity is a little bit too hard for him to work with.
What's that,
Prince? To go for that.
Grabe yung mga highlights,
as well as a lantern flare.
Grabe mechanics na itong dalawa. Si Prince pati si Kelra.
No way for Wybin game to try to go for any form of pickup. They gotta fall back
Grabe.
and the turtle over to Onyx PH.
Grabe ka, Prince.
Just yet, as Onyx PH sees the opportunity to
Grabe yung
unicorn
sticker ni Prince
and
dun.
hopping somewhere else that is not defended.
Na-predict niya yung show.
YB in game right now almost down by 5,000. Bilexi is trying to get as much farm as he can. Brusco is just waiting. Again, that tidal wave can engage from a very long distance. And it looks like he's going straight forward for Ares.
Not again, as Ares takes another
Every
L for himself.
kuha ni Brusco, sure kill. Solo kill.
But there we go.
Kala ko solo kill eh.
Hit for a tad. Both of the gold laners going down. That was great for YB game.
Oh yeah, if I'm Bilexi, I'll take that all day. You know, it's like, I died, sure, but I took down Kara with me, guys. Like,
yeah.
We won.
We've got
I don't
advantage
care.
here. We got a bit.
Exactly.
It's still fit a 500 goal lead though, but definitely it just shows that YB game still have got.
I think kinagandaan sa room na Kali eh.
It's tough though.
Ang lakas sa Reader eh.
As Ares now no longer have got that capabilities and the tankiness to really just jump over to the back line. At this point, I would confidently say that anyone that Ares
sobrang lakas niya sa Reader. Nakatouch siya sa Reader,
they
guys.
might not have enough damage, but at least when it comes down to Unicorn, it's a great bruiser. So we'll see
nice
how that eventually
one,
plays out.
Brusco.
Immediately we'll be able to see the Tsunami Slam working it out, but not quite enough to bring anyone
Nice
down. Just yet,
protect,
while Unicorn all the way at
Brusco.
the backside do have got that airstrike. Do hope that it will be able to split the fight altogether. Not quite enough, as Fish God will take the L for that one once again, while Kirk just proxies in between, pushes the rest of YB game away. King Kong does the same in the middle.
King Kong?
And looks like Unicorn is gonna get taken down by King Kong.
GG,
And
guys.
actually, let me put this on the record. Brusco's mechanic on this Kalia. Before that, Bilexi is just trying to survive. As I was saying, Brusco used the tidal wave to cancel out the Way of the Dragon twice. One at the Turtle Pit and one at the top side
Wala.
of the
Sobrang aggressive maglaro na itong Onyx PH, guys. Nakakatuwa.
Huh? Okay, I did not see that at all.
Lahat talaga, ayun maganda sa Onyx PH ngayon, guys.
Just how much damage
Lahat sila
can
nag-perform.
potentially make out, but I do need to really keep my eyes onto Ares
Brusco?
now. The tidal wave,
Nice,
once again,
Brusco.
this is just
Paisa-isa sila.
outthrowing the show at this point in time. Brusco is insane when it comes down to taking all these tsunami slams in.
Just see about the Hilda killing the Moskov. The Moskov is level 8. Hilda is level 10.
Oh,
and
crap.
she's 6-0-2. 6-0-2. You know, just saying, you know. He does not have enough damage here. And now Kara having the Malefic gun, added range. I would say this is, if it wasn't checkmate before, it's definitely checkmate now.
It's checkmate
10,000 gold difference in 7 minutes.
Yeah. The 2-1 prediction is definitely some copium right now, the way that I see it. I was really hoping that YB game would be able to change the way that they play a little bit more. I do like the change in the drafting though, having more priorities in the middle lane. But it's more of the adaptability that they are not willing to go head-to-head against Super Prince as well as Brusco, especially since Brusco and Super Prince outright disrespected them by going past the river and say, come on, hit me.
Wala. GG na to, guys. Nice Brusco. Nice cancel.
But again, look at that.
Grabe reaction ni Brusco doon.
Look at that. He could not use his ult.
Wait, was that the tidal wave? Oh!
Tidal wave into a tsunami slam.
Oh, man!
Na-outplayed yung na-outplay yung YB game eh.
Tidal wave into a concealed choke.
Ang sakit mo, King Kong.
Tsunami slam ends it.
That's masterclass Roma Masterclass. As we're talking about Roma Masterclass,
Ang
Aries
sakit.
immediately turned right
Wala, di na
back.
tatagal
He
yung mga
managed to get
harap
a really nice
dito.
kick down to the Brusco and finally taken down one of the main core person from the side of Onyx PH. With the lack of the frontliners, Onyx PH may have a tad bit of difficulty trying to tackle down on all of these inhibitor turrets, but still, they still have the firepower to back it all up. So YB game, they still gotta have to keep their toes up and they gotta have to be real careful.
Ang sakit! Isang second skill lang.
Oh yeah, painful. And let me just say, Brusco
Grabe yung damage.
is really feeling like this is gonna be is a log game. He just completed his fleeting time just to get more tidal waves. Let me just say the tidal wave doesn't have that big of a cooldown. It's like 30-something seconds. It's long-ish. It's not that long, but
It's
now
not
having
long
the
at all.
yeah, like he's probably aiming at
May
two
Pinoy rin
tidal
pala sa
waves per
kalaban.
team
Meron
fight.
dalawa Pinoy, si Lucas pati si
40 seconds
Ares.
cooldown. 40 seconds cooldown.
Galing ata silang amateur.
Yeah, but after you put into consideration the cooldown items, like I don't know whether he has the dominance ice done or not, but you know, even with just one cooldown item, it's gonna be 30-something seconds.
Grabe mag-translate si Iro.
Second has cooldown as well, so
Translate gad ah.
he's trying to aim at
Nagka-problem yung yata, cellphone ni Kek.
2 tsunami slams per team fight.
Sip na to.
Yep.
Tingnan nga natin yung liquid.
That is not something that you want to be. That's not what you want to face from the side of YB game. That is for
You
sure.
don't want to face against Kalia at all.
No.
I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I think this game is a testament of what Kalia can bring onto the board. So for the rest of Mobile Masters, maybe just ban her. I think that we've seen enough Kalia for the day.
I know Kalia is a strong hero.
Wala na to,
when-
GG na to guys.
When you can use Kalia in roll and it works, and you use Kalia in
Kaya pag isang engage lang ni Brusco yan, wipe
and
yan.
then you see some guy using Kalia in jungle and it works.
For real?
Like, at that
Oy,
point,
Brusco?
you know she's pretty strong. I actually feel she's better as an EXP. I'm just saying.
I do want to try that out now.
No, essentially what you do is you keep controlling them and then you heal up. And then they just don't know what to do with your heal.
I do want to know
As a
how the
roamer, it's
matchup
good
is
because
like
you can
against
gank a
Hilda
lot.
though. I do want to know how the matchup would be like though against like Hilda, because you got a lot of healing in your own brushes as well.
For me, I just use my tsunami slam to
Ang
bring her
ganda
into
pa
the
ng
turret,
wave.
and then I use my tidal wave.
Wala.
I'm gonna
Perfect.
try it out the next
Perfect
time. You know
game
what?
from
I'm gonna
Onyx
play, I'm
Philippines,
gonna play
guys.
EXP Kalia later on during my break. Since
It's
I think,
good, trust
yeah, okay, I will let you know how that's gonna work out. But speaking of working out, it is going to be Brusco going straight in for the suplexes right down on the fish guard, brings
Di
him
ka talaga
completely
tatagal.
out of position while the Lord tramples and pillages down to the bottom lane. King Kong made some exceptions down to the top lane and built up quite a bit of a rally lead all the way up top, while the Lord is just putting up quite a bit of fight all the way down the
Ganda
bottom,
nung
pushing
ano ni
the rest
Kelro.
of YB game away. The Garrison's
Ayan na, Brusco, plus Kelra.
Meantime, the creeps are just marching in.
Sa shotgun ni Kelra yan pag nahuli ni Brusco yan.
Interior turrets down. YB game though, we do have the Chodas back, but that is an ultimate from the side of Super Friends.
Ay, nahuli
He's out
oh,
of
shotgun.
range from Ares.
Nice
The
one.
way the Dragon did not work out well for
Easy
him at
guys,
all.
easy
Four
game.
men down, make that 5 men
Easy
down,
game
but
from
before the
Onyx
5 men goes
Philippines.
down, the core
Congrats, Onyx. Good luck
cracking
next.
all the way down, and that is going to be
Good luck
2
next,
games in a row.
mga kalokoy. Easy win.
Abstract, let
GG
me
guys.
ask you, in 11 minutes,
Parang
your
RG lang.
opponent has 6,000 gold above you. Do you feel like that's a hard game to win?
Tingin ko kahit RG boy din sa Pinas, kaya silang durugin eh.
Yeah, I
Yung
don't have
ano
the
eh,
mental capability.
kalaban.
6,000 is a lot. Imagine
Yes.
16,000.
So, game na. Dito naman. Yan ang gusto ko, di naubusan ng gera.
ITs.
Oh, a solid 2 on
Yep.
Kalea for the flicker and for Mr. Moreno up top, Witty.
Yep. So he definitely wants to stay on top and confirms it is light on the Kalia with Luke on the Hylos. And this is such a great combo of battle spells and kit. You have the Revitalize on Luke, then you double down on the healing with light. Check this out, Kinjutsu already thrown out by Annabelle, and top lane, Emma's in trouble.
As the Purify will be able to pop it right now, as that's going to slam from Light. Not able to dish out enough damage or to CC anyone just yet. Gets a bit of healing, but it's not enough to keep Eman alive. 1-0 first blood for the trio of Liquid ID.
Great start. This is exactly what we were looking for in Liquid. Game 1. Sure, they eventually got
BTR na
to
to,
the point where they
nakakalayan
were
nila.
aggressive,
Eto,
but
tingnan
this
natin
is
kung
how
malupit yung
Liquid
kalayan nila.
does
Pero ang lupit
work.
ni
It's
Brusco
the Liquid
magkaliya,
stampede,
guys.
it's not the Liquid
Hindi
wait,
pambigay
walk
yun.
peacefully.
Pag ganun kalupit magkaliya, guys.
Try to get, you know,
Kasi
force
hindi
the issue,
binibigay
get
kay
that
Brusco
early
yung
game
ganun eh.
snowball with this kind of composition. They cannot. What would you think
I don't know
is
why they
the
don't
line
want
that they need to
Aliyah.
cross? How much of a goalie do they need before Bigatron get their item power spikes to actually make it like even?
This
They
figure is
disrespecting
coming out
Brusco,
of my,
guys.
behind, I'd say 2,000-3,000.
Kaya
But
nga
more
eh.
importantly, I think Fabian
Hindi
needs to
grabe
be
yung
up
ano
at
niya,
level
yung timing ni Brusco. Yung timing niya nagpapano, tsaka sa river.
Directory battle, Eternal Guard comes in, like gonna be locked down to death, but Annabelle finds a trade over to Witty. Now goes over to Aran, gets caught by the Sanguine Claws, but Reno still able to dish out some
Patay,
damage.
silok, patay.
Luke
Nice.
taken down as well.
Ba't ako nakikinice?
2 kills.
BTR pala dapat ako.
That's a score for Liquid. I'd say Liquid got
BTR
the
pala
better
talaga
deal on that
dapat
one.
tayo.
Look at that. The rest of the map is going to correct itself. And that is Luke sent home. So that's a few chunks that Aran can take out on, but only Annabelle could not play the man-to-man. Amazing instincts from the former EVOS.
Patay si Aran. Patay yata.
Jungler, look at this.
Goes in, soul snatch down to the
Why?
down.
So
Not just
close.
yet, that's a tanky Hilda. Aran gets away, Hylos gets the wave. So they ended up still soaking in the wave here. But yeah, Team Liquid ID definitely still with that lead, that advantage in the early game, building up to almost, well, right now, 1,000.
Daming ang Pinoy eh.
Stand by that. Fabian has to be up on levels, and that's why I'm worried. Because Annabelle is up on him. He just turned level 7. Witty here catches a few, light very low.
Oh, the dive from Annabelle could be ready to flicker forward, and now it will be Witty falling to Eman as Moreno flicking forward to get that last bad impact.
Team Liquid ID overextending there. I don't know what exactly they were going for. It seems like the was the orange stolen? Where did the orange go? I think that's what they were going for. Liquid was going for the buff.
I think Fabian got it, but might have to. Annabelle does have double buffs.
Yeah, but at what cost? Look, Annabelle is
Ang katinong lineup nung ano, BTR.
Fabian.
Sa late game. Kawawa sila sa late
Just
game
yet,
dito.
no. There's no way he gets to kill Aran there. But yeah, the orange buff is still taken by Fabian up top, light. Try to go in, and Aaron, to answer the questions that we had in the draft, has gone for Purify.
Okay, so again, reliability, consistency. He doesn't want to coin flip his way to a sprint and damage. Team Liquid ID first to the scene here. That's a turtle getting bogged down. The Y brush in control. Aran here holding it down. Fabian scores.
They go for a kill instead.
Wala, nakakill yung ano, BTR. Lamang BTR dito. Kahit nakakuha ng turtle yan. Uy!
So it's a turtle for 2.
All right, this definitely is a win for BTR.
Daya ng Hanzo.
This was a reverse trade in favor of Team Liquid ID earlier, but ooh, the range, you're seeing it now. This is still the early game, and Bigatron are already clapping back that hard.
And that's, again, great for BTR. Not too good for Liquid. They'll need, like you said, 2 to 3K.
Sino representative ng Indo? Ano, BTR tsaka Team Liquid.
At this point, it doesn't look like that's...
It's not gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
Tsaka Onyx Indo. Dami nga eh. Tatlo.
Keep things quite level for the first 5 minutes of the game. Harith already has a Sanguine Claws. We're getting into that mid-game power spike that we were talking about. Luke will be a great tank, even with the ejector here. Luke gonna be comboed in together. Light tries to go for the sustain. Flickers out the safety. Now Annabelle walks back in and gets 4. And Mauer is on force as well. Soul Snatch, but it's only onto Yehezkiel still. And gets the kill. Fabian unable to get the kill back.
Uy!
Walks up. The Queller is an light.
Na-wipe yung ano?
And
BTR?
3 for 1.
There is
ang taba ni Fabian.
When it gets
taba ni Fabian.
Your Tsunami Slam only really targets
Napaplankan
a
sila.
super hero and does it in such a small AoE that when the fight breaks out, no. Annabelle's Ghost. All right. When the fight breaks out, you can't affect as much of the fight as you wish you could. So already Light spent the flicker there.
Galit
He's
si
already
Fabian, ah.
repositioned. Bigatron Esports.
Ginagawa ni Luke, siya lang mag-isa dyan. Patay ka, Luke.
Luke gets taken out, picked off. What was the play there?
No, Eman walks up as well now in a 1v1 against Fabian. But as Eman Force Light walks up, gets a slam down onto Aran, but not enough. Yeah, a good question there, Leo. I'm not sure
What were they thinking?
What Luke was doing there, just opening up all alone. There was no objectives right there. It really looked like more of a mistake than an opening, and it will be a free turtle.
Maybe signs of that chemistry not being all there yet, you know? It's like maybe Luke was thinking something, did not vocalize it, and the rest of Bigatron had to, you know, correct the course. And now, oh, Yehezkiel gets chunked down to a 5th.
I thought it was going to be a free turtle. BTR. Able to pull back.
Comfort hero ni Fabian yan, kaya nga eh.
Force TLID back. Good Sanguine Claws over.
Hindi pa naglalaban Falcon.
Luke trying to zone them away. Light. Tsunami Slam and the
3:30 pa sila.
And Anafel gets read out by Weedy and Aran with the shadow form.
That is the duo of Aran and Weedy going head hunting. They found Anavel, and he could not fight back. Like, there was nowhere for his real body in real life to switch up. So he just had to lay down and take it. That's 2 turtles to Liquid ID, and another turret scored down bottom. Conversion through the roof for the young Stallions.
Moreno's going to be soaking that wave in the bottom lane, and Man trying to get as much gold as possible up top. But in the mid lane, it is Liquid ID looking for the siege. So despite the fact that we were talking about that 3,000 gold lead, not being possible to get taken. Ejector again, Anavel forced back. It was a slam down from Aran as well. But now Liquid have gotten it. They are in control. 3,900 building to a 4,000 gold lead. This is comfortable.
Comfortable is one thing. Actually dominant is another. That's why Team Liquid ID still have to choose their fights. Bigatron is
walang high burst yung ano eh, no?
Truth be told, it's more
Nagkaliya sila pero wala silang ano, burst type na ano, hero sa BTR late game pa.
And that changes things. That might actually shrink.
Kaya ang tapang ng Joey tsaka Hilde,
It might turn the map
nakakabante.
a little more red. Slowly but surely, Anavel's utility will go down, relatively speaking, in this game.
Walang kasabay yung Kaliya.
Liquid's getting better at hunting his body down. Look at this. Aran, oh, she's so chunky now compared to earlier.
Yeah, even with the Soul Snatch, only able to get half of his HP, and that's a Hilda.
Wala, ito.
Walk back in the bush, walk back in the bush.
Wala silang burst eh. Walang
Walang
mabigla si Light
Aran
eh.
is buying time. Aran is holding down certain bushes. He's denying even Luke. That's an Amazonian woman, 6'5", 200 pounds, holding it down against a centaur.
Damn. This Hilda is tanky. Anavel walks up. Weedy is the choice. This is more of just like an opening for him, right? He just wants to open up the map, wants to know where the Jawhead is. They don't have a Selena to do the dirty business that we saw, the dirty work.
That's the difference. That's the difference now. Eman being the MVP.
Di wala lang kasabay yung ano,
Opened up by Moreno.
Kaliyan ni Light eh.
Switched up. Moreno is the core.
Nahihiro
Who's
eh.
gonna fill his shoes? Oh, Luke gets thrown out.
Luke is trying to fill in those
Nag-burst din
shoes,
yung
but
ano
it
si
won't
Luke
be
eh.
enough. Not tanky,
Wala.
not nearly tanky.
Hintay sila super late game dito guys.
Almost gets himself into a tough spot by himself by going in for the slam. Liquid ID get
Super
a
late
free
game.
Lord. That's the first Lord of the game, and
Walang
remember,
pang-burst,
the
tama.
changes to the Lord, it will start charging even here.
This always jumps. Luckily, there are still Holy Shields up for Bigatron Esports. They got about 2 minutes to make the most of that time frame before the Holy Shields go away. This is odd, Mirko. I didn't expect for these tier 1s to still be standing in mid. Is the Bigatron just doing a good job of defending that? Or is Liquid just choosing their fights? Because again, it is, like, logically speaking, harder to defend side lanes.
Yeah, I think Bigatron has really also just been sticking together in the mid
Hindi ko
lane.
nga alam ba't
Kept
walang
everything
Aurora
alive as much as possible.
sa
NFL
ESL eh.
walks
Weird
up,
eh.
gets terrified, and you can see that
That
HP
in-invite
bar,
nila yung
man.
Aurora.
Yeah, you
Aurora
do get punished quite a
PH.
bit now if you get taken down in the shadow form, and this will be a siege.
Parang
finally.
maganda laban
Over to
eh.
Tier 1 in the mid lane. A Tier 2 follows as well. Holy defense for Aman. He's keeping it alive up top, but in the bottom lane, it surely will be procced open. Great ejector from Witty again. Right as he dashes in, this is a charge for the Lord into the base turret. The Holy Defense gets rid of the Lord. Now in the mid lane, another Holy Defense to help BTR defend. Aman has a Holy Crystal, by the way. He just picked it up.
Yep, so again, might be the same story earlier. Eman just slowly but surely getting there. Oh, the collapse.
Tsunami Slam coming down as well.
Patay na naman si Luke eh. Hindi man lang nakapagbitaw ng pathway.
Still be able to survive. Not the same story for Luke. He gets taken down very quickly. Soul Snatch, no damage for Anavel.
So for 4 out of 5 members of Bigatron Esports, they're following the same narrative curve as was in Game 1. Sure, Team Liquid will find a mid-game power spike, stay in control for a majority of that, and then suddenly, this is what we're waiting for.
Wala, laging
Suddenly,
papatayin
Light
si Luke
might find
dito.
a sixth sense
Di siya makunat eh.
initiation and just jump in Tsunami slam the right target and then go from there. But
malakas Aurora PH
it's but a
ngayon, sobrang
fever
lakas.
dream, for Bigatron Esports. The red robots are still wondering how to do that. You asked me earlier for a gold lead expectation. How about a time frame, Mirko? When is Moreno ready?
But I think we got to take a look at the items for that. We got to see how many items teams got. Eman, Moreno, Annabelle, these three members. But, you know, another factor is the front line. Light and Luke have just not been able to frontline well. This Hylos, 0 and 5 currently, so very far behind of Aran. And you can definitely see how much he's struggling here. Up against the Jawhead, you already struggle, right? But the fact that you're 0-5 and you're up against the Jawhead, that means your defenses are just really bad right now.
Which has been an issue for Bigatron Esports.
Hintay super late game tong BTR.
13-minute bout and counting.
Hintay super late game to.
The heals from Kalia and the revitalize from Luke seem to be band-aid solutions to the surefire bullets that are thrown out by Team Liquid. Because
sa sila dito sa
very little if the kind
sa
of
Sicilian na sa sila Sicilian dito.
So now
Bigay lang.
Literally, this is the Lord wearing a Team Liquid ID jersey, and it's gonna be.
Kailangan pumersa ng ng Team Liquid, may immortality siya, no?
If you're a fan of the cavalry.
It is 10-5, 13 minutes in with the crazy goal lead that they've been able to get. Again, the goal lead that in the early game was held off by Bigatron Esports, but as we got into the 8th minute, I think it was, that goal lead went from 1K to a 4K goal lead, and now it's building up to what, a 7,000 goal lead? Bigatron still have ways to clear. They have the Harith, a Sicilian as well, Hanzo, all really good at clearing.
Sa Lord.
They surely will lose a base turret,
and
that will hurt their chances of contesting for the next neutral objective.
All right, before this crash, would be good to check up on items. Moreno does have a lightning trunch, so should help with damage dissemination. Oh, this is Fabian. All right, pops that ghost. Oh, Annabelle did get much out of that one.
Yeah, great move by Fabian. Holding in for the blade surge there. Able to
nice one.
In time. Winnie caught all alone.
Nice one, Bowie.
All the way back, and we will be taken down. Aran walks up as well. Gets caught by Moreno.
Nice one.
Claws, and that's going to be the soul snatch to take
Bowie
him
BTR
down.
dun.
2 base turrets.
Got 2 base
Only
turrets.
2 frontliners value for Team Liquid ID.
Makabasag sila
You know what? Bigatron Esports should still thank their lucky stars. They survived with 1 inhibitor. I'm pretty sure that one down bottom was gonna go anyways, and they still
Go light,
took
flicker
down a
light,
couple
flicker
on the
light.
way out.
First skill, second skill, flicker.
Not here to
Kaso,
help.
sa
The
Beksahan na lang.
cores of Team Liquid ID, Annabelle comes through. Ghost gets popped real quick, and the rest of Team Liquid are on recovery mode. I don't think they were ready to lose 2 that quick.
No, definitely not. It's still a great trade again for Liquid ID. They lose out on Witty, lose out on Aran. But it's all
Kailangan
good.
gumaw ng Liquid
That's more than they
para makabasag
It's
ng
a
tower.
permanent trade. Like, you lose things that respawn compared to like your base being open.
Yeah, and it's a good trade in the end, right? Sure, Bigatron got a turret, but it's a tier 1. They have. Wow, I just realized Liquid, that was their first turret taken by Bigatron Esports.
That's how bad it was.
That was, yeah, I mean, right now, 6.8k goal lead for Team Liquid ID. They're just going to play the slow game. There's really no reason for them to put themselves
Wala
in a risky
Aurora,
spot.
guys.
We'll just wait
Hindi
for
ko
the
alam
Aurora,
eh,
play
ba't
the
di
far
sila
lane,
nakasali.
and then, but I think
Sayang
here,
naman. Malakas sila ngayon eh, Aurora.
holding the wave once again.
Yep, Friesen denying Moreno the resources, denying Eman another locked-in item. So this feels miserable for Bigatron, I gotta tell you now. Because even Annabelle can't touch his buffs. I can't remember the last time Annabelle secured a safe buff.
Yeah, it's been like the orange buff, but even then he had to consume the orange buff to really get it.
Moreno.
Fabian,
Nice check, Moreno.
Moreno sees it, spots him out. Bad impact down. Purple buff should be taken out, and I think Eman should be the one taking it. Yes.
Yep.
And it will be Eman. Bottom lane slow pushing once again for Team Liquid ID. They go straight for the Lord.
Annabelle refusing to devour it. He has to give it to the hero who needs it. At this point, it's Eman, not Moreno just yet. Team Liquid ID already starting to dance, playing with range. Annabelle pops the ghost here, and they begin.
Yun lang, ganda ng counter-engage ni Weedy. Wala, ubos yung BTR. Grabe yung yung hintay ni Weedy doon. Lupit ng counter-engage niya.
To go for the steal, but it's impossible at this point of the game.
In vain. Anything Bigatron Esports tries now out of the realm of defense is in vain. So they have 3 members here to hunker down. Luckily, Light will be back and Luke will be back for the Lord push happening in about 20 seconds
abot naman sila
now. Lord should be coming through bot. And
abot naman sila.
They have to feel a certain level of frustration. Mirko,
may chance pa to?
Ghost does nothing.
No, it really doesn't. Annabelle hasn't been able to do anything after, I think, past the first turtle that he stole. That was it. That was the
Wag lang mahuli si Eman. May chance pa to.
Because again, for Liquid ID, they're just playing it so well, right? They're grouping up together every single time, and they are bursting through Annabelle every time he walks up. If it's not burst, it's CC. That ejector has been amazing from Witty.
And say what you will about that cooldown being much faster.
Walang purify si Eman, di abot.
You're basically doing it over and over again.
Nice uli.
What it is. The Glorious Pathway dropped down by Luke and he gets ejected.
Uh-oh,
nice dip. Nice dip. Kaya pa.
Good poke over to Aaron Shiki.
Buhay pa, humihinga pa.
Have all been dealt with, and you can see the discipline from Team Liquid ID.
Nice light.
There's no reason for them to keep on going.
Ganun lang eh.
Should be able to take this. He will. Bigatron, again, able to defend, but what cost now? 3 base turrets down.
Team Liquid ID, I think they made the right call here. Deciding that there's no point in forcing the issue.
Kailangan mapatway agad siya eh.
This is the same story of that push for bottom and mid. So now Liquid ID learning from that lesson. They can just play it slow again. Look at this Light jumping in, looking for an engagement. Does not have.
Aaron Shiki, patay ata Aaron Shiki tinga. Nice try.
Good response from Fabian there. Aaron had to jump over. Does he have a win in nature, by the way, Aaron? Or is he just going glass cannon here, thinking that, again, his front line will be enough to hold off the Hanzo?
Folks, there is very little incentive for Aaron Shiki to build Wind of Nature. He's only afraid of Annabelle in that case. Everyone else does magic damage. So that should be a question we'll be getting the answer to in just a bit when we get the item check.
Should be a rose gold, right? Witty, no immortality, was popped just earlier in the team fight. Light has just bought that immortality. So far, Light hasn't really been able to get those big tsunami slams, right? It's really just been Witty, Aran, these frontliners. I don't even think we've seen Fabian get tsunami slammed yet.
Nope.
Mahirapan sila bigyan si Aran.
Again, it's the frontliners that you'll get those easy slams on.
Nakati na Twilight Armor na yan eh.
To get the good targets like Yehezkel and Aaron Shiki. And that's even counting those battle spells. He has to watch out for the Flicker, has to watch out for the Purify, or else he put himself in his position that a Jawhead usually finds himself in. You know, just constantly deep behind enemy lines. Now that the Lord has spawned up top, Liquid making a beeline for it, and the concealed play coming in. Bigatron Esports looking for one. Light,
Moreno.
Flicker, and a Tsunami Slam online.
Nice one, Light.
And one up top.
Tsunami Slam over to Witty. Doesn't have the immortality. Goes to Projector. That's purified from Eman.
Nice
Witty
purify.
taken down right now. Zaran's going to be dealt with by Annabelle, who's dealing so much damage. But
Wala,
Luke will fall
patay
as
si
well.
Eman.
We're going to try to go for the kill with the bad impact and the flicker, but won't be able to find it. Light caught again. That is the curse blast together with Aaron Shaky.
Kaya pa ito lumaban, ha? Wag lang
in favor of TLID. Only the damage dealers.
Wag lang maano.
Another 20.
Di na check. Nice. Kaya to, kaya.
Doing a lot of damage.
Jumps in over, around in the back as well. That's a big bong over. Immortality bought by Annabelle. Moreno and Aman not going to be there to help him out. Moreno walking up finally. Now pops in the back piece, but Aran deals with it.
Eman.
Walks up now, up against Fabian. The Blaze Surge going to be chained up.
Eman.
Claws lands on him. Immortality for both, and it's a
Eman.
fish in there.
Eman.
Crowd, it's another big pack. Impact.
Eman, pakitaan mo.
Eman, the only one left.
Magkakalat to, magkakasayaw to, magkakasayaw ulit to. Sayaw. Sayang Eman, nagmadali ka 1 second yung sayaw mo.
It's a double kill.
Nice try.
With Witty spawning in.
Naalis siya dire-diretso.
Only the 2 frontliners left to defend for BTR.
Mali yung sayaw niya dun.
The red robots are facing down the inevitable. Game 3 is just around the corner. Luke drops the glorious pathway. Light and him are trying their best.
Game 3, guys.
8 seconds on Annabelle. Light's trying his best again. Tsunami Slam in vain. Luke is zoning the man away. Actually able to dish out enough damage, but again, the frontliners
GG. Sayang, nice try.
on the base with the minions. An equalizer. from the Indonesian champs.
We're going all the way.
Hirap ng Kalea, walang kasabay.
Those, the Team Liquid ID.
Masyadong backline yung dalawa eh. Kasi yung Hilda kaya ma-flank. Tinatarantado lang yung Hanzo, pati yung ano, Sicilian. Paano namatay si Sicilian kanina? Sino nakapatay sa Sicilian? Ah, dito pala.
Now up against Fabian, Blade Surge going to be chained up already, but Sanguine Claws lands on him. Immortality for both, and it's a great synchro vision there. Wins the crowd, it's another big bang. Impact.
The weaker draft. What happened?
I think it came down to comfort
GG
and
guys.
execution, and the fact that we did not acknowledge that.
Yan natin ibang game, ibang game. BTR versus Rage. Tapos dito. 2-0 na. Turkey. Sino ba yung influence Rage? Comeback. Comeback guys. Comeback.
Completely
Item
stopping
check.
the aggression coming in from BTR, even with the glorious pathway. The linearity, the how
Item
straightforward
check.
BTR want to engage TLID became their biggest downfall.
Yep. Plus, their one way to cut through the back line was made null and void. TLID just said, "Nuh-uh, Annabelle, no. No, this is a no ghost zone."
Yeah, even with the item power spike, right? He got the item power spike in the end. Full items, by the way, from the Hanzo. You'd expect way more impact from the Hanzo in the later stages of the game, but
Walang damage eh.
And with much
Yeah,
velocity.
Kinulang sa damage.
Annabelle at some point said like,
Aurora naman.
"Oh yeah,
Wala nga Aurora eh.
He just
Hindi niya
let that
kasali eh.
performance anxiety affect him, and he just gave up. He just started willy-nilly throwing.
Nanalo na
that
Onyx
out.
versus
See, guys, I
China.
told you nothing's happening.
Yeah, I mean, after looking at how the mid game went,
GG
if your
guys.
frontliners can't really open up the map for you.
Dito.
At least with
Wala matagal
Annabelle,
pa to.
throwing out the ghost form out there is probably your best
Uy!
bet to get that information, right? I mean, it's a non-committal ult as well with minimal punishment, but just look at that graph. We see by the 15-minute mark,
Onyx Philippines
the
first team
substantial
with ID.
lead from TLID is what kept them alive until
Meron
the
Aurora.
spikes
Aurora
came
Turkey nga lang.
online for Bigatron Esports.
it was just too much for Bigatron to handle. We were talking about the gold lead having to be like 2,000 to 3,000. They
Onyx
beat that
versus Falcon, no?
by the time we were talking about like 8
Standing
minutes, 9 minutes,
1-1,
they
2-0,
have
2-0.
2,000 to 3,000 gold lead, but they got a 4,000
Next.
gold lead out of nowhere. It was one big fight, 3
Onyx
kills to
Falcon,
1. They took
RRQ,
control and the
Oshi, Alpha
capitalization,
7.
man, of
Sino yung Alpha
that
7?
lead of that team. That's where TLID get to shine when their individual
RRQ
brilliance
versus
translates
RRQ?
over to objectives. That's when they get the snowball, and we saw that from Fabian.
Yep. Objectives is his middle name.
RRQ versus
and
former
the
RRQ, guys.
What?
Usurper?
Fave, objectives, usurper.
Okay.
Yeah. So the way the team takes advantage of that flow, that momentum, leads to Liquid just not allowing the opponents to do anything. If you'll remember, what was that? Just one single turret that BTR got to touch.
Tier 1 mid.
20 minutes into the game. And that's because Fabian
watch
got
party.
5 kills, 9 assists.
Watch party
but he
nila siya,
also
no?
was playing man-to-man defense on every single thing on the map that
Kala ko watch
believes
party
is
nila
his.
sa MP eh.
I think that the punishment coming out for TLID was what's so good about them this game. Especially, like, we're just seeing, off of that first blood on that top side translates to a whole bunch more kills, inevitably getting the tier 1 down bot side, and not to mention, coming up to that very first lord, they got max value. They got to push all the way up to an inhibitor target to get that extra bit of damage. Coming in towards, like, the mid to late game, I wish we saw a little bit more from Light on this Kalia.
Thank you,
I was really
Ira.
thinking that
Thank
it
you,
was gonna
Clarice.
kinda, mitigate the early game damage we were
Wala, ang tagal
expecting
pa.
from TLID.
Yeah, this is
Fabian
game
MVP.
was just not present. I think it was due to, again, the
Favorite ni
Josh,
Fabian
right?
tong
Every time he
suyo.
rejected that new passive, the more damage the whole team does, and they have a lot of burst, man. Together with Aaron Chiki, who also has physical def shred, by the way, right, in the second skill. So it ultimately became a battle of burst, and Team Liquid ID definitely had the advantage there. Whenever anyone walked up forward, they would just get shredded so quick. Even the Ilos. We were thinking about a beefy boy for BTR. We saw the beefy boy, but it wasn't a beefy boy in the game. It was a very squishy boy.
Actually, one thing that we didn't touch upon was how much disruption that TLID actually has across their entire roster. Their draft alone was able to, like, if you got 3 people with a good amount of, well, quote-unquote peel, just mini stuns, raw stuns, displacements,
so crazy, guys.
that was ridiculous. Ghost form, null and void. High loss, null and void. Kalia, even if you do pick somebody up, null and void. Bring the score to 1-1, which begs the question, who's going to take it away at the very end here in this best of 3? We're going to be going on a short break in just a little
Onyx
bit.
versus Falcon eh, ang tagal eh.
Here, but when we come back, oh boy, the conclusion
3:30 pa ata to, guys eh.
on Stream A. We're going to be back after a short break. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters.
Tagal,
we'll be
guys.
back right after these messages.
Break muna. Uy, may tugtog, guys. Baka maka-copyright tayo dyan.
To prepare yourself facing up against the
Panoorin nga natin to, guys.
He got on ready. Wasa and Block.
Do they have enough
Malupit kaya ito mga to, guys.
now? I do believe so, especially after OG doesn't really find the angle that he wants. Now looking at the base turret, 2 towers has been taken down there to turrets and stage. Will
Odette
on his have the option to leash for your jungler, and there you go. Right, Moji is on his 3rd camp there. So now Influence Rage slightly behind. Take a look at the Hilda there, trying to be annoying already towards the Joy. This is what we mentioned from the draft as well, right? The Joy are very, very yeah, that's a risk taken there. That's a gamble. And now in the mid 3v2 potential fight for now. Bloodspat and friends. It seems like they will move. Apply pressure onto Shan.
Joy,
and Paquito will be the first casualty in this game as Shan barely survives. Pops his flicker.
Tatalino na ng ibang bansa. Marunong na silang mag-freeze.
Notes were almost going to bounce off of Shan, hit Hilton, and back to him and take him out, but then again, he understands, okay, Notes...
Sira yung mic nung isang shotcaster.
But then again, taking a look at the itemization...
ang dami, tatlo yung stream eh.
Luna's blessing for 3 members, so that's a lot of fast...
Tatlo yung stream, iba-iba.
From that flank as well.
Oh no, shadow kill. It's a mess out there. Jotun almost taken out there as well, but Influence Rage actually might, they have done an equalize 1-1.
Yeah, it's a lot of the high mobility, especially with the
kulit nung Hilda naka-assassin emblem ang putik.
Movements, lots of high aggressions coming in from
nandito pala si Monster.
Especially for Influence Rage, where you have that Chow coming in from that flank on that bottom side. He needs to
Onyx MDL to, guys eh.
lanes in this meta.
Nasa Indo, kasama ko pa to pag nag-workout eh. Nakaraan eh.
Yeah, and let's see here, flicker from Wasa. Influence Rage trying
Panoorin natin ang galawan niya.
And the turtle spin. Paquito though still level 3. Moonsters now jumping into the backslide. It's gonna be the retribution falling for Jotun. Now it's gonna be Influence Rage not going for more. Very disciplined there, and Papara Supermassive, no compensation.
Chan popping that swan song, keep everyone else alive, and
25.000 dari Samuan, pesan gelar ucapin ultah buat Ega ke-21 tahun.
Taking what you can and just getting out the way.
Apa itu? Birthday? Yeah, happy birthday to you.
To be able to read where Influence Rage
Thank you for thank you. Masih banget donate niya.
Actually, it's the Chill Roam and the Badang in the XP side. I just immediately realized that a little bit slower rotation if you have Badang on the EXP, but you have higher scaling, higher, faster level gain, and you'll become a menace in the late game. So there's going to be a tough matchup for Influence Rage in the early game if they don't play their cards right, if you're making mistakes on the rotation side.
And yeah, I thought it was going to be Moonsters rocking that Cho as well, but no, it's going to be I guess a conventional, right? It's a conventional Cho in the roam position. And yeah, again, similar to game 1. Influence Rage and Papara Supermassive here. It's even Stevens here for the first 4 minutes.
I think the house
Brazil.
pickup was just the disrupt
Brazil na si Monster.
and that we won't see that as of now, but it's gonna be a big hurdle that After Dark needs to
Parang ang tamlay ng shoutcaster dito
in the mid to late stage of the game, and Chen already has the ultimate ready. It's picking up that swan song, trying to deflect any of these advances. 14 minutes till the turtle spawns up. Influence Rage, making a beeline for that, trying to zone everyone out before.
Ano, 1-1.
A big move.
Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Wow!
Waiting to pull the
Pakito.
trigger, and that is going to be the trigger pulled
Pakito.
by Influence Rage. Bloodspat didn't even have time to pop his own flicker. That's going to be the second neutral objective taken by Jotun. And for now, Influence Rage seems to have more control over Papara.
There's a lot of high aggression coming in from Influence Rage. I'm not happy about the previous game. But this time around, though, Influence Rage sitting into the jungles where we thought Papa Supermassive has to line up to make this work. But then again, to your point in the draft, Goni, it's the Odette not really working too well.
Skip Pakito, Chogan.
With the Kraken, though.
Yeah, good opening. But no follow.
Pwede ka, Pakito, ah.
I guess good response, right, from the side of Influence Rage. And take a look at bottom side. It's going to be Xiao. Take him down. The turret is defended, though. And Papara Supermassive, that's not worth the trade.
Yeah, not worth it at all. Spending underneath that turret, but they have their eyes on Xiao. Moji wants to hold on to the shadow kill. Doesn't want to commit to Jotun. He knows that Jotun is able to dash away and survive on that one. But there's a lot of high rotations coming in for Influence Rage. And they're influencing split push from Papara in the 5-minute mark. That's a very early movement for the rotations. Coming in for Influence Rage. And they're learning from their mistakes from the previous game as well.
I think Influence Rage here, at least for the first 6 minutes, right? They're more composed, right? They're actually very stable, but then again, they lose out the first game on that late game. So let's see here. Will Influence Rage choke again? And will Papara Supermassive right now with the conceal trying to look for a pick-off? Influence Rage,
Wala ng conceal. Yari kayo kay Cho.
Yeah, you read that like an open book. But Influence Rage now has the
Pakito
on the turtle. Hasn't set up yet. The watch up. Pakito trying to find one.
Pakito, Cho. Palis kay Joto na retry. Ubos. Wow, Chan!
Swan Song finds the damage. Moji stuck. No man's land. That's just Pakito traded for 3 plus the.
Sino ba nalabit Terber's ID? Wala pa, 1-1 pa lang.
In trouble. Let's take a look at Wasa. Good luck.
Putik, nasisira na yung mic nung shotcaster. Sira na yung mic niya.
Committing all of their ultis, and like I said in the draft, you have the Jawheads and Totems, they're high committal heroes. You have to be really in your face in order for anything to work.
Game 3 na ba, guys?
Really having that one whip right yet again. Monster goes down.
Oh no, it's not looking good for Papara.
Game 3 ba? O game 3 na? Drop na drop.
Yeah,
Utilitarian
it's like
Jawhead.
pragmatic. It's not explosive. It's not high impact. It's pragmatic. Like he'll make the most of that kit.
He'll do it for charity. That's
right.
what he's looking for.
It's for the future.
It's for the kids.
That's right.
That's
Now,
why he's wise. That's why the wisest amongst the young stallions. Coming into the second phase
Bagal,
here, this is where it's going to get real scary. We've seen strong openers from both of these teams. And once again, Arang going to get his hands on the Hilda. I wouldn't be too surprised if Bigatron decide to go for high loss once more. They've got composition.
Wala. May Kalia pa. Wala nagkalia.
But are there other options we're missing out? Huh.
Yep.
Badang, I guess, right?
Yes, but also a mid laner. Like, what is BTR gonna play?
I think
because like I could have sworn they were gonna go for the Selena again.
Yeah, there you go.
Hurt Liquid so bad. There, never mind.
Yeah, it gets banned out. That's a good read by Liquid ID. They know how scary it is to go up against Moreno when they have a Cho to help the Selena to open up the map.
It's just too perfect. You don't lose, man. You learn.
Exactly. But they've also made the question of what's the final ban going to be for BTR? Are they going to get rid of the Farsa like we saw previously in game number 1 picked up by TLID? They're going to go for the Moskov instead, which means Farsa will fall into the hands of TLID.
What does Shikster play then? Claude?
Carry, Claude.
Still sound like
Parsa.
Yeah. I'm with Leo on this one. I'm not a big fan right now.
Parsa.
What else? Like Beatrix is even worse against the Cho, right? So
he's always just
Moskov.
to the Claude, man.
Yeah, I think the Claude will
Farsa.
probably be the last pick coming in for the Liquid ID. They do go for the Farsa. This time it's a bit more risky because you have a Joy on the other side, but again, it's the same kind of formula that they went for in game 1, but just better. They
Valentina.
have enough dive to
Walang
create
susin,
a
Loy,
safe space for the
Valentina,
Farsa to just feather airstrike.
Eve,
Man, I find it so
Valentina,
strange
Eve,
that TLID is now reverting to,
Vexana.
hey, instead of like playing around our 2 big cores, Aaron Shiki now takes a back step, and Witty has gone up in priority in terms of the draft. I'm so used to seeing jungle marksman. Let's go.
Yeah, and then the mid lane later, like a Xavier, like a random pick.
Joy, syempre. May Joy pa. Ayun, nag-Joy na pala.
Now, Bigatron Esports
Eve.
gonna be lucky the high loss as
Eve
well
high loss.
as the Eve this time round to kind of keep it within the box.
Okay.
Di muna ako siguro magta-timer live. Nag-ano ako eh, kakagaling ko lang po sa sakit eh.
The Jawhead in game number 2.
Nagkasakit ako nung nakaraan eh. Ilang araw po ako nagkasakit kaya ano. Pinapahinga ko muna ang aking ano.
No one there to back
Lalamunan. So,
support now. Like,
sobrang lala eh.
Around this high loss. feels so
Lumalang
much
aking
better.
ano.
And yeah, I'm gonna say it. This is a Claude game for Shiki, especially since we confirmed the Hylos and the Eve.
Yeah,
he has to protect himself. He has to pick a very mobile
Claude.
hero.
Claude ba yan? Ano ata yan eh?
It's gonna be MI here.
Claude
Alright.
nga ah.
You guys
Panis
called
ah.
the draft so far. Which team are you favoring at this point?
Panis
based
nga.
off of the drafts?
All right, we say it on together.
Eve Hylos eh, no?
1, Liquid.
Yeah. Ooh, both.
Wait, are you cursing?
Stream
Are you
snipe
cursing?
ka ata eh.
I'm not trying to curse.
Okay.
Listen, Leo, I try to curse. For
Tapos
because
na ako,
it
Nick,
doesn't
di
work.
pa?
Okay, you just like this draft. I really like the draft.
Returning at 15:30. 3:30 pa guys.
This is game 1 draft, but better for Liquid.
I agree. I agree that it's a game 1 draft, but slightly better. But I think that Bigatron, this is more within their play style, right? At least they have a couple more options in the way they can
Aaron
actually
Chigiting.
engage and play from multiple different angles here. But that's just me playing devil's advocate at this point. As we are gonna start heading
Aaron
into game 3,
Chigiting.
I'm excited to see
Aaron
how this is gonna
Chigiting.
play out one more time because this is a
Papanoorin kay Onyx.
one with the big difference being, hey, we got
Siyempre
Eve, you wanna
papanoorin
keep
ko yung
it in the
Onyx.
box,
Gusto ko panoorin yung
rather
Onyx
than
Falcon.
throwing out random bolts and praying that it mixes. Now, take it over our casters. It's going to be Mirko and as well as Leo taking the mic.
It's time to get into the Land of Dawn and finally settle the score. Who gets the dub here? Is it Bigatron Esports with the momentum snatched from underneath them by Team Liquid ID with a draft that, again, we would argue and admit takes some cues from both Game 1 and Game 2.
We gotta remember though, Leo, in game 2, we did also say that we like Bigatron's draft a bit more, right?
Oh no.
It's a thing for Bigatron, really. When they don't have the stronger draft, usually they execute the game plan a bit better. And when they do have the stronger draft,
no one yaran.
You know, it's just a Bigatron thing, man. You know, I've been a fan of this team for so long. I know their patterns, and that's been the pattern for the longest time.
Eman.
Whoa!
Ah, this is Eman?
In the bottom lane, Eman just...
What put him in that corner? You see that corner?
It's almost like he got scolded by the teacher, told to just stand in the corner.
That's right. Oh my god. Time out. Time out, Eman.
What?
That is a free first blood down.
Oy, nice stun, Luke.
Oh, yeah. Skill gonna be caught. Annabelle puts in the beats a bit rough. Fabian's still able to claim it. Annabelle gets level 4. Now jumps back over to Fabian. Soul Sever coming in. Annabelle electrifying beats to escape.
So far, Team Liquid ID, they're playing to this tempo, their tempo, the Liquid Stampede trademark. Team Liquid up by about 500 gold, and the first turtle will be spawning in the upper quarter in about 20 seconds. So we saw that the gold lane definitely is a win for Aaron Shaky. Great start for him. How about that mid lane? What's that mid lane like?
I think it should be favorable for the Eve. It really comes down to the roamers to turn it around. Ejector Luke pops in revitalized, and that is the Jawhead we're talking about. Hylos shredded down.
Witty waking up. His investment in this Jawhead paying off, saying, Coach, I'm playing Jawhead today. You can't stop me. Team Liquid ID scores a massive
Grabe. Tinatarantado lang sila ni Aran.
Stop him from picking that Jawhead, man. The Jawhead, then the high-lows pick up. Eman in the bottom lane, Feather Airstrike locking him down. Another kill onto Eman with Aaron Shiki picking up the kill.
Wala, ang taba ni Aaron Shiki. Cloud na naka-early.
Team Liquid ID in the early game is on Eman, and Aran here just bothering Annabelle, living in his personal space.
Down below, Aaron still able to escape Jeet Kune Do from Light.
Mukhang Team Liquid to
They were able to soak in down below, and that's a lot of gold Eman will be missing out on, by the way. Gold Crab completely denied away from him. So Aaron's probably sitting on like a 600, 700 gold lead early on. Fabian also has a big gold lead with a kill. There you go. We get to see the gold leaderboard.
Big money.
Oh,
Eman's trying. Eman's catching up.
Wow.
He took a cap. You see that? He took a small cap. Oh, Glorious Pathway.
Wait, the dragon locking him down.
Annabelle?
Annabelle
Nastan pa rin si Annabelle dun.
Over the Feather Airstrike.
Ayun, ubus kayo.
Luke coming down as well. Eman. So kind of way Aran falls under the real world manipulation, and it will be a kill.
Ubus ang
Luke
BTR.
traded for Witty.
All right, there's one way to counter the real-world manipulation. Number one, force it.
Wala na, abante na ng abante ang Team
Walk
Liquid.
up to it in a way that your opponent regrets putting it in that spot. Aran here gets flushed out by Eman. Dude, 3.5 minutes in, Liquid is unrelenting. They are making Eman's life a living hell.
Taba ni Aaron Shiki nito.
It's a great move.
They're oppressing him.
This has been a way for Bigatron to, you know, get wins in the past. Even when the team loses, they can always just rely on Eman, on the Granger, to carry in the mid game. But this time, it'll be a bit later, I think, for Eman to get those items. And even then, Aaron,
Patay ka,
Witty
Eman.
coming down as well. Unstoppable force. Flicker out from
Muntik
Eman.
na.
Goes in for a bit more damage over to Witty, who's going to be very low. Aaron should get the Blazing Duet coming down as well.
Panis
Two members down below. That
2v1.
means Bigatron have a man advantage up top.
That is huge. It's a 3v4 there, but Light still goes down first. Yehezkiel pops him.
Retribution. One out by Annabelle. Moreno taking low, still able to cut away.
One
Aran walking up again. Annabelle looking for RW. Went for the shielding. Aran bypasses it.
Buhay pa rin si Aran.
Revitalize a
Grabe ka, Aran.
Fabian to take Annabelle down.
And Aran gets away with murder. Who'd have thunk by diving 2 turrets deep, jumping onto Moreno, getting the kill, getting out would be possible. And this whole time, Witty and Aaron Shiki do not get punished. That was a 3v4, Miracle, 3v4!
Whoa. A win 3v4, 3 kills to nothing. They only got a turtle out of that.
Liquid is so back.
They are angry. After that game 1 loss, BTR now in a tough spot for the airstrike coming down as well. And Mom might just be taken down by the Feather Airstrike. Light able to provide backup in time, but man, they are really shutting down Eman.
Oh.
Team Liquid na to, no?
I said 3.5 minutes, it's on Eman.
Wala, umihirapan na sila patayin yung Hilda. Naka-radiant armor na to.
Playing an enforcer, a bodyguard, an escort for
Kasi
Eman,
hindi pa
but
mataba
it's
yung
not
Granger
working
na
out.
Eman.
Like, this means the rest of the map for Bigatron is passive, is defensive.
You can see it again. Even taking this orange buff is a problem. Aran is just taking those shots like a champ. The cannon minion with a trade up top. Orange buff still being held on, but Fabian wants it. He's a level ahead of Annabelle. Revitalize.
Hindi makakuha ng timing sila ito.
HP, Eman's over there as well. The retribution will come through from Fabian to steal this orange buff.
Hindi makakuha ng ano eh.
Perfect timing. No turtle coming
Tamang timing siya ano eh. Light eh.
Annabelle's been busy. Annabelle worked out that trade up top, the tier 1 takedown. But there is their own tier 1 who's like, what, a breath away from going down as well. Turtle spawning in just a bit. And look at this, very sneaky. Team Liquid ID know that they're so ahead that they can still win the 3v4s, 3v5s. They keep Witty and Shiki down here.
Conceal. Over from Witty. Eman's gonna clear out the wave in the middle.
Patay yata si Eman, guys.
Force. Eman with a flicker out. Oh, that's
Uy,
a
nice
flicker.
predict,
Also responding.
Witty.
Overblazing duet from
Pero
Yeah, Hezkiel gets taken
patay
down.
siya yun,
It's a
Shiki.
man advantage.
Nice
They can
one.
make that too. Shiki falls.
Nahabol sila.
Oh, Annabelle looking for the kill. Fabian able to dash away again. Eman with that Sonata. 2 for 0 in favor of BTR.
The biggest of all clutches, suddenly, what seemed like an engagement initiated by Team Liquid ID turns into a 2-man pickoff for Bigatron Esports. Amazing response from the Red Robots.
Great read from Annabelle on that Joy. Coming in late to the team fight now, tickling Aran with that damage. It's really not taking any. Back to the bush, back to full HP. Annabelle.
Wala, mahirapan sila i-contest.
But he will not be able to contest. They will be happy just by leveling the lead just a bit more.
Yep.
Nakahabol si Eman dun ah.
From about 4,000 approaching to just 2,500 gold, 7.5 minutes in. Final turtle going over to Team Liquid ID. Still in control of the game.
Ibang Aurora yan. Aurora Turkey yan, hindi yan Aurora
Team
PH.
Liquid ID, honestly. They could snap any moment. Bear down on this buff down here. Light shoved out of that bush.
Luke walks back in. Luke trying to get control over this. Annabelle, level 11 to Fabian's 12. Alright. TLID won't force the issue. They'll go straight to the mid lane, poke and light out.
Di makakuha ng timing. Visit to heal de.
Using the retribution.
Grabe man check eh.
Both teams are
sinusundan lang yung Chu eh.
Waves at this point, waiting for the next neutral objective to spawn.
Alright, looking at the item check here, that's a gold lead across the board, the most massive one between the junglers, Favian and Annabelle, just a Starlium Scythe on Annabelle, while a BOD on the way here for Favian. Does Shiki know? Did he see Annabelle here?
No.
Kaba ni Aaron Shiki.
Sneaky. Oh, cancels it. He might go for the kill. Does he want to go for the 1v1?
They don't know where everyone is. They only see where the Suyo is.
Oh, look at that cut.
Annabelle walks off. The PMI gets placed down. Annabelle will be able to clear it out. Unstoppable force all the way to the back. And that's the big one. Taken down by Aran. Lu walking up as well.
Counter engage.
Looking for the damage again. Winnie able to flicker around as Iman goes for the detonata. Fabian.
Pero inaura ni Eskel tsaka ni Pab yan.
Away from that tier 2.
The commitment and the patience by Team Liquid ID. Impressive. The fact that it took a while for them to actually see where everyone else was, and they're still committed to getting at least one takedown. And how fortunate it is for the Cavalry that it's a jungler, that it's Annabelle. It's a key pickoff. And here they hold their ground. 10 seconds until the Lord spawns. Lower quarter of the map. Team Liquid ID relentless. Like they're not letting Bigatron Esports breathe. They're both freezing the lanes and making sure that if Bigatron commits to something, somewhere else on the map cracks.
Well, there you go. Back to where they started. Not really where they started, but it's closer, right? It was 5,000 gold lead when Bigatron got 2 for 0. Team Liquid back to almost a 4,000 gold lead. Witty in the bush. This time, Immortality. Oh, Mon gets chunked down for the airstrike, forcing him to flicker out. Light goes in for the kick, but Yeskiel is able to flicker out. Now Luke gets brought back in the blazing duet there. Way the Dragon canceled out by the Purify. It is all clean from Liquid ID.
A lot of
Pipitas-pitasin lang nila ito si Luke. Ang lambot lang ni Luke ngayon.
Only resulting in a takedown.
Lambot ni Luke niyan.
Luke is out. There's ill intentions from Favian and Witty. They see Annabelle.
Oh, that ejector over to Fabian. Annabelle will have the dashes. Can he escape? Yes, he can. Turret taken by the minions in the bottom lane as Annabelle pushed it earlier. Yeskiel in the bush. Looking for the stun. Moreno with the flicker out. Almost catching him. Yeskiel wings by wings out of there. No Purify for Aaron because, well, stayed patient with the BMI. Did not rush to it. Forced Light out of the cooldown of the Jikundo.
Impressive spatial awareness by the Ghost of Jakarta, Yeskiel. Died only once this game. How he claimed that moniker. Every time, in this single fight alone, he has dodged so many frontline, backline hunters from Bigatron Esports, and now he's back in the fight. Again, this is what you get with that buff on Farsa. The wings by wings gets you there so much sooner.
And this is what you get when you put Yeskiel on a signature high ground hero. Witty, unstoppable force at the ejector. Luke able to sustain out of it though. Light not going through.
Light, anong ginagawa nila?
Airstrike. Use up Annabelle walking forward now. Goes for electrifying.
Reto yan. Kaso punish kay Pab yan.
Fabian who claims the Lord. Aran stops Annabelle in his tracks.
Grabe ka, Fabian, at you.
With a big ticket win. A lesser jungler would have panicked when they see a fully charged up, stacked out. Electrifying beats Joy. Fabian, not that kind of jungler. 404 errors not found for Team Liquid so far. They've been playing clean, man. Sure, there was a 2-man pick-off in the mid-game, but now, at 11.5 minutes, a Lord on their side.
Tabanan ni Aaron Chikiting.
They're clean. They can take this slow. Again, the same cadence
Napagpam na mga si Aaron Chikiting.
That work again.
Oh, Melfic gun for Aaron Shiki. Leo, this is what we call a stompy stomp.
This is a Liquid stampede to the finest. TM.
Race to the power of 5.
Cubed.
See Halberd for Eman, a bit more firepower for BTR to play with, but
not nearly enough to deal with just the front line alone. Aran, this game is still the untouchable. Oh wait, no, that's A-Rock. Close enough.
Wait. All right, they're pushing in. Every wave synced well through. And Bigatron Esports have to deal with this right now. Luke drops the glorious pathway. They're trying the feathered airstrike.
Oh, Aran's just playing with BTR. Look at the way he's zoning. No damage taken for Aran. BTR don't even want to use their resources on Hilda.
No bush gaming Hilda. Like, he was literally inside the base.
He was running laps.
Wailing on dudes.
Ang taba ni Aran compare kay Luke eh. Madali bigyan si Luke eh.
That is how dominant Liquid is right now. This is, folks, in case y'all don't know, Aran is one of the pioneers of Hilda in the modern metagame.
Best Hilda XP for sure for me.
His signature hero became a highlight pick. Oh, wow, the finesse! Liquid ID, those minions were wearing jerseys. They were blue. I saw them.
They're on red.
Hindi sila nakatingin sa mapa, pinabasag lang nila.
Wearing blue today.
They got that 25th anniversary jersey.
They got that as that special logo. By the way, it looks slick.
Parang ano ah.
For Liquid ID, they're back to playing a slow game again. For BTR, they do better in these very cramped spaces where they can actually utilize that box. But as long as Liquid ID played slow, go for the neutral objectives, attack from these different angles, utilize the poke. There's not much Bigatron to do.
Di man lang nila napansin yung wave.
The box is a cardboard box that has been beaten up and torn to shreds, man.
It's a concept.
Yari sila sa Joed na immortality.
It's a fallacy. It's an abstract fallacy. It's a myth right now because, say what you will, at 14 minutes, Team Liquid ID, time is still on their side. Sure, Eman is stacking up, but look, they can freeze the map. They can make sure that the waves don't cross the river as much.
Alam ni Aran pwesto ni Luke.
Have to crawl out of their base for resources. Look, Luke is a walking sentry, man. Like that's a mythical beast used as a sentry. Like, it's a huge waste of abilities for. Oh, he's trying to see.
Oh man, that's a free lord to TL.
Alam nang ni Aran position nila.
In the bush, giving the information to the team and then walking up saying, "What you gonna do about it?"
It's man-to-man defense. Like, no, sir, you're not allowed here.
No,
sir.
And to make things even worse for BTR, that's
na naman sila sa late game. Malabo na ata pa.
Has the immortality too now. So even
depende kapag tumanga yung Team Liquid.
It's not gonna do good for you. It's gonna be pretty bad for you.
There'll be a lot of wasted ults. There'll be a lot of wasted battle spells, which we've already seen.
Oh man, you have to go for Wind of Nature. That's when you know it's tough, right? You have to go Wind of Nature. Good damage from Iman, but it's on Yeskio. You see the damage on Aran and you're like, what damage?
And that sucks. An Explainer threatened you that way.
Uy!
Chunked down a half health here.
Nabato si Luke, patay si Luke.
Big bonk!
Tingnan mo, babatuin dapat si Annabelle pero pag binato si Luke, patay din agad.
Say goodnight to Luke. 2 games on the high-lows. First game it was I think 1-7, now it's 0-4. Back into the fence again. Iman doing damage this time. Gets the Sky Pierce surprise over to Aran. Now is that gonna be Fabian? Locked down in place. Fabian giving away the shutdown.
Nakakahabol pa yung BTR.
In the bottom lane.
Nadidip pa nila.
Mistake, but not the costliest of mistakes.
Nakakahabol pa sila.
Yeah, they can still recover from this. They did lose an immortality.
Sabi pag medyo tumangatanga yung Team Liquid.
That's one step back.
Makakahabol tong BTR
eh. Sprint. Light dashing on through. Trying to find that kick on to Aaron Shaky. Luckily, Shaky got that BMI perfectly on time.
Tinawalan na siya ni Aaron Shaky.
There's no one to force the Purify outside of Light, right? So it's very different to game number 1. We had the Badang. The Badang could be the one to start off the engages, bait out the Purifies for Light to then get a pick off 30, 20 seconds later. Now it's just Light. He has to do everything himself, baiting out Purifies, opening up the map. I'm saying that because Luke cannot open up the map. On this high-lows against the Jawhead, you open up the map, you dead.
The best thing you can do is just stand in a bush and say, they can't
Tilted
cross this line. But that's it. It's a small-time gig. He's not going to buy a house and a car out of that.
Is that another concept?
It's another concept.
It's a theory. It's a game theory.
It's just something that he can think about, but not do anything about right now. That's what's happening for.
It's part of the late night talks of the boys, you know. Something you just think about.
Yep. It's not giving. It's just not giving.
1,000.
It's an L he has to take right now.
He does have an L in his name, so maybe it's from there, right? He just takes the L from.
Yeah. Well, we've seen them come back from worse. Remember, game 1, they had 2 lanes pushed in, like 2 inhibitors lost, and they still came back from that. Who's to say, right?
But they had the opening, they had the...
Eman, ang ginagawa mo, lalim mo, Eman.
Witty, unstoppable,
What a predict. Widdy, grabe yung predict mo dun, Widdy. Ginagawa na Eman, guys, ang lalim niya.
That Bigatron thought of.
All the way
Grabe si Widdy, predict niya.
As many concepts and theories as Bigatron Esports can play with, them being programmed to win is not in the books for Team
Widdy!
Liquid.
What a play coming from
They ran
Widdy!
through him, bro. They threw so much at him and eventually found him. Down goes Annabelle. Shiki touched
Ayun, doon
everybody.
nag-isa-isa.
Winter crown immortality to Luke
GG.
Fallen as well.
Nice
The
try, BTR.
robots are crumbling. You cannot out-concept, out-theorize Witty the Wise.
And this was all the
Wala, palo, palo.
We had an absentee
Palo si
jungler.
Aran tsaka si
Fabian was
Widdy.
taking the Lord alone, and now
Widdy,
it's
tas early pub yan.
inside the
Putik
base.
na yan.
The cavalry looking for the charge in. Fabian gets locked back in, but gets injected to Aaron Shiki. Like going to be falling to Aaron Shiki. Fabian takes the damage, goes for the immortality, and gets out. And Mon baited away, taken down with a Fender airstrike.
Inside the base, and Winter Crown popped on the S-kill.
Buy and sell, puro sell and buy. Puro buy and sell sa ano eh. Team Liquid ay yayaman eh. GG guys. GG, Team Liquid. Congrats, Team Liquid. Ente, BTR. Nice try, BTR. Grabe yung mga buy and sell lahat eh. Lahat buy and sell. Fabian. Si ano eh, Aaron Shiki. GSKL.
What a game! I've never seen a team absolutely
sayang kapugian nila, sayang nga kapugian niya guys eh.
the red robots like that. And
Ente lang, nice try lang.
They put into
thank you at Madam Cathy, thank you po. Thank you po sa gift. Thank you Madam Cathy.
Let's look at the post-game stats. 5-19 in one of the well out of this series, one
wala,
of the shorter
ang lambot ni Luke eh. Nabibigyan siya lagi.
And they say robots have no feelings.
Chat kasi ni Fabian, pati ni SGSKL.
Bad. Like they didn't get to play. Like this is the one game in this 3-game series that they really didn't get to play.
Zipper, could we save the clip of Moretto freaking out when they lost their top inhibitor? The guys! What are we doing? What's going
Tagal pa na ito guys, 3:30 pa.
The disruption of communication, the shattering of confidence, I gotta give it a TLID here. I feel like there are a couple of elements that's really making this team kind of figure out how BTR actually click, and I think that Iman is pretty vocal about, I need help, please send help, dear God help me.
Since minute 1, they're still here guys. Guys, they're still here.
I gotta say man, Luke, this is why I just don't want to see the high-lows on Luke. He needs playmaking heroes. He needs heroes. He needs those, you know, it's the attention span, man. He's got the Gen Z attention span. Let's be honest here. He needs a hero that needs that goes in. APM needs to be through the roof.
Give him a
if
fidget
it's a
spinner.
horse that walks up and just pops in Revitalize, he can't do it. He tried to do
it. Tayo guys. Dito tayo. Ito Fireflux, Aurora.
EA, right? When we first
versus
saw
Falcon Mena
on the international stage, and then Rosa keeps coming back year after year. The performance just keeps on getting better and better. One of the most consistent mid laners, I would say.
Yeah, and it's impressive. All right, considering that
Falcon Mena versus
a team from Turkey, which means
Turkey versus
they don't really have.
Ano ba schedule? Tingnan natin schedule, guys. Aurora Turkey versus Falcon Mena, Onyx versus Team Falcon, tapos RRQ versus Alpha 7.
And I do wonder how this current meta is going to affect them coming into this. You know, they did make it to Mobile Masters, so they
ito maganda panoorin guys, Onyx versus Falcon.
Could have provided from the last time we saw them at M6. That was definitely a bit of shift in that
Dito
regard.
Muna tayo.
But we also had this, I would say, medium-sized patch before Mobile Masters. We got the introduction of Kalea.
Aurora na, dating ano sila, dati silang Fireflux. Dati po silang Fireflux. Test. Tinig ba ako? Dati po silang Fireflux. Naging Aurora na sila, kinuha na sila ng Aurora.
Not having as high of a win rate as they should be, like Granger, for a good example.
Thank you po sa gift, Madam Cathy. Thank you so much po.
First match, Granger, first game, it was banned out, but the second game...
Yes, Aurora na sila.
Fury
Kinuha na
on
sila ng
Granger
Aurora.
couldn't deliver a win. But, I mean, let's see, right? I think for Fury, for that game, for that match, Fury tried his best. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. But let's see, maybe we get to see a Granger that can pull off a dub in this next match.
My only wish is that we hopefully somewhere down the road, you know, if Muntun is watching, just
Aurora, ano to? Aurora Turkey.
Had enough Harif. My like I've been
Tsaka
complaining about
Falcon
this for quite
Mena.
a while. I think the state of mid and go lane right now is in a pretty horrible state because it's so boring. It's always the same few faces. I think that was echoed.
Grabe naman sa gift si Madam Cathy. Thank you so much, Madam Cathy.
Well. Would love to see those changes, but for now, this is all we got. We did get to see Farmers earlier on.
Nagkasakit ako kasi nung nakarang araw. I mean neto mga past few days, guys. Kasakit ako, ilang araw ako nagkasakit. Naka-imlay lang ako.
Well, you guys also might want to...
Sobrang lala ng sakit ko, kaya di ako nakapag-live, guys. Sorry, guys. Ngayon, tinatry ko mag-live. Gusto ko mag-live talaga. May sakit pa ako, pero gusto ko mag-live.
At esl.gg/fe-career.
Sobrang nalalamunan ko, parang may sugat ganun. Sobrang lala talaga. Like, literal, balagbag na sore throat. Kakaiba yung sore throat.
Current generation of how things are working is AI here, AI there, and you might just find AI.
Abang nga kami sa live yung pala nagtuloy sakit ko, kaya nga hindi ako nakapag-live
to see kind of the advancement, right?
Kaya bawal ako maging bawal maging baliw muna. Ano muna tayo? Nonchalant na dealer muna, nonchalant. Ano muna, introvert na dealer muna tayo, guys. Introvert na dealer.
So it's that itself is an advancement.
Tamang introvert muna.
I'm very
okay, Madam Cathy. Good luck po sa work.
Who will lift the final trophy for this tournament? But Husky, we share the same
Aurora Turkey versus Falcon Mena.
Yeah, I think it's very justifiable, you know, just knowing the power level of Aurora Turkey. But I'm always happy if
Turkey.
I'm here to see Team Falcons Mena surprise us with something that we've never seen before.
Ano kaya magpronounce sa Turkey? Turkey.
Game of Aurora Turkey. This is their
Turkey,
way of proving their mettle in this group, because the grouping is pretty brutal for some of these teams, especially from the lesser known regions. So if there's any time to make a name for themselves, this is it.
Yeah, I mean, from the format itself, it's a little bit tough considering that there are only 2 groups and 6 teams. So yes, of course, it
will Turkey.
Be brutal for some.
And
yeah, let's hope for the best. I mean, on paper, Falcons Mena, they're not looking good, especially against Aurora Turkey, who, like we mentioned earlier, this isn't their first ride at an international event. They had multiple, and they delivered in some as well. Again, just, I guess, blowing expectations multiple times, and now we expected Aurora Turkey to be better in this current state. But, you know, let's see, perhaps Aurora Turkey maybe is not consistent in this tournament. Let's just find out.
Yeah, because I remember that when we looked at, you know, Team Falcons,
thank you, Josh. Thank you po sa gift.
Like,
thank you po.
There were some pretty, you know, big names.
Thank you po sa
in
gift.
a way for the ML roster, at least at one point, right? Like, you look back at players like Troll, Cuffin, Tarzan.
Tagal pa na ito.
In this case, this is a
3:30 pa to, guys.
Roster kind of showing up onto the battlefield in one of the biggest, I would say, at this point for Snapdragon Pro Series, the biggest stage for Mobile Legends. So I think that's going to be a bit of that pressure for them.
14:30 Onyx versus Falcon and RQ versus A7, yeah.
People already know about Team Falcons Mena, and I think that could be quite
Hintayin natin,
intimidating,
guys.
especially when your first opponent is Aurora Turkey, who is a lot more established than you are.
So going in, I think their mindset should be, let's not think about the opponents. Let's think about internally, right? Internally, I think they need to be decisive. They need to be somehow, I think they need to have a lot of tricks in their hands. Sure, it can backfire, but having more tricks perhaps might find you wins. And in the best of 3, I think it might work.
Apex 47, Rosa. Bago yung jungler. Ay, jungler ng TNC. XP nila, hindi na si ano. Iba na XP nila. Hindi na si Alien. Tapos iba na yung gold lane nila. Hindi na si... Gold lane nila, hindi na si... Sunshine. Si Sigi Boom na.
To what Aurora Turkey has, it's a pretty tough match.
Kaya natin lineup ng ano.
Rosa, TNC, and
Tama
Apex
ba?
47.
Aurora.
Again, I think like what 2 M series ago, they
Lunar
nila. The local Malaysian team of Team SMG were
Lunar yung ano nila.
And that's just based on the brilliance of how
Siya pala experience si Lunar.
mid lane trio work together as a unit.
Si Sigi Boom yung ano.
Definitely. And I do want to give a special shout out to Apex.
Sigi Boom yung ano,
will
gold lane.
We see the TIG
Rosa TNC
again
Apex.
in this current patch?
Sa Falcon, sino ba ano nito?
Unlikely, but if a guy can pull off a TIG in a high-level gameplay,
ang dami nila.
Apex 47. He's a
nandito pa rin siya, no?
TIG player.
I do remember that Apex 47 also rocked the Hilda room at one point when
dito
it was
pala siya, no?
when no one was playing it.
Boyet,
M5 Wildcards was the first time we saw that Hilda roam, and obviously right now it's more of an XP pick. But if he's into the Hilda, we might see that Badang come out. You know, if Kalia is ever open, that's gonna get snatched for sure.
Sa E7, tingnan natin line up ng E7.
Right now, they probably will
be
looking to try and at least match Apex 47. That
si Boyet nang minana yun.
Right? That roam roll
si Boyet DR.
So impactful for that.
Eto si Dominic ng ano.
Very much so. And
Dominic, pero hindi yata naglalaro si Dominic eh.
See the draft, so
si Tekashi yung naglalaro eh.
The TIG, the Kalea, I think I expect
sa RRQ, sino lineup nila? Yung pa rin, di rin ni Setsujin Rinstoy dito.
I think the jungler arguably is also very much predictable. I think mid has more diversity.
Sa Onyx,
I personally think mid has more diversity than the jungle.
Lut Piriota, Kairina, El Sans, Chewe, Sabero, Kiboy.
Like what, the usual Suyo, Joy, we see Alpha, Haya. Yeah, so that's like what, that's 4?
Dito, syempre, TC Pandora, TC Q, Super Marco, Gwen.
A couple of,
yeah, the Hanzo, Fredrin, sometimes
Fred, unlikely, but yeah.
RQ lalaro,
so
no?
That's like what, 6 heroes. Yeah, the jungle pool is pretty...
RRQ versus RRQ, tas eto, yung ano, A7, ano to? Former RRQ Brazil. Ito yung RRQ Brazil, yung Alpha 7. Sila yung RRQ Brazil, Alpha 7 esports na sila.
I remember. I feel like it was MPL ID. I think RRQ did it.
One of the
season? Magandang laban yun ah.
Season. I remember seeing Baxia. Like one of the games in SEA.
Ryota sa Onyx din, sa Onyx si Ryota.
Very niche, right? Like the more popular ones definitely is very far and few in between.
Yeah, I think it's just the Joy.
Masabi mo sa Onyx, may magandang laban yan guys, Onyx versus ano.
I think that's the mainstream ones, right? Sure you get the Hanzo, sure you get the Fred.
Onyx versus...
Let's see. Will the
Falcon
patch later on be, I guess, adjusted?
Onyx versus Falcon? Mga Onyx ako dito.
Same style. Same hero.
Onyx ako syempre, Onyx brand ambassador ako eh.
I've seen some.
Pero yung sa totoo,
at least on the advanced server, because advanced news, you are gonna see online anyway.
Hirap pa.
I think
parehas malakas eh, pero Onyx pa rin ako, Onyx yan.
But I'm not sure if it's gonna affect
Punish Ryota versus Flap
when it gets released. So that's a conversation for the future. Right now, the teams just have to work what's best.
Tagal naman nito guys, 4 minutes po.
Number 1 between Aurora Turkey.
Thank you Ate Clarice sa ano ice cream. Thank you po. Ayun na, drop na.
What do these teams have in store, right? Like Phobius ban out by Aurora, Falcons ban out going for the Zeus in ban.
Drafting phase, saan tayo nanood guys? Alpha versus RRQ o Team Falcon versus Aurora? Saan tayo manonood guys? Kayo mamili. Pares maganda eh.
It seems like they are somewhat targeting Orange Bomb here.
Yeah,
Aurora? Ang dami, nag-Aurora. Aurora daw. Falcon Aurora.
That's one of the roamers gone. Fanny banned by Falcon's Mena. Nothing
Aurora
too out of the
Falcon.
ordinary.
Sige.
There was this long thread I saw recently about Phobius. And it was how Phobius actually is it might look like a niche pick, but the applications of Phobius can be deadly when you're up against the current meta heroes, which honestly hasn't changed much, right? They all want
Aurora ako dito, Aurora ako dito.
acts as this big door stopper. So Aurora Turkey going
2-0 to Aurora win.
Pick. It's honestly Harith, it's still way too strong, man. Still, you just gotta pick it.
And I think Aurora sets this Harith pick quite well with the Granger ban. And now, Team Falcons, I think they're forced to use an Irithel, perhaps some Moscow. But now, Kalea, Husky. Finally, we get to see some Kalea action in Stream C, and they paired it with the Suyo.
Yeah, and we talked about Kalea and how she is such an all-rounder. You have abilities that scale off maximum HP. Imagine that. Great Thunderbelt user. Regardless whether you are XP or Roam, and Kalea can be flexed into XP, and that's kind of what Team Falcons Mena have, right? This flexible pick that is deadly in both roles, wins lane regardless, and has so much coverage, and not to mention Suyo that can be mobile around the map. Kalea is such a good setup. In fact, if she hops on top of the wall, you essentially cover the entirety of that mid lane up to the front steps.
Match prediction 2-0, I think 2-0. Aurora to Aurora. Subok na rin kasi sa international tong Aurora.
Yeah,
Tama.
It's going to be
legit.
Very tricky, but you gotta remember the Jawhead and the Hilda somehow.
Predict score 2-0, I think. Aurora win.
With Kalea, you want to have bush control. Good response there with the Hilda and the Jawhead. The Team Falcons Mena, it seems like they want more kite potential here with the Faramis pick. Is this wise though? Against the Harith, it's tough.
I think it's a full dive, right? Like it definitely feels like it. I've Kalea that can dive in. I'm gonna take Flicker anyways, and then I have a Faramis for that. Like sure you have a Harith, but if we jump on top of you, like we're gonna blow you up regardless. So they take out Rosa's signature Valentina. And Aurora Turkey bans out the Moscow, so really targeting Koba. I assume it's going to be another gold lane ban.
Di na ako nagtatagalog, di na ako magtagalog.
So might just leave Koba with someone like a Claw to work with, in the second phase.
Yeah, it is going to be tough for Koba here.
Wala pa yan, tagal pa mag-start guys eh.
Are very much limited.
Dahil pang kwentuhan yan eh.
Apart from Rosa's signature, it's really smart because
Dito
you
muna
don't
tayo.
want to share that Nether Realm or that Tsunami Slam, right, to Aurora Turkey. And that's going to be the Hayabusa ban here from Team Falcon. So, Joy though, Joy is still open. Is this
Dito muna sa ano. Aurora Falcon.
Is this a bait from Team Falcon's Mena?
It could be a bait, right? Like maybe Team Falcons Mena felt that okay, we have actually tons of control. If the Joy wants to run into us, we have.
Thank you, Ate Clarissa Gift. Thank you po.
Grab her and toss her elsewhere. But we have a second layer in that Nether Realm to keep us safe. Obviously, there are ways to navigate around the Nether Realm if we can bait it out with some, long range damage. Which so far Aurora Turkey doesn't have it, and the only viable role that could force out an early Nether Realm is probably mid lane, like a Farsa or a Yi from Rosa. If not, then you are essentially playing a very close range comp that Team Falcons Mena would gladly dive onto.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky for Aurora as well, because technically if you're on a Farsa, it's also a target for that Kalea. Now, they added another hero that is very much tanky, and that's going to be the Hylos. If he brings the Revitalize, it's going to be a very durable composition here from the side of a Team Falcons, right? You've got the Revitalize Hylos, Faramis Nether Realm, and honestly, Kalea, if not rocking the Flicker, can also act as a support.
Wow!
I agree.
Rosa, Lilia, guys.
This that combo is a Lilia, right? Great.
Nilabas na ang Lilia ni Rosa.
Mena wants to stick together. You're gonna eat Gloom after Gloom. So eventually, this prolonged fight
Favorite
would
ni Rosa
actually benefit
to.
Aurora Turkey a bit more. having Hanzo as well, this late game monster for TNZ, and not to mention
Hanzo Lilia yan
like I've seen, I'm sure this doesn't really happen much in pro
play,
play, but
panagot nila,
you know,
Hanzo Lilia.
if they feel cheeky, you could go for that very cheesy Sky Piercer Hanzo build where you chomp someone at 30% HP and they just die. That could be a approaching, you know, beefy high HP revitalized users. Falcons Mena go for the Irithel, she's not banned out, so within our expectations. But now that you have a Hylos that can take revitalize, I feel like that flicker actually brings a lot more value, because I want to find a Harif, I want to look for the Hanzo too. Double revitalize doesn't really feel too good if you're stepping on Lilia's glue.
Yeah, I think that's
Punish yung kay Rosa. Sasayawan ni Rosa yan, guys.
We mentioned the range.
Sasayawan ng Lilia ni Rosa to.
Aurora, and I think Hanzo brings range, right?
Matagal pa.
Technically just
Ryota! Kairi Sansky boy Sabero.
Let's see though the execution. The 10 heroes are set for game 1.
Matic Lilia no pag Rosa eh, no?
Like what's the win conditions for both teams?
Rosa Lilia.
I really like the composition that was brought by Mena, but I personally I want to see them executing it. I think
ano ng Lemon?
Even though I predict 2-0, I think seeing the drafts, that's 1-0 for Mena. Falcons.
Let's go.
Alright, we're starting it off hot. Let's see, game 1, we got Aurora Turkey on blue side, Team Falcons Mena on that red side. Of course, as a Hanzo, you're gonna start off slightly faster on the clear, and very good lead from Apex 47. TNZ saving the retribution for the purple buff, so he gets double buff in what, under 40 seconds. So it's gonna be able to make it to Little Wonder in time, and even then, Aurora Turkey making sure that they do their due diligence to open up the map at the start.
Yeah, it does seem like rotation-wise, Aurora they're a bit ahead.
Leave me.
Already stealing
Leave me
in the territory of Team Falcons Mena, but if you take a look at the emblems here, we saw the Suyo killing spree. It seems like
but naka-assassin emblem sila sa Hilda.
Okay.
Yep.
That emblem.
And we did say that there's a chance that Kalea goes for the flicker. We see Boro having that as well, so mid lane control is established. Of course, still a pretty long time before the turtle is even a point of contention, so they will try to vie for this XP crab. Leave Me easily gets it with that retribution and quell the Evo. In fact, we're seeing Apex 47 trying to get push control mid side, but Team Falcons Mena are really keeping up with the tempo.
Yeah, it seems like they're behind, but not too far. Right? They can take compensations later on, but now their main focus here is already at the
para masakit kasi sustain niya kasi ang baba eh.
There was an attempt for action, but I feel like Hanzo will have a level in hand, so that gives Aurora Turkey an advantage.
And Limi didn't
Grabe mga Raserosa.
Take it because they want control over the
na-maximize siya talaga yung
Like
Lilia.
you say, Gani, Suyo will be one level behind Team Falcons Mena on the objective already. Orange Bob not for just yet, but Lunar is, so Aurora Turkey goes
nice one, TNC. Patay si Leave Me.
We'll get first blood. TNZ slays Leave Me without much effort. Boro now drop low 2. Falcons Mena forced to disengage.
Nakagaw pa yung blue. Lupit ni TNC pumesto
from Aurora Turkey and Team Falcons Mena.
Nakita nyo guys, grabe yung positioning niya doon, ni TNC doon. Nag-ulti siya pa doon banda sa blue. Sa blue ni Suyo. Para kung sakaling mag-fail siya sa turtle, pwede niya maagaw yung blue buff. Grabe yun ah. Tapos napatay pa yun.
Already 1,000 gold. And also, Leave Me.
Kita nyo guys, grabe ka TNC.
TNZ with a drive-by bottom lane.
1 million IQ yun ah.
Koba forced to go for the recall. He is going to lose that cannon minion, the catapult to the turret. And Apex 47 essentially locks off the entire bottom part just by standing in that zone. Boris on the Kalea, he doesn't want to be there. So Aurora Turkey, basically off of one turtle contest, they have gotten almost 2k gold lead.
This is huge, right? Remember, why 2K is huge. This is just 3 minutes in. Top lane action, Orange Bob.
Ang sakit, grabe.
What is happening? TNZ almost
True
level
damage
80,
ba yung ano
runs
niya?
down a
Yung
Hynos with Revitalize,
yung
and
kagat
Boris
ni
halfway.
Hanzo.
Of course, with the help of Lunar, it was gonna try and
Rosa!
top the Purify.
Walang mana si Rosa, hindi siya nakapag-ulti.
Focus Vena finds a respawn.
Yeah, finally first kill on the board. Not too shabby there from Team Falcon's Mena. Now, Aurora, they're restabilizing. 2K is still a huge lead at this point, and they do not want to lose that. Second neutral objective is coming up. Team Falcon's Mena, it seems like they are the ones who are setting up first. Let's see, will the takeover happen again?
Let's look at where TNZ and Apex 47 are at. Siggy
Patay si Irtel. Makulit ka, tumis-check ka. Agaw pa yung blue.
Someone wasn't given enough.
Nice try.
Wasn't given
Hindi
intel.
naagaw.
That
Sure
should
turtle na
not
to. Walang retro si Leave Me.
Again. This time with a death, lose control of the turtle too.
Things are not looking good here for the MENA representatives in Aurora. They will. It seems like they're no pushovers.
Malupit din
right?
tong Aurora. Lakas ng Aurora ngayon na.
Even the zone.
Ang galing ng Aurora, pinili nila etong ano. Aurora.
The gap between
yung dating ano.
and Leave Me.
Dating Fireflux.
Of the Tsunami Slam, so good attempt from Boro, but unfortunately couldn't get the kill. 5 minutes in, mid-tier 1 of Team Falcons Mena has just been destroyed. Boro getting once more zoned away by Lunar. Falcons Mena have the whole team here. Drop the
Wala, pathway sa wall. Pathway? May flicker yan si Lunar. Okay, all goods in the hoods.
The evil damage insufficient, so Aurora Turkey once more gets out.
A little bit desperate, but I
Wala,
guess
napag-farm si Hanzo, pati si Harit.
TNZ takes the tier 1 top.
Nababuy time lang sila ng Hilda.
Just putting a salt to the wound now in the bottom side. Koba flickers out.
Patay sa Apex ba?
Saving his life, Apex 47.
Tinatarantado lang sila ng Hilda.
And in the end,
pinabay time lang sila ng Hilda.
Leads up to getting nothing for Team Falcons Mena. In fact, haven't really seen Miss Kalea, exert the dominance that we know that she can.
It's tough, right? 2 purifies on the main.
Yeah, no bar, Oni Clar. Yeah, no bar.
Right? Siggy Boom and Rosa. So
start na ba?
Tough if
wala pa.
On this Galea. You can target the tanky heroes, but then the damage.
Wala, ginaganyan lang sila ng Hilda.
Bob losing half his health bar just like that.
Nakaparamis ba naman eh?
We did say that this comp from Team Falcons Mena is all about going in and going in hard.
Talagang aabante ang mga yan. Walang burst. Walang high damage.
Goes on a borrow, will retreat for now. There's no rush to get
puro DPS.
Takedown. And Rosa just alone in the mid lane is doing all.
Sarap ng buhay ng Hilda dito, guys.
Yeah, I mean Rosa, such again, intelligent player, knows his calculations, know the calculations, and now this will be the last turtle. Aurora, if they're greedy, they will wait for the Lord in top lane action.
DP is going to be gone on by TNZ, Sliver of Health, and again, assassination. TNZ finds the mega kill. They will think about fighting the Shadow Stampede from Sensei. Actually, doesn't pull Lunar back. Now, East of Face Wall Gloom. Baro shows up, forcing the black shoes from Rosa. Team Falcons Mena defend the top tier 2, but in the process, bottom lane is completely unguarded, so that tier 2 is going to take a damage.
Na-flicker yung Irtel.
Yeah, it seems like they will play the disciplined way, taking the new. Oh, that's a pickoff.
Or somehow just out of position. They're using the flicker, ignore that Tsunami Slam. So losing Baro means that engaging is going to be tougher, but they will try the Garment's pathway.
Ginagano lang sila. Yun lang, sumobra ka na sa kulit. Sumobra na sa ano. Kulit si Lunar. Nice one, Apex!
But good flicker toss, Koba out of position. Still has the flicker though, turns around, being very patient, but TNZ on top of him. And he will eventually fall. Team Falcons.
Daya ng Hanzo kapag ganyan yung
Oh no,
humaharap.
2-4-2, leave me. Oh, it's so close.
Oh, just in the nick of time to save him, but he's up against Siggy Boom. Tsunami Slam not really over the wall.
Sabay kain. Pagadang! Napakatabang Hanzo.
Boro.
Ladies and gentlemen,
ang daya ng Hanzo dyan. Pag ganyan yung ano mo, kakampi mo, ang lalakas sumarap.
for Aurora Turkey, and things are not looking good here for Team Falcons.
Pangit ang drop ng
This is just pure domination 8 minutes in.
Ng Falcon Mena, tingin ko
We did
pangit ang
call
drop
the
nila.
Hanzo pick, right? We said that Joy might be
Nagparamis
challenged a
agad
little bit
sila
just because of the amount of crowd control that Falcons Mena has, but Hanzo is a
I
completely
mean,
different story. You, as Boro, as a Kalia,
Weird, nagparamis. Kita na yung Hilda pati yung Johead.
the Hanzo if it's not his real body. You can see the complications. Not to mention, TNZ is 7-0 and 2. His level
Pag nagparamis
14,
sila, kapusin sila sa damage.
Just got his Trinity going for item number 4. I believe that could be a malefic.
Nalilihan din kasi.
Scene. You know, Mr.
Yung gagamit pa ng Lilia si Rosa. Talagang tapos kayo dyan.
Actually affects the skill range.
Ayun, tatlo na kap. Ayun, doon nakabawi. Doon nakabawi. Pumasok sa choke point.
Oh, bang, 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 Team Falcons Mana. Hey, don't underestimate us. Koba finds an important double.
Doon nakabawi.
Somehow, they are...
Maglalord na lang. Pumasok pa sa choke. Pero, si Kiboom, sinayaw ni si Kiboom. Si Kiboom, si Kiboom. Si Kiboom, si Kiboom.
Not even a shot.
Ito nakabawi, nag-choke. Wait naman oh. Lamang na kayo, maglalord na lang kayo. Para yung TNC eh. Para yung NTC eh. Maglalord na lang, nakabawi pa.
That's exactly what we talk about this team comp from Team Falcons Mena, the rundown. If they get it done right, it literally...
Galit talaga si coach niyan kapag ganyan.
Completely bulldoze through Aurora Turkey.
Masyadong suga pa sa objectives guys eh.
Team Falcons Mena, but
gusto lahat kunin eh, pati Red Dot kung gusto kunin eh, ayun. Ang sikip ng lugar. I-retail ano.
Sigibum going down is the bigger ghosting and now the conceal play. Orange Bob, very early net around
Hindi na save. Ay na Rosa. Rosa, doing things, TNC. Boom, ayun. Pinalalim lang pala, binigay lang pala yung mapa. Para ano, makapag-clash.
Oh no, a minute ago they were
simula na. Ay, gusto ko yun panoorin. Oh, eto na. Eto na guys. Mamaya na yan. Onyx ano tayo. Bawas tayo dito guys.
So meron naman silang mga sabihin na nating ways na makapag-cancel at interrupt talaga mula sa side nila. At ang hawak pa nga tanong ay si ayan, the Filipino Canon. Nakita nyo naman ang ulo sa ating harapan. Bakit dito yung angulan niya? Bakit dito nakaharap?
Para ano yan? Para ready to flex.
Bagong chupit si Kyrie ah. Bagong chupit ang bata.
Ayan na, kita nyo na.
Nag-sign up the pogi.
Oo nga, nag-sign up the pogi. Naku! Atoy R versus Flap TZ. Tingnan na nga natin kung ano ang magiging outcome for game number 1. Ibato na natin sa ating mga casters, Redmar and Midnight.
Yeah, very interesting.
Ano kaya drop nila? Anong hero nila?
Side for Team Falcons and Onyx Philippines. Comfort heroes for all the players.
Drop. 50-50 lang guys, 50-50.
SPS last time. Medyo talamak din. Yung Khalidrome pickup, may mga Nescafe moments pa nga siya na biglang mag-flicker ng wala lang. Pero again, very comfortable para sa kanila. Yung mid lane matchup, hindi ganun kalaking...
nice one, napok si Pew.
And ganong ikot! Ryota flicker! Oh my goodness!
Nice trade, Ryota!
Mula sa Hilda, pero
may kaso nakuha ni Kyle. Sayang, ganda sana ng trade. Kaso nakuha ni Kyle. Ni Kyle.
Hindi ka namastan. Palaban yung Onyx, early game pa lang, chaotic teamfight ang gusto nila.
Oo, gusto nila kagad i-pressure yung pag-ikot dito ng Team Falcons. Kasi yung lineup ng dalawa is, kung magkamali tayo sa early o hindi natin makuha yung early natin, patay tayong dalawa.
Yeah.
So patayan na lang tayong dalawa.
Oh my goodness. Nakailang force kagad ng flicker. Yung Onyx ID dito, talagang laban
si Kyrie
sa early game. And the beauty of it is hindi naman nawawalan ng farm. Si Kyrie, siya pa nga yung nakakakuha ng levels kasi nakukuha niya yung mga jungle camps dito ni Kyle TZ.
Yep.
Ganda. Palo ang mga kaloka.
Electrifying beats. Mag-back out lang si Kyle at Kiboy and Sans.
Yeah, Onyx, again, early aggression is the name of the game. Alam nila na may timing dito yung lineup.
Ganda to kasi
especially with the Joy, hindi ganun kataas yung damage output ng Team Falcons early game.
Yeah.
Malapit ang pindutan na lang to.
Meron silang Joy and these heroes, they need to scale up. Granger na siguro yung pinaka-magang power spike na pwede nila makuha. So there is a window for Onyx ID to work with in the early game kaya sobrang aggressive din nila sa early pag
Okay. Nag-ultimate na dito yung Sicilian Team Falcons. Makakaabot ba dito si Kyle TZ? Retribution na nanalo doon si Kyrie. Yung Retri medyo late.
Sinusun si
Onyx
Flop eh.
naman
Unang magawa.
ang magbaback out. Team Falcons natalo sa unang turtle.
Yeah, it's very, very big for Onyx ID. But for Team Falcons, again, hindi naman ganun kasama yung start na nakuha nila
Ganda ng ginagawa nila.
Pantay pa rin naman ang levels.
Ng Onyx, ang bilis nila mag-rotate. Kinukuha agad yung mga farm eh.
Kailangan lang talaga nila mag-ingat no, na hindi sila mabigyan talaga early game kasi sobrang dominating so far ng movement ni Kyrie dito. No, talagang pressure kung pressure. Mamaya niya nababalikan yung jungle creeps niya kasi pwede tayo lumaban ngayon. Walang damage ngayon Team Falcons. So yan, Kyle TZ, Electrifying Beast pero Raging Sandstorm!
Nice one! Ang inang grabe, aggressive ng Onyx ah.
Naman dito ng Bats Impact mula kay Sands. And 2 for non-exchange in favor para sa Onyx ID.
Walang hinto ang aggression ng Onyx at tama yung ginagawa talaga nila dito dahil yun yung lineup na bagay sa ganitong playstyle eh. Is wag mo ipaikot na maayos yung Team Falcons kasi kung alam nila kung komportable dito yung pag-ikot ni Kyle TZ, edi makakasabay na siya sa damage. So, sabi dito ni Sans at saka ni Kiboy, lalaban na kami ng
minimiss
laban,
nila.
Sa gitna, okay
Ina-outrotate nila yung
yung
Falcon guys.
ng Suyo pagdating ni Kyrie sa mga skirmishes.
Ina-outrotate nila yung Falcon.
Lamang ang Onyx dito and pinararamdaman nila sa Team Falcons.
Galing kasi ng Falcon sa
nakuha pa naman
sa early rotation.
Ni Ryota
Ito aggressive oh. Aggressive Onyx.
Yung mga attempts din ni Kyle minsan, na kapag busy si Kyrie naman, once na bumalik na yung Suyo sa jungle niya, si Kyle TZ pumupuslit ng, uy pare, akin na lang itong green camp mo, pwede ba? Pero si Sans bantay sarado eh, na parang, boss, bawal yan, boss. Kaya ano yan, para sa hari namin yan, bibigyan natin kay Kyrie. And si Kyle TZ rito nahihirapan makakuha ng mga extra green camps on the side of Onyx.
Protektado yung jungle ng Onyx dito. Pero Team Falcons, tignan natin kung makakahanap sila ng bawi. Few na spot si Ryota at grabe talaga yung ikot ni Ryota. Kanina pa siya. Ramdam na ramdam ng Team Falcons yung hilda niya. At hindi sila makaikot na maayos. Pero Onyx Philippines nandito na. Or Onyx Indo nandito kontra sa Falcons.
Turtle attempt. Kabra from Onyx. Kyrie holding the turtle and lumipad dito sa Ryota.
Pabait na si Ryota.
Kulang yung damage. That's Sonata coming out mula kay Super Marco. Nireset yung pagong. Lalaban ata rito ang Team Falcons. Pero hindi
makakalaban Falcon. Nasa top si Kyle TZ.
Yung Jeet Kundo mula kay Obrud. Sino kaya magiging target? Hindi naaabot. Soul Server Retribution mula kay Kyrie. Makakasecure ng pagong. Pew, tatamaan dito nang hindi tumama yung Sangles Claw.
Uy, ang ganda ng flop!
Yung suntok ni Flap TZ pero walang damage talaga.
Wala kang damage.
Sinusubukan nila
Binabay time lang ng Falcon eh.
Pero uuwi na sila.
Team Falcons binigay nila yung turtle kasi si Kyle TZ nag-push sa taas. So ito yung sinasabi mo kanina, Mika, yung macro ng Team Falcons na kahit nakakuha ng turtle doon yung Onyx, hindi sila masyadong nakakuha ng mga kills. Si Kiboy muntika na pero nag-back out. At si Supermarket Ogun, tignan natin kung madedepensahan nila yung Torres sa baba. Kasama sila Few at Flap. Ang sagot ay nasagot na kagad. Oo, kaya nila.
Oo, kumbaga, yung Onyx dito kasi full focus sila doon sa pagong. Kailangan makuha ni Kyrie yun. And Team Falcons na delay nilang konti yung turtle take. So after that, immediately, lumipat kagad si Kyle TZ para makaharap ng ibang pressure point para kahit paano may trade na sila nakakakuha. Kasi considering nga sila nga yung late game pa yung hinihintay nila or yung timing, delayed sila sa timing versus Onyx. Parang sige, bigay mo na yan, basta may makuha tayo and tuloy yung takbo ng pacing ng game ng Team Falcons.
Tsaka yung maganda pa doon, hindi pa sila nagbigay ng kill sa Onyx pagkatapos sila pagkuha ng second turtle. Na hinto ni Flap TZ yung attempt ng Onyx na ipitas si Few at
nakapag-farm si Kyle TZ guys.
Walang namatay
nabasag kasi yung top.
Pero at some point, dapat maramdaman na rin ng Onyx Philippines yung damage ng Joy na to.
ID.
Onyx. Sobrang sanay pa rin ng Onyx Philippines. Kakagaling lang sa Onyx Philippines series. Oy.
Ang smooth bangkitin eh.
Onyx. At saka hindi rin kailangan sabihin yung Indonesia. Basta Onyx. Alam na, wala naman dito yung Onyx Philippines sa game na to.
Medyo luma tong build na to, Thunder build.
Ryota?
And siya yung tinamaan dito, may kick flicker pa mula dito kay Ogwen. Pero nandun yung Raging Sandstorm, pero di na makakalis si Ryota. Nag-try siya mag-flicker out. Kaso
lalim ni Ryota. Nice try.
Yung Hilda, may bawi na namang nakita dito sila Kyle TZ in the middle lane.
Okay, trade. Turtle siguro mapupunta sa para sa Team Falcons, pero kaya
basag yung
ng
baba.
Onyx. Sa bottom lane naman, doon nagpupush ang Harris. So doon magpupush si Savero. So okay, sabi ng Onyx, okay na. Medyo delicate kung lalaban pa tayo dito. Bigyan na lang natin yung turtle. Pero if ever, natin, baka Kyrie umabot pa.
Hindi ata abot. Late surge mula kay Kyrie. Hindi na siya. Co-contest. Pumunta
patay si Kiboy.
Middle lane. And hindi pa sila makaharap team fight kasi nanguna pa. Si Flap TZ, Team Falcons. The macro.
Anong tour na to? Ano to? Snapdragon? Ayun na, Snapdragon Pro Series Master.
Iikot pababa. Sila pa ata yung una makakabasag ng Torre. So may bottom lane. Iniwan ni Sabero kanini. Sabi niya, pre, sama ako sa middle lane para maka-turtle tayo. Ang problema, hinarangan sila ng Team Falcons. Nakipagsuntukan sila, Flap.
Hindi pa nabasag at ngayon yun nga, Team Falcons ang unang makakabasag ng Torre sa baba at Onyx yung early game lead at aggression na pinakita nila malapit na matanggal totally as Team Falcons dahil willing sila magbigay.
Punish kay kay Pew.
Nakakahabol na sila.
Panis, Crimson Bigod lang yung Raging Sandstorm.
Panis kay Daddy Pew. Ay, Daddy Pew. Kay kay idol ng mga kids.
Basic sa akin yan.
Dami kasi Daddy JP, Daddy Benny eh.
In the middle lane, pero hindi na sila hindi na sila hinahayaan ng Team Falcons. Kumaga nilalaro na ni Kyle dito yung mapa, nag-i-split lane na sila.
Daddy Kite, Demon Kite.
5-minute mark na 4-1 rotation and yung middle lane, ang laki ng control dito.
Kailan kaya magiging Daddy?
Kailangan ibigay ng Onyx yung right mid eye,
Panalo Aurora Turkey, kaya nga eh. Think ko sure win na Aurora Turkey.
So, isang shoot po lang mula kay Ogwin.
Focus muna tayo dito.
Okay, si Few medyo delikado dito.
Few, walang ulti to ah. Na-force yung flicker.
Pero nakatakas pa si Few. Napakomit ng flicker. So, mapapaisip yung Onyx.
So, nakapag-farm si Kyle TC, pati siya no.
May Crimson Beacon naman
si
siya.
Marco.
Pero muntik din mabigyan si Kyrie sa gilid. Ganda nung face crack na nahanap dito ni Flap TZ. Even though hindi pa rin naman sapat yung naging damage, warning shot sa Onyx na yung damage namin ngayon mga boss, bitin pa ng konti. Mamaya, yung isang dash ni Kyle TZ, may matutunaw dyan.
Okay, Team Falcons and Onyx. Feeling ko power spikes na nga yung dalawang gold laner. So all in laban na lang. Maghahanap na lang sila ng pick off o pang build ng advantage. Sino ang unang makakahanap? Sino ang unang makakapitas?
Front line, pero tinatama dito ng Death Sonata. May shields pa rin naman siya. Mula sa Chrono Dash, Ryota, pinapailawan na.
Papabait lang si Ryota.
Para makita nila yung mga hero dito ng Onyx. Pero hindi nila alam yung
Kaso
pwesto.
napupok ni Sans.
Kyle TZ, napaganda ng pwesto niya rito. Kyrie, soaking up some damage mula sa Lord. Meron naman siyang spell bomb, so maririgay niya yung HP na yun pabalik. Pero itong Lord Dance na to pumapabor sa Team Falcons kasi yung slow lane or yung opposite Lord lane ay pabor sa kanila. Lamang na lamang yung slow push. Eh ngayon, sa Vero at Skyrim, binabers nila yung Lord. Flap TZ nakaredy rin.
Pew! Patay si Pew.
Flicker press Pew, nabigyan! Tinamaan siya ng Sandwich Claw, pero nandun na nga yung pag-dash ni Kyle TZ. Kaso mali ata yung entry point nila. Zaman Force nagamit na. Pero sa may batang harapan.
Kyrie? Nice one, Kai!
And Kyrie with a Soul Saber Retribution. Siya ang makakuha ng Lord. And hindi rin nakapasok dito ang Team Falcons. As Flap TZ goes down as well.
Sa slow take, Onyx ang lumamang. Sila ang unang nakahanap.
Kyrie is back!
Si Few ang nahuli at dahil doon, nasira kagad yung formation ng Team Falcons. Kyle TZ
wala nagpapabait. Sabero.
Si Sabero nag-commit ng ultimate at ma-force back niya yung Joy. Onyx ang nakabawi kagad.
And yung sinasabi mo kanina yung wala kasing flicker si Few. So Onyx nung nakita nila na humarap yung Zushin, dali-dali nilang binigyan yung mid laner dito ng Team Falcons. And even though maganda sana yung pwesto ni Kyle TZ at ni Flap TZ, medyo awkward yung angle na nahanap niya with the fist crack. So hindi rin nila nahuli si Kyrie. Si Kyle TZ hindi rin nakapag-commit with the electrifying beats.
Ganda ng laban.
Now Onyx, meron na silang Lord dito sa may
ang taba ni Sans guys, di napapansin.
Di
napapansin si Sans guys.
Team Falcons medyo
Di
aggressive
napapansin.
defensive position nila. Onyx, force back. T-Boy, manghuli unti. Pero, go pa rin yung push nila. Wala masyadong problema para sa Onyx. Team Falcons, sinusubukan lang nila ang lahat para mawasan yung damage sa Vero. Nag-full commit ng ultimate at lahat na para sa Torre. Pero hindi mapapasag. Kyle TZ pumasok.
Oh, Kyrie!
Kyrie!
Super Marco falling with Nilo, pero
Kyrie!
Punishing na Suyo. Muntik pa.
Grabe, sayang na yung flank.
Onyx, ang ganda ng entry ni Kyrie, kaso hindi sapat yung kanyang damage and he will fall. And Team Falcons,
hindi niya na si Marco
against Onyx.
Padamage yun kasi yung pagpasok ni Kyrie, pumasok na din si Kyle sa backline at napaisip yung Onyx.
Hindi sapat yung damage niya.
Maiiwan ka dyan.
Oo, alam kong pogi ka pero tiisin mo muna. Tiis pogi kasi wala may pogi ding nando sa harap si Kyle. Inubos dito yung pasensya ng Onyx. Kasi iniintay nila yun na parang Kai, kaya mo yan, Kai. Kaso nung nandun na yung Suyo, sorry Kai, wala na
isang realidad ng buhay, walang pogi sa 1v5.
Tama, walang well, si Kyrie dati. Pero di na kasi pwede ngayon yun.
Na-nerf na lahat
naglakasan na rin kasi yung mga teams and mga players. Ngayon, Team Falcons lalo lang din lumalakas yung kanilang mga heroes pati sa late game. Pero again, for Onyx, hindi na naman ganun kasama kasi scaling din naman. Yung kanilang mga cores dito with the Haret and the si Sicilian, lalo infinitely scaling mage pa yung hawak ni Sans dito. Pero when it comes to
Ganda, dikit lang
overall
yung laban,
team fight execution, nakakatakot na kasi dito is wala masyadong pang-hold yung Onyx.
Taba ni Sans, taba din ni Marco.
Siguro ang pinaka-reliable is yung stun, na yung ultimate ni Hilda.
Nakal TC!
Kailangan mag-out ka agad.
Okay.
Habulin na lang, oh.
Ryota, hinahabol din si Ogwen. Nandoon yung true damage and yung physical penetration. Pero hindi pa rin naman sapat yan para mapatay si Ogwen. Again, no, ito yung pinakamalaking concern ng Onyx. Kumbaga si Ryota kasi, naka-frontline duty siya. Siya yung harang kay Super Marco, kila Ogwen. Ang mangyayari niyan, si Kyle TZ, yung dapat niyang cancelin, nasa likod. So kailangan niya protektahan yung ibang members niya rin dito. So kapag lumalikod naman si Ryota, kapag sinamahan niya sila Savero, sila Sans, sinong tutulong kay Kyrie pag nanlikod din siya?
And so far, tignan natin kung
Uy, nakita si Kyle TC, i-burst nila. Nakita sa top si Kyle TC.
Medyo malayo si Kyle TC.
Mag-hero tong Falcon. Makapag-back. Pupersa.
Susubukan nila makakapagsipa siya.
Flap TC!
Ginawa ng flicker para makatakas. Pero yung pagpasok ni Flap, napahuli doon si Ryota.
Nice, patay si Flap.
Naghintay doon sa bush para mapitas doon si Flap TC.
Wala na, out na. Nice.
Lamang
Onyx. Basag ba mid? Nadidip ni Sans? Hindi.
Napakabilis
Basag mid.
na naging response. Wala kasi si Kyle TZ. And immediately, nirush nila yung Lord. Even committing the Zaman Force mula kay Savero. And that just meant na hindi sila pwede lumaban ng team fight afterwards. Pero hindi naman ganun karami na wala sa kanila. Now Kyle, tinama siya dito ng stun. Fernando pa yung isang dash. Thank you, Temporal Rain.
Lamang Onyx dun
Sandwich Claw hindi tatama. Pero may Lord na nagmamark sa middle lane for Onyx. So Team Falcons, kailangan nilang umatras ng konti para dumepensa. Pero dinidepensa nila yung Lord sa harap mismo ng Onyx.
Tinatamaan habang umaatras. Right move dito para sa Team Falcons para mawasan nun tayo. Magiging damage sa Torres. Si Kyrie walang mahanap na stun. Onyx Philippines. Grabe, walang hinto talaga yung pagdepensa ng Team Falcons. Walk the Lord pero tinatamaan mo rin.
Dahil minion sa babaw.
We knock the Lord.
Konti lang gold lead. Sobrang dikit, ganda na laban. Ganda na laban, sobra.
Pre, kiniklear yung Lord. Anong gagawin natin? Wala, boss Hindi natin maabot yung mga heroes sila kahit naglalakad, nagda-damage
Ganda ng laban.
Hindi rin nila ma-engage Hindi mo naman i-dive yung Team Falcon sa panahon na yun kasi may chance na mapaikot pa nila. Mas delix pa. So sabi nila ng Onyx, panoorin na lang natin to na mawala sa kamay natin. Habang sinasamahan na nga natin yung Lord, natatamaan pa, nasasaktan pa.
Pero magaganda yung mga pinipiling takes dito ng Onyx. Grabe yung lamang pala ni Kyle. Kay Kyrie, 11k yung gold. Ni Kyle TZ.
Nakabawi siya Pagdating nga ng First Lord, nagulat ako. Siya na nga yung lamang sa levels So nakahanap talaga ng bawi si Kyle TZ doon sa early game lead ni Kyrie. Sa macro na ginagawa niya.
Full item na si Macro.
So far,
si Macro, si Marco
Hindi pa naman ganun kadali yung team fight sa kanila. Even though they have the damage, they have the range mula kay Super Marco. Problema pa rin kasi talaga nila is ang daming humaharap. Mula sa side ng Onyx, you have the Khalid mula kay Kiboy.
Ano ba nangyari? Hindi ka nabasa
Hilda ni Ryota. And also, yung suyo ni Kyrie na lumilikod din paminsan-minsan.
Yun lang
na yun, pinakita ni Super Marco.
Putik na yan. Yun na yan, guys.
I think dito na rin mararamdaman ng
Ano tayo dito? Enjoy lang tayo dito.
Medyo talo nila sa range. Kasi yung pang range lang talaga nila is the Sicilian Yung Team Falcons naman, yung range na bibigay nila, parang isang pitik lang. Makita mo kaagad, info kaagad.
Taba ni Marco. Pero taba rin ni Sans.
Pumasok pa siya? Hindi. Sabi niya, chill lang, boss. Okay. Finorce back lang niya para makuha niya yung purple buff.
Okay. Buti hindi nakita ng Onyx yung electrifying beats. Kung nakita na Leon, baka bigyan ni Ryota tsaka ni
Kaya mag-double clash ng Falcon
This time around, Lord Dance. Pangyayari dito, parehas
malupit ang Lord Dance to.
Spell. So dito magkakaalaman sino ba yung magandang take dito sa pagkuha ng Lord. Ryota zoning out sila Ogwen. Sa may patang harapan.
Ang reverse yung Ryota, mali ata yun Pero para mag-start yung clash, nahuli si Kyrie! Ang lupit dun ni Flap! Nakaabang si Flap kay Kyrie! Ini-startan lang ni Ogwen yung clash, yung galing.
Team Falcons, kaya pa bang i-contesto ng Onyx? Hindi makapasok si Kiboy, hindi rin makapasok si Sans, nakaharang si Flap TZ.
Panis kay Flap, gago. Flap TZ is back, guys.
Saktong-sakto yung paglapag din.
Grabe yung
knockback ni Flap
Grabe
TZ,
yung
pre.
ano, patience ni Flap TC na hindi niya binner si ano. Hindi niya binner si Ryota kahit nahuli ni ano, ni Ogwen. Naka-wait lang si Flap kay ano eh.
Pumuntang Intramuros. Pero
Yun lang, nasobrahan si Flap.
Flap easy, nawala yung badang. Good initiation mula dito kay Kiboy with a Raging Sandstorm. Zaman Force, masusustain ng Team Falcons sa kalayo si Few with a Crimson Beacon. Pero lumalaban pa rito sila Sans with the Bat Impact. Pero Skaltizi, pumasok sa harap siya ng dance floor. Muntik pa tumamba rito si Kiboy at pati na rin si Sans. Pero nakatakbo siya dahil lang taas ang movement speed.
Nakaabang lang si Flap kay Kyrie eh.
Para sa Onyx, napatumba nila si Flap TZ. Ang tanong, aabot pa 20 seconds.
Kawawa naman si Kyrie, tina-target. Target na target siya eh.
Mukhang kaya ata depensa.
Ayaw pa retry yun eh.
Tignan natin kasi baka si Flap makakasama na sa next push kasama sa gitna. Yung with that minion wave. Team Falcons gagawin.
Patay ata si...
Papasok na sila. Masasaktan dun si Kiboy. Ginamit na yung ultimate para makatakas lang. Onyx, makiklear nila yung Lord. Team Falcons, wala pa silang Tori makukuha.
Yep. Di makaporma si Kiboy.
Dikit ang laban.
Nararamdaman mo na ito yung limitation ng Khalid tsaka ng Hilda. Even though, ito rin naman yung strength nila, yung pwede sila mag-counter-engage. Pero pagdating sa mga slow take na mga...
maganda rin yung badang pick. Totoo. Maganda yung badang pick dito.
Habang nagtitigan kayo kasi unti-unting ginagapang ni Few. Yung kanilang territory. Tulad yan, yung wala silang magawa kundi umatras kasi di naman sila pwede mag-decide na mag-engage lang kasi isang Crimson Beacon lang din naman yung sagot. Wala sila ng super reliable
ang labo nung ano, no?
Stream nung... So ngayon, ang hirap sa Onyx na i-cover yung kanilang area.
Thank you po sa mga nagigip. Thank you po.
Yung nangyayaring kitigan kasi again, ginagapang lang ni Few yung mga lupa.
Yeah, tsaka yung masakit pa doon, si Sans, mas nararamdaman
wala, si Kaltisi, ki-clean up lang siya dito.
Sa panahon na to, wala pa siyang deaths, is hindi masyado makasurvive yung frontline niya na kailangan niya talaga ng matagal para makapag-damage siya, para makapag-free hit siya. Yung tipong pag natamaan na kagad si Kiboy at si Ryota at naumpisahan na yung laban, yun yung dapat all-in na kagad si Savero and Sans at fingers crossed na lang, inisip nila, guys, hold on, kapit lang kayo, please. Kailangan pa namin ng damage.
Napakayaman ni Kyle, 2.5k yung lamang niya versus Kyrie. And ito rin yung isa pang problema ni Sans. Di naman siya pwedeng sumuporta lang ng blind doon sa frontline niya kasi pag nagkamali siya ng pwesto, mabibigyan siya ng joy ni Kyle TZ. So tamang talikogenic ka talaga dito para kay Sans. Di ka pwedeng frontliner. Di pwedeng alalayan mo lang din basta-basta sila Ryota.
Nagpupukan yung dalawa. Huli.
Apat yung dash yan ni Joy and Sipa dito mula kay Ogwen. Nakaparaging Sandstorm na si Kiboy.
Nice try.
Dalawang ultimates yung na-burn dito pero yung
okay, walang flicker si Ogwen. Pwedeng bigyan. Kaso naka-immortality.
Yeah, mabilis din naman yung pagbalik ng ultimate ng Khalid. Sa puntos na to, siya yung may flicker. Baka dun pa magulat mamaya ang Team Falcons. Biglang mag-flicker set. Sige boy, tignan natin kung paano magagamit ni Ogwen yung sipa niya ngayon na hindi na ganun ka dali.
Lakas maka-threat nung
surprise initiation.
Joy
Baka gamitin na lang niya pang defense. Tignan natin kung ano mangyayari.
Grabe kasi yung counter-initiate ng Joy.
Palayo sa Lord. Pero maganda yung pwestuhan dito ng Onyx. Sila yung may control.
Ayun na, Foxy Club. Aray, ang sakit ng Cecilia.
Trying to look for an angle here and also reclaim some ground.
Ayun, pinapok.
For Team Falcons. Pero yung mga deaths natin ni Super Marco na palapasin yung mga frontliners ng Onyx. And ito na, ginagapang na naman ni Few. Ginagapang ni Few yung lupa. Bawal kayo dito. And Onyx, kinailangan nila lumabas. Pero nag-clear mid lane dito sila Few. So Ryota, nakuha niya pabalik ang mga bush control. Kung ginamit nila para makaapak ulit sa harap ng Lord. Pero ito na naman si Few. Ginagapang na naman yung harapan. And si Ryota nabibigyan dito sa
lamang yung Falcon sa wave sa baba
Team Falcons sa slow push. Look at the bottom lane. Yan ang hihintay ng Team Falcons na mag-clear yung minion wave dyan. So
okay, out yung Falcon dito. Re-reset na yan.
Zaman Force. Pero again, kailangan nilang dahan-dahanin yung lupa.
Grabe mga yung Pinas. Grabe mga mga macro.
Ayaw niya ibigay.
Minamakroan yung Indo, guys.
Yung Onyx lang. Kasi yung mga minion waves din talaga, hindi nila maalagaan na masyado. Team Falcons, lagi sila clear ng clear para yung pressure ng minion waves hindi nawawala sa mapa. At nang papaisip sila, guys, ano na to? Minions, pwesto, paano? Yung damage, yung poke, mahuli si Kiboy. Pero wala pa akong nag-go. Si Flap TZ nakita na grabe talaga yung long dance na ginagawa ng dalawa na to.
Hindi nila makita yung Joy. Si Kyle sabi niya, okay lang farm muna ako kasi matagal pa naman yung Lord na yan. And yung Onyx, hindi rin naman nila marush kasi hindi nila alam saan manggagaling yung Joy. Pero sa Kyrie, nag-init na ulo. Sabi ni Kyrie, tsaka na Ryota. Ayaw pa, kanina pa nire-reset ng Lord na to. Nakaapat na reset na, pero nandyan na.
Kyrie?
Yung sayaw ni Kyle TZ, electrifying beats. Aabot siya rito sa harapan ni Ryota.
Na-retry ni Kyle. Patay si Kyle. Nice one.
And Kyle TZ falls down. So pero takes him down, Ogwen. Sinusubukan niya lumabas. And Onyx dito naghahabol na ng additional kills. Makakalabas pa rin naman ang Team Falcons. Pero Kyrie with that Soul 7 Retribution to steal.
Alam ni Kyrie na ano, papasok si
Maaga
ano,
yung
si Ogwen eh.
pagpasok nung paggamit ng ultimate ni Kyrie.
Tinipid ni Carl yung ano, ni Kyrie yung dodge.
At yun na nga, nahanap pa ng Onyx Philippines yung lamang doon kasi nakita
Retriggered
nila
talaga si Kyrie.
si LTZ na dumaan sa
Pag
gitna.
pinag-retry niya yan.
Yung minion waves nila at nagpo-purple buff pa siya o papunta pa lang siya sa purple buff. Kaya ni-rush na lang nila kagad na pa-force yung Team Falcons ng
Bias ha. Hindi ah. Sadya ka na lang talaga syempre. Gusto mo manalo Onyx. Onyx ako eh.
Sinubukan din na mag-hero lock para sa Kiboy dito. Rage Sans ng Flicker sa may bandang likuran.
Ayun, ang sakit ni Sans.
Kulang damage dito para kay Dio pero yung Lord
GG. Nice one.
ng game number 1.
Sorry sa mga Pinoy dyan ha. Onyx kasi ako guys eh.
ng taga-front at taga-sud.
Brand ambassador kasi ano Onyx guys. Kaya gusto ko manalo Onyx syempre.
Para makuha na agad ang game number 1.
Tsaka nandun si Ryota tsaka si Kyrie. Dalawang ano ko yun eh. Dalawang former teammate ko yan eh.
Sub kung sub eh.
Oo.
Kaya gusto ko manalo sila guys.
Nung pagdating sa Lord na yun, parang yung
GG.
inisip na lang nila main condition is, Kyle, nasan yung joy?
Yes.
Nasan yung joy? And yun nga, nung naramdaman na nila na, uy, baka nasa may gitna pa to.
May Pinoy din naman sa Onyx eh.
Binilisan na lang nila. Tapos hindi yung todong bilis na, okay, rush, na umabot pa nga sa isang point na push back onti yung Onyx.
Support ako kay Kyrie, pati kay Ryota guys eh.
Sila sa pagpasok ni Kyle, pinanish kagad nila.
Yeah. And ito yung sinasabi natin, no? Even though mataas yung skill.
Tsaka Onyx naman kasi talaga ako dati pa.
Nila. May scaling heroes din kasi sa side ng Onyx. And yung Cecilio ni Sans, total wala naman kasi.
Pusong Onyx ako eh, pusong Onyx.
Sa team fight. And protektado rin naman siya nila Ryota rito.
Tingnan natin kung papaisahin. Pero ang ganda ng laban, dikit lang eh.
Ng Team Falcons kasi
depende lang talaga sa ano
dito yung
execution. Grabe si Sans 5-0.
Pang niya yung mga lupa pabalik si Ryota na
di man lang namatay.
Nag-all in na siya mag-commit doon kasi alam niya may imo naman siya. Hinawakan niya na yung bush. And even though binabaran pa rin siya ni Few, doon na nagkaroon ng window.
Ba't yung binaba siya Onyx PH dati yan? Okay lang yan guys eh. Baka di nila alam. Okay lang yan. Normal lang yan guys.
Dahil yung attention ay nasa frontline lang si Kyle TZ,
The Solution 2.0 talaga si Atoy Air, kaya nga eh. The Solution, wala, in love ka lang Ina. Wag kang umulit dyan, in love ka lang kay Ryota eh.
Majority ng teamfights na nakita nating nangyari dun sa laban na yun, choice talaga ng Onyx na magkakasama sila dapat.
Yeah.
Na parang kahit pa masacrifice na nila yung waves na paulit-ulit nyo naman din pinopoint out kanina, parang kada objective, palagi namang pabor sa Falcons yung waves, yung mga opposite lanes. Hindi talaga masyadong pinapasok.
Ay naman tayo.
Gusto nila na lahat
Indo naman tayo, Indo stream.
Kompleto.
Hey guys, Indo stream naman tayo.
Medyo masyado natagalan pa yung Team Falcon sa laban na to.
MPL Indo naman tayo.
Doon para sa mga
meron ba dito?
Especially as you mentioned kay Ryota at Kiboy. Pwede na lang nila gawin is tapon katawan na lang. Sige, andito na ako. Bigay nyo na lahat sa amin. And yun nga, nagbigay yun ng space kay Sans. Yun yung sinasabi natin kanina
MPL Indonesia.
Umabot sa point na
meron ba MPL Indonesia?
Kahit na wala pa siyang deaths, si Ryota at si Kiboy masyado mabilis mahuli, mapitas. Pero pagdating ng immortality para sa dalawa na yun,
Moreno juga, tapi kalau misalkan yang paling strong gue masih melihat dari Sans mungkin ya sampai saat ini. Yang sering pakai juga soalnya.
Di patch ini ya, di patch
ini.
Kalau dari dulu mungkin masih ada beberapa yang menggunakan Cecilian, namun ya memang ini adalah jawaban kenapa cukup diprioritikan ya Cecilian bagi Sans.
Wala, ang taba ng Cecilian ni Sans. Di na maintindihan, okay lang yan.
Karena dia berani
maiba naman.
Dia udah hadir, dia udah
pero grabe yung mga retry ni Kai. Hindi siya, isang beses lang siya na zone eh. Yung na zone lang siya ni Plap eh. Kaso, nakapokus na si Plap oh.
Dia selalu ada di belakang.
Kahit nakapokus si Plap.
Minimal itu musuh kena sanguin itu atau band impact sekali deh.
Na-retry pa rin ni Kai.
Secara total gak terlalu banyak ya, di 12 nih. Tapi ya sinkron banget ini dia trio mid yang tadi udah di mention juga dari awal game. Ini berjalan dan kayak upaya
Wait lang guys, CR lang ako guys.
Kira kayak nggak ngebuahin hasil.
Balik ako guys, CR lang.
Yang di awal sebenarnya bagus kan.
Chill lang kayo dyan.
Sempat kena 3 orang, 2 orang.
Kayak ditendang di balik.
Nah, tapi kalau nggak dapat Sans juga susah ya. Flickernya itu loh, bukan revive ya, flicker.
Karena apakah ini faktor juga sebagai follow up mid-nya ini bukan burst gitu loh. Karena dia membawa Chushin kan.
Itu yang gue rasa, kalau memang mereka mau main pick off, kayaknya udah harus bawa Super Marco terus-terusan sih.
mereka nggak bisa pakai Chusit juga karena Chusit kan damage-nya minimalis ya.
DPS
Bukan
juga.
kayak Parsha.
Benar, bukan tipikal yang burst. Masalahnya ketika mereka bawa Super Marco menurut gue dulu mental atau.
Ya, Super Marco masih farming dulu di awal-awal. Memang nggak tumbang untuk Super Marco-nya, tapi ya gimana? Gak ada damage-nya juga dia.
Iya.
Dia farming terus ya. Sekali tumbang bisa jadi tabungan pecah ya.
Benar.
Tapi ya, congratulations untuk Onyx di game yang pertama. Terlihat bagaimana walaupun sebenarnya tadi ada chance untuk tim Falcons bisa mencuri kemenangan tersebut ya di pertengahan game barusan. Tapi ternyata Onyx mampu membawa game pertama ini menjadi milik mereka. Sinkronisasi yang aku lihat jauh lebih mateng sih bersama dengan Ryota dan Savero.
Iya, mungkin spesial untuk Savero.
Iya, itu mekaniknya.
Karena luar biasa banget. Aku lihat dia tadi yang dia masuk Summon Force di mid turret-nya, terus dia bisa balik lagi.
Iya.
Bisa
Dia
keluar kan dari situasi susah-susah kayak gitu.
pakai targetnya ke turret ya buat lompat-lompatnya.
Siapa yang mau dikasih jempol?
Savero.
Savero.
Kalau Stun sudah biasa ya Savero.
Sans juga
Nah,
boleh
aku
tetap.
kasih cari Savero. Dia udah
Sans
media
juga
tim.
boleh tetap.
Stun oke lah.
Tapi ya mungkin kalau ngomongin Savero ya Om ya, gue ngerasanya tuh dia pertama satu kan pendatang lah ya, pendatang.
Jangan dia tepok dong Om.
Tenang, sabar, tenang. Savero. Makanya kita ngelihat gold lane Onyx. Tapi kalau ngomongin Onyx memang perkembangannya cepet banget tau.
Ini sekali masuk ya, tiba-tiba wah.
Langsung.
Marunong ako mag-indo kay Dlarias. Marunong ako mag-indo.
Dari MDL Onyx.
Pero hindi ako sobrang fluent, like 100% fluent. Mga siguro mga 90% o kaya 80% lang. Ganon.
Nile dari MDL.
May mga words kasi sobrang lalim din eh. Katulad sa Tagalog eh.
Ya sampai menjadi ini ya salah satu perebutan dipinjamkan ke
Benar.
tim lain juga. Tapi
Aurora Turkey Lodge. Oh sige, Aurora Turkey tayo. Habang wala pa. Habang wala pa, Aurora Turkey tayo. Ito.
It's tough for him for that first game, but will it change now? Seems like he will quickly go and steal the camp here alongside Asuyo also, so it's a fair trade.
Doon siya pa bang. Ako dokong Onyx. Onyx Indo.
Should be so forced to use the retribution. Would have loved to save it if you are leave me.
Test.
Honestly, is I think the only that's first build already. Koba actually went down and even used his Purify, but yeah, Boro is the only hero, while Kalea is the only hero that can leash for the jungler at level 1 and not lose a single point of health bar of health points.
Yeah, I guess that the lack of information perhaps was Koba aware that TNZs are around hovering that area, and that was a very important first skill as well. Onto the golden bottom side though.
Trying to punish Lunar, will get it. Good response from Team Falcons.
Mapag-level 4 pa ba to? Hindi ata ito mapag-level 4 eh.
This 3-man
Sa
gang
mid,
shot actually can be
si
pretty
Barats.
deadly in Boro. Spidey senses tingling. It's either Apex 47 or TNZ.
Onyx to the mine,
guess.
Belum.
They ended up finding Apex 47.
2 minutes
missing
pa,
the
2
taunt, though.
minutes.
So,
Tagal pa yan.
no kills there, but at least it does give Falcons Banner some control.
Grabe si TNC ah.
Your Valve for connecting.
Blue team pala sila.
1v1 TNZ.
Ay, red team sila.
I think he got
Nasa
the
likod si TNZ.
camp, so he hits level 5. Once more, level advantage to go for the turtle if Team Falcons Banner decides to compete for it. Aurora Turkey will have that level advantage just like last game. Lunar also 4, so Daytona's welcome is an option.
Still setting up though. It seems like
Thank you,
Aurora,
ma.
they will take over.
Grabe na yung nanay ko, guys.
What's the target? They want to go
Binigyan
for
ako pagkain. Thank you, ma.
Both Apex 47 and Luna are chipped down. Plus steals the defender airstrike. A toss back onto Orange Bob, who is still surviving. He is so durable.
Yes, guys.
Welcome with the gobble up, but it really doesn't matter. And now they find the title strike. TNZ forced the
Wait, guys, kain lang ako, guys, ah.
Chase, forcing the rest
Hindi.
of Aurora Turkey to back off. And
Thank
Falcons
you.
Banner wins
Thank you,
the
ma.
first early game
Love you.
fight, hits the turtle.
Wow, different story here, ladies and gentlemen, for game 2.
Sweet ng mother ko ah. Binigyan ako pagkain, guys. Kain, guys, adobong puset.
They kind of forced that fight, right? TNZ was not in position.
My
to go for it.
favorite, adobong puset, guys.
That's a solo kill.
It's like squid, guys. Squid.
Really wanted to get that wave, but he got nothing.
Kain,
Apex
guys.
47 though, overextended, eats the RKO and punished by
Chill lang kayo dyan, guys, ah. Kain muna ako, guys. Sorry. Di pa, ay, shit. Di pa siya nagtatangalian, guys.
Calculation there from Apex.
Nagalit na yung mother ko. Di pa daw ako makain.
Actually
Wait,
getting
guys.
outplayed here, despite them winning on economy.
unforced errors here and there. Leave Me finding TNZ, crowd control to oblivion, and Leave Me finds that kill.
Another kill for Team Falcons there. And now the gold lead has shifted. Now they are filling up 5 members in the mid.
Apex 47 forced to back off. You don't really have the luxury like game 1, especially without the support of a Hilda, right? Boras doesn't do exactly the same thing as that Hilda. So the pace does slow down a little bit, and that pressure spills over to Siggy Boom. The rest of Aurora Turkey needs to defend him. Uh-oh. They found Lunar again. He's being brought
Hello
down.
guys, kain guys, kain. Makan guys, makan.
They lost Lunar. Rosa trying to help Mimi, wants to get away. Terrified. Gets clipped by the synchro fission by Siggy Boom. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Siggy Boom still once more, but won't be able to find much. Boro gets away. Koba knocks him back.
Yeah, good recovery from the side of Team Falcons. Sure, they got Lunar, but yeah, Leave Me. It's unfortunate. Right there, he got caught. Technically, it's a win for Aurora, and yeah, it's back to even game. I feel like Koba needs to be careful here. He got solo killed earlier. He doesn't want another solo kill happening top lane.
Oh yeah. I think right now, if you are Falcons Vena, see if we can get that. Rosa is forced back, so he won't be part of the fight, which is good. Orange Bomb on the Siggy Boom already. Turtle down low. This one secured by TNZ. Rosa rejoins the fight. Daytona's welcome. He gets grabbed away, kidnapped once more. This dinosaur really sent back to the prehistoric era as he goes down. Aurora Turkey finds the objective but loses one.
Yeah, not a fun game here for Lunar. 0-4-1 so far. Though TNZ, yeah, tight angle for that retribution, but he still got it. He still come to clutch with it. And both teams now slowing down the tempo, and Koba is already playing the pressure, the far lane pressure. They're taking down the first turret in the game.
This is definitely a different side of Falcons Mena that we are seeing here, folks. But still, no goal advantage for either side, which is good news for them. Better airstrike once more stolen. Sensei barely gets out. Orange Bob misses the AOG, but really doesn't matter. In fact, the stun was enough to keep Aurora Turkey away. SOD top misses Siggy Boom, so it's going to be the walk of shame back to the top side. Lunar will get the Guardian helmet.
Yeah, good response. So,
Last na Aurora Turkey, guys.
Just out of position in his own jungle.
Ah, that's a good
Mukhang ano XP yung nila, problema.
They're still able to
Pag kinuha ko niyang Aurora, Turkey sa sa team nila, kukunin ko yan, guys. Malakas yung team na yan eh.
To be careful entering bushes, right? Because on a Jawhead,
Tsaka malakas din kasi sa international tournament ng etong Turkey Aurora.
Everything used by Apex 47, he distanced himself with the ultimate. Taunted up, but the damage from these two tanks pretty much enough to take out Apex 47. Instant conceal. TNZ.
Tsaka malakas kasi si Rosa, guys. Masarap kampiyan si Rosa tsaka si Apex 47.
From the side now, Falcons Mena really knees deep in this fight. TNZ, can he find the stun from Blazers? No available target, so TNZ is gonna hold back on that. Boro gone on, terrified, doesn't connect. Boro disengages.
Well, it's
Onyx na? Okay.
Benar ya, meskipun di sebelah kanan udah jelas nih dua hero yang akan bisa makan Fanny.
Oke.
Dari jauh dari Moskow
Onyx tayo, Onyx.
juga.
Paling jauh. Kayaknya Fanny kalau lawan Moskow berat juga sih.
Oh, berat, udah bukan berat juga, memang berat.
Harus 3-2 solusi terbaik kan. Temenin dari Fanny-nya.
Oke.
Kalau main lane jauh sendiri-sendiri gitu menang Moskow ya.
Ya, menang Moskow.
Karena ya Fanny-nya masuk dikit Spear of Mystery, pukulin dikarat ya.
Belum Queen of Nature ya.
Nah, itu dia.
Ini lagi kekinian nih Hilda Jawhead.
Iya.
72% win rate.
Combo jahil.
Wow.
Combo jahil.
Kenapa enggak jada?
Enggak.
Hilda, jada.
Jahil aja.
Jahil oke dah.
Kan nyebelin kan?
Boleh.
Digebuk-gebuk dilempar. Digebuk-gebuk dilempar.
Ryota main Hilda terus.
Bete.
Si Ryota puro Hilda ginagamit sa kanya.
Gimana isi rumput Jawhead?
Ada Jawhead.
Tapi tetap Suyo ya menjadi pilihan bagi tim Falcon sekarang.
Win rate-nya Suyo 72%.
Objektifnya kuat sih.
72.
Hilda masih 100.
Hah? Hilda masih
100, Jawhead 72 juga ya Jawhead tadi.
Gede juga. Tapi ini bandnya Udah kelihatan soalnya ini glue gak akan di-ban. Udah ada Jawhead, ada Hilda juga.
Harusnya enggak sih.
Mungkin glue-nya bisa di-ban sama Onyx.
Di-ban Onyx ya benar. Oke bakal nge-ban glue.
Glue plus Hylos mungkin ya.
Glue Hylos.
Glue Jawhead.
Hah?
Jawhead Gatot.
Gatot ya.
Glue Gatot kaca boleh.
Waduh, Cecilnya di-ban.
Kena ya, kena.
Parsha nih, Parsha masih ada.
Masih ada.
Masih ada Parsha, tenang.
3 hero mid lane.
Yuk, glue.
Tingko no.
Glue atau Gatot dah.
Titip satu dulu.
Tingko maganda yung Hilda.
Badan depan kan?
Assassin Emblem kapag ano.
Cuaca Indonesia, Jakarta
Yung mid nung kalaban, hindi ganun ka
lagi adem-adem seru.
tataas yung ano, yung damage. Like hindi siya burst type.
Tiba lewat terus hilang.
Pag DPS yung mid, maganda ata yung Assassin Emblem eh.
Krusial nih jam 3:30 sore. Iya, glue-nya ban. Mau ban mid-nya lagi kah? Atau mau ban hero dari Savero? Ada Harit, Iritel. Jangan lupa kan Iritelnya Savero loh.
Makanya, justru ini kayaknya memang dipancing deh. Mereka nggak ambil Haritnya juga, tetap ya udah paling bener adalah fokus ke satu aja, midnya.
Berarti kalau dia ban giftnya, ini Parsha mau diambil kan bisa combo nanti.
Bisa.
Parsanya buat tim Falcons ya.
Buat Falcons.
Ano Indo.
Gatot kaca kah?
Gatot.
Enggak ya, ternyata Fobia.
Sama sih, dia punya efek sisi juga.
Ya, berarti XP masih banyak ya. Lucas ada. Lucas bisa makan Fanny loh.
Hebat.
Parsanya diambil.
Lumayan obvious ya.
Iya, berarti.
Miti apa yang tersisa?
Valentina.
Iya sih.
Valentina. Atau utility sekalian om?
Apa tuh?
Meron bang English?
Aurora.
Rora sih bagus. Rora sama si ini. Jawhead.
Meron bang English guys?
Tapi kalau mau aman ya ambil Valentinanya. Takutnya Lucas di kanan.
Bisa kanan ya. Dia ada badan juga, ada immune sih soalnya. Jadi di depannya pede.
Mau gak mau gitu.
Valentina or
in the map, they're investing in macro. That's
dari
why they
jauh
picked up the
lagi
Moscow
nekat
first
nih.
aid.
Oh English aja English.
Granger, Harith be damned, whatever.
And
they're
English,
now
English,
investing in
just
range.
English.
And still macro, like you're still flying across the map with the wings by wings. So few ending up with the Farseer, definitely a good amendment to what happened in game 1. Again, 0 burst. So now it's all the burst.
Yeah. I get the range. I get what the Farsa is capable of, especially with the changes to her kit. But that's a vulnerable mid laner.
She's soft.
Soft, and she just stands there when she ults. You know, that's just prime target, I think, for Onyx at this moment. Especially they have so much dive. They have the Hilda, they have the Jawhead, and we're not even mentioning Kyrie right now on the Fanny.
Some tender love and care is going to need to be invested into Few if he wants to stay alive and get those early rotations. However, let's see what Onyx is going to do to finish off their composition here. To kind of wrap things up, it's going to be how... Oh, wow! They go for the Veil as well. Interesting options here. Whoa. It's not really zone control, but they've got burst out of the wazoo now. And even better yet, when it comes down to the Lords, the Turtles, these objective fights, it's going to be interesting to see how Onyx is going to play around it, with the final pick being the high loss. Boys and girls, what are your opinions? We'll start with you, Eterna. What do you think about the composition?
Oh my god, this na to.
I mean, technically, there is a lot of season
Onyx
coming from
Onyx.
Falcons with the Hylos now being picked
Fanny,
up.
Kyrie, plus Sans
And also, they
Veil.
do still have it with Ogwin on the show. That should
Pero
be a
tingnan natin,
problem
guys.
for both the Fanny and the Harith. So I do see a version of this composition where it can work, but
I guess.
Yeah, but you know,
I feel like the priorities have shifted. Now it's like, yes, we still are going for Few, but we also have to keep in mind Flapteasy, because the previous game it could have gone really bad for us. With that being said, I'm gonna pass it over to your casters here. Once again, it's Leo and Eterna heading into the game.
Thank you so much, Gideon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring you into game number 2 in this best of 3 for our second match on Stream A for the Mobile Masters here, Snapdragon Pro Series. As you can see, both teams are getting ready. Remember, we're at match point, and we saw earlier what Flapteasy was able to say in the interview, how this is such a high-stakes game. It's a revenge story through and through, and we're going to see whether or not Falcons can force a game number 3 over the Sky Kings.
From JB to Jakarta, Team Falcons have a chip on their shoulder, and it's not looking good.
Suns?
Oh my lord! Ogwin with the first blood drawn on the Suns. Damage reduction, allowing for Ogwin to survive. Few looking to punish Kyrie. Where'd that come from?
Kyrie doesn't even get the hit either, so there's no trade back. That's Angie. That's Angie Ogwin.
Team Falcons is, I'm going to teach you a Filipino word, Tagalog word. Say gigil.
Gigil.
Yeah, they're gigil right now.
Oh man, all right. So the early game pressure that we were thinking from the side of Onyx has been kind of overtaken by Team Falcons, and we should have saw it coming, right? Farsa and the Cho in the mid lane, really fast clear, really heavy engage as well, high mobility as well with the Wings by Wings. As we're also taking a look at the player emblems, we do see a lot of emphasis on movement speed coming in from Team Falcons, and maybe that's the change that we're going to be seeing from game number 1 to game number 2. They want that mid trio prio.
Yeah, a little more mobile, get into the fight even before it starts, get better positioning. That is Team Falcon's resolution here. Keyboy gets an ejector on a Kyle Deezy.
Patay si Kyle.
Intercepted
Nice
by
one.
Kyrie. He gets one down. Revenge kill for
Nakaka-early si
Now we're sitting at
Kyrie.
1-1, but that previous death was on Sans. So technically, Team Falcons has a little bit more, leeway to work with. Technically, it should help Team Falcons be able to get to a better EXP lead. Meanwhile, Ogwin already trying to punish Kyrie in the purple buff. Does he get it? Is the problem. But it's enough time for Team Falcons to set up for this neutral objective.
Yep. Falcons, first to the scene. Sans and Ryota answering back. This is
Ganun
turning into
zone
a
lang.
4v2. Not unless Kyrie has something to say. Their strike already popped by Few. Soft reset on the turtle. Secured by Kyle Teasy. He gets out of dodge, dashing through that Y brush. Survives. Down goes Kyrie. Ogwin gets a kick and a kill. And the rest of Onyx back out.
Patay na naman si Sans. Walang flicker si Sans.
Sans gets taken down by Marco nonetheless.
This is
Patay
an
na naman si
amazing
Sans.
start for Team Falcons right now. 3
Akala ko
kills
walang
on
death
the
si
board.
Sans sa game na to ah.
Exactly. Neutral objective take as well, and that's the beauty of the Moskov. Not only is it a great way to kind of hold your ground against assassins like the Fanny that's on the hands of Kyrie, but also
Taba
the
ni
fact that
Marco
you have a
dun.
lot more global pressure to work with. And finally,
Taba
we
ni
get
Marco
to see
dun.
Super Marco actually have an impact in the game, unlike what we saw from game number 1 when he was stuck on the Granger.
Early too. I think that's what's key for Falcons is they want to move fast. They want to impact the map and get their game plan going much sooner than when the opponent
lang,
can
Keyboy.
react. And now Ogwin forcing the kick and a
Outplay
full
si
combo.
Keyboy, guys.
Taking down
Miss
Keyboy.
Mechanic.
Keyboy was expecting Team Falcons to let out that much of a response.
Absolutely not.
That was punitive.
It's disgusting, right? The damage again on the Farsa is immense, and if they work around the fact that the Farsa is so vulnerable, but they play it in a skirmish like that and not in a
Honestly,
pure
Daddy
5v5,
Ogwin, Daddy
Team
Ogwin doing
Falcons
things.
will be able to get a lot more value with the Farsa being picked up, and now we already see some rotations happening from Team Falcons into the top side. Savero needs to be careful. And here it is, that pressure in the mid lane back onto Ryota. So Ryota, Sans, and Keyboy, not as aggressive as we saw in game number 1.
And that's mainly because Team Falcons are so proactive. 3 kills up, a turtle up, 1 spawning now in the upper quarter. What's this Fanny to do, right? The next thing you know, I'm going to say now, is he's split pushing. Kyrie is just winning the long lane, and then he just jumps in, and, it puts Onyx in a weird position.
Oh my God, Kyrie.
Positions, Few bursted from 100 to 1, and forced of Wings by Wings out. Ouch.
That's definitely the potential of the kill pressure that Kyrie has. Wait a second, that's a flicker used. And they don't go for the engage. Now Few's caught low.
Yeah, Few knows his team
Grabe
needs
that
him.
shin, Keyboy, ah.
Hides in that brush, asking, can you guys hold out? I have a feathered airstrike. There it is. Popping it onto Ryota. Glory's pathway by Flap Teasy. Deterring the entrance of Onyx. Savero takes down Ogwin. It's a man down, and
Nice
Kyrie
one.
scores 1 for his team. That's a turtle and a kill for the Sky Kings.
That's the clapback here in the 5th minute of the
Free
game.
farm si
just
Marco.
by Kyrie, dishing out the damage onto
Ay, reverse Marco.
What?
Solo kill.
Oh!
Funny.
That's what. Oh.
There it is.
Binigla ni
Super
Kyrie.
Marco gets caught out by Kyrie. A free kill down bottom. Super Marco was just working on the turret. Come on.
That's a good break. That's a good break for Super Marco. Now caught in 1-1-1 in terms of that KDA. And this is the kill pressure that we were waiting for the Fanny to have.
What do you mean a good break?
Oh my God, naglag ah. Ito ba yan?
You're holding that orange brush. And Kyle Teasy, that's too much burst even for Suyo.
All right.
Kyle Teasy din patay. Paano namatay si Kyle?
1-1-1 in terms
Keyboy here holding that orange brush. And
Ayun,
Kyle Teasy Kiboy! That's too much burst.
Ayun, lag pala sa mismo
Alright,
sa kanila.
Kyrie is actually holding on to only one item right now. So that's the damage he's already having just with the Hep to Seal.
That's right. No, and that's how much Marco took to the face. And now he has to recover from that. And he's still holding on. He's still pushing it. Look at this down bottom. Marco falls again.
Patay na naman si Marco. Grabe ka, Kai.
They're going for more value. And look at Ryota being able to assist that, maybe a boost of confidence. Look how
Pinapatunayan ni Kyrie na hindi siya umihina.
Kyle Teasy gets out of
Kai,
dodge.
Kai, patay Kai.
Stopping them from retreating so fast. And now Ryota in trouble, looking for that passive proc. No slows, no stuns. Ryota gets away.
They were able to take Kiboy down in that, re-engage coming from Team Falcons, but they were already able to trade it with a tower up top. Severo gets it.
It's a good deal.
It is. And it looks like despite Team Falcons holding on a
Follow
lot
si
more
Kaya.
control in the early portion of the game, Onyx are definitely looking for opportunities too. They're not going down without a fight.
That's right. They won't have to wait till Kyrie can just farm the long lane. Kiboy picking up the anti-Keras here definitely should do some work, especially since he's going against Kyle Teasy. Fed air strike, compromised here by Severo, pushing few out of that brush. Now Ogwin forced the flicker out, down to about 1 HP. Flap Teasy, Glorious Pathway, getting out of the Zaman Force, survives, but only for a second
Kyrie.
longer. Gets out of
Uy,
dodge.
alam ni Kyrie na nandun yung Cho. Grabe yung ni Kyrie, sense of, niya.
So again,
Game
they're
sense
trading
na dun.
back and forth once again. A turret for a turtle, a kill for a turret. And Team Falcons were able to get the better out of it in this particular engage because they didn't waste too many resources as they took that objective taken.
Mataba pa rin naman si Marco
well
no?
that Onyx had,
Level 10 siya.
Kyrie
Tas
going full ham into
Lamang sa
the
gold
Vipers
yung
for Team
Falcon.
Falcons. Despite them being on a relatively
lag lang
low
to.
amount of HP, we do see
Lamang nga yung
Onyx
Falcon.
trading it for a turret in the bottom side, but that gets instantly traded back by Team Falcons there, as we saw earlier.
Kahit
on
yung
screen.
pressure, nasa Onyx Indo. Lamang pa rin yung
These
Falcon.
teams are so in sync with what they're trying to
Sans?
do. Their cross-map plans that they're willing to trade for, that it happens within the second. Bottom lane for top lane, tier 2 for tier 1,
Yeah.
rotation for the buff, holding down these bushes. Look at that Ogwin, kicking Kiboy out, flushing him out, and Ryota backing up as well. This is a Lord spawning in the lower quarter. Question, is Kyrie getting his purple? Is Falcons not attacking his purple?
I don't think so. I think Kyrie has been able to get his hands on the purple for a little bit. I don't think they've been able to find the right opening maybe into the enemy jungle. And
So
if
that's
we're-
good.
Oh, there it is. See?
Okay. So again, that's step 1. As a fanny, you secure your purple, and
Kahit
then
ano meron
you can
sa
talk
Vero.
business. That's why I guess
Sense of
Onyx,
humor ni Kyrie,
is
sense
not
of
so
humor.
worried. Their fans watching all around the world. Eterna is not so worried.
Ang taba ni Marco, guys.
That,
Free farm si Marco.
Despite everything that's going up on screen right now in the first 9 minutes of the game, Team Falcons are still holding on to the gold lead, 1,400. I know it's not too much, but the problem is that gold lead is mostly being held in by Super Marco, who already has the Holy Trinity. And that's going to matter as now, ladies and gentlemen, we get to see the Lord back in action, and that is going to be a problem for Onyx.
Yep, they can't, the way they were in game 1, just preemptively starting it. This is a fanny we're talking about, so late entries are the way to go. Ogwin here, blasted by Severo. Ryota pushing him out of that brush, backing off, has to recall. I guess that's technically a man down. Few, feathered airstrike. Pushing them
Sinusunod lang
out
sila ni
of
Ryota.
Lord Dance range. And
Kaso,
Ogwin,
free
holding his
farm
ground,
si Marco.
refused to recall. Doesn't
Hindi
want to get to
makapag-force clash
his
ng
wounds
Onyx,
tended
yung
like a
Onyx
real
Indo.
man, but now he eventually has to. Again, this fight cannot start without a flicker kick, and Ogwin wasn't ready for it.
Absolutely, and you can see the Supermarker was still busy in the top lane as well, still looking for that lane control in the far side of the map. That will, kind of force Onyx to deal with it. So both of these teams don't really want to pull the trigger just yet. Few wings by wings. Okay, there was backup from Ogwin there.
They're so liberal with their skills. I mean, they know because they control the map, they control the long lane bush, the river bush, they control the long lane, that's one thing. And look at this.
Alam nila magbo-blue si Kyrie.
No problem, it's just Ryota threatening.
Binurse nila yung Lord.
kill.
Napatalino ng Falcon dun
Call for Onyx now.
Okay, maybe eventually
Alam
they go
nila
down to
magbo-blue si
this.
Kyrie.
Kyrie just
Punish.
pushing the long lane, farming out, waiting until Severo's ready. But when is Severo ready? That's the question.
I would say that he is not. He's only on 2 items right now, only with the Starlium Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. He should be on the way to the Holy Crystal, but as soon as that Holy Crystal lands, it should be okay. They don't need the Divine Glaive just yet. I don't see too many
anti-magic resist. I do see 2 silence robes on Ogwin as well as Flapteasy, but other than that, no Athena shield built in just yet.
How about Sato Gilak, the crazy one? How about
Gila
Suns? Yeah, he's been having a tough game, you know. 0-2-2. Oh my lord, Feathered Airstrike on a few.
Oh my god,
Ejector.
nice
He wasn't
on
ready
you,
for
eh?
that. He had to purify.
Man, I mean, I guess despite everything about Suns and maybe we were wanting to get into his items, the fact that he has that knock-up, the fact that he has so much CC and
It's
so
enough.
much tools, it's enough because everyone else can follow up, and that's few that gets bursted down.
Okay.
That's few, by the way.
Okay, I
Holy
get
Crystal.
it. I get it. There it is. I think it was a calculated trade. I mean, it's expensive, yes, but some things you just can't get a good
Eto,
deal
flash
on.
ata to
Few
sa
was
mid, ah.
sacrificed so that Team Falcons could push mid. Look, they eventually got it. I think that was the price Falcons paid.
It is a permanent structure that they can utilize. A lot more map control, a lot more map pressure.
Ay, hindi na sipa kahit ano.
Pushed out. That definitely could have
Keyboy?
been a lethal kick if he committed the
Patay si
flicker.
Keyboy.
Did not
Boy,
just
boy.
yet. Flapped easy with the
Wala
glorious
rin magawa si
pathway.
Kyrie.
Team Falcons.
Ang lakas ng ano. May chow, tas may high loss.
On the map because again, they have all the incentive to be as proactive as they could.
They're still holding on their ground. They're asphyxiating on
High
it.
loss, ano yun, Moskov tapos chow.
Choking.
Pero ang hirap magpani dyan, ah.
Oh, wait a second, Ogwin.
Oh, Lord Keyboy! Down to a 5th! All from Super Marco's basics!
That's it. That's the Holy Trinity at work, right? Corrosion Scythe, you have the Golden Staff, and you also have the DHS. Plus, he has a lot more, you know, tools to play with. He has the Wind of Nature now.
Rose Gold on the way.
That's the big kicker here. Because with so much magic damage, so much burst coming from Onyx, that Rose Gold is a problem.
He's gonna be better in the paint, as the kids say. He's gonna be better at these trading moments, team fights that last a little longer. Does that mean Savero has to invest in a? Yeah, it is. He's on his way to a concentrated energy.
Yeah.
So he wants to match Marco.
But it's going to take him a little bit more time. And that's why there's a lot more emphasis on Kyrie, right? Wind of Nature built in first rather than the Rose Gold Meteor, because he's definitely appreciating and respecting the kill pressure that Kyrie has.
It's more eminent.
Wala, ang taba ni Marco.
It literally could come from any direction.
360. No scope.
No scope. Pro gamer moves. Literally, this is the best of the best in the business right now.
Oy, huli si ano, Ogwen.
Easy. And Super Marco in
No,
the pit.
nahanap si
Catching
Ryota.
Ryota. Can they finish the job? Ryota gets away with it. Lord now at half health. Lord Dance continues.
And he can afford it just a little bit, right? It does take him time to catch up in terms of that HP, but he should be able to be a-okay pristine condition. Savero, though, not okay.
Oh, dear God. Savero gets knocked up. Forced to summon, forced defensively. And now Keyboy gets caught with a charge Quella. SOD, no one home. But this is a go signal. Green light go. Team Falcons blitzing the Lord.
All resources wasted as well from the side of Onyx, so they're not nearly as prepared. What was Savero doing?
Ganda laban.
It's a weird angle.
Falcon ata to, ah.
Team Falcons,
Game
you
3
can't
ata.
make mistakes like this against this team.
1-1
They will
to, no?
punish, they will capitalize, and they will now have the Lord on the way for the airstrike just to zone the members away from Onyx, so they will be able to get that turret in that mid lane.
Yep.
May flicker pa si Ogwen, tas may walang purify siya,
In
no?
about 3 seconds from
Savero.
now. And Falcons are going to be synchronizing these waves. They're freezing the rest, so it all comes crashing down at the same time. Looking at Savero's items right now, there's the concentrated energy, short of one more.
I wonder what his last item will be. Is he gonna go
DG?
full cannon Divine Glaive? Glass cannon build?
Walang magawa si Kyrie dyan.
Something safer. I mean, that should
Moskov,
be
chow,
Divine
tsaka
Glaive.
ano.
Yeah, then he can just sell his boots for
Mambibigla lang siya
Marco if
dyan.
he needed a little extra.
That's true. That's true. But either way, Savero should be at his power spike, but we do see Athena Shields building through, so they desperately need that Divine Glaive. Can Onyx defend this one?
It comes down to choosing your battles. Again, they'll have to lose something, and that something is that tier 1, 3 down bottom. Next up is the second in mid. Glorious Pathway already spent up. Salmon Force as well. Savero dashing through. Ogwen gets his
Flicker pa si
immortality
Ogwen.
popped here. Flapteasy holding the
Grabe
line,
yung
and the
ano
rest
niya.
of the
Ay,
Falcons
Sans!
just get out of here. Gets blown to pieces by Gilas.
Kyrie.
Ogwen has fallen. Kyrie compromised. Kyrie gets taken down.
Ginagawa mo to,
Fadeaway
Kai.
spears from Super Marco. And the
Namiss
fight
Cable siya.
disperses. Ryota don't want none. Feathered airstrike from Few. Let me finish.
Oh man, that's a 1-for-1 trade. I
Kaso
wouldn't say
threat pa rin
it
tong
was
ano, si
as
Daddy
worth it,
Ogwin, may
right?
flicker
I mean,
pa.
it was already a really great ejector coming in through Keyboy, so they can go on, damage control.
Wala, gusto ko
But
lang
did they
gusto
really have
ko
to
lang
go
mag-restream ng
for
ESL eh.
that extra pick coming in from Onyx?
And
Gusto ko lang
they
rin
lost
manood.
out such a key hero too. It's Kyrie for Ogwin.
Sarap
That's
manood
how
ng
mad
tournament
they
eh.
were. That's how, I guess, you could say desperate they were for something on the clapback, on the return. Because it's been so long since they actually won anything in this 16-minute game.
Absolutely, and now things are going a lot more interesting for Onyx, right? Sabero does have the Divine Glaive, so the damage should be there.
Nasa Onyx pa rin si
But the
Chewe.
main problem is, sure, Sabero, you can catch up on these items, but if you position
Mas
it
malupit
properly
lang ata
like
si
you
Sabero
did
kaya si Sabero
before-
You can't
naglalaro.
buy good positioning.
Exactly.
I can have 1,000,000 gold and still stand in front of y'all and get kicked in the face.
And that's exactly it, right? Severo really needs to think about it. Severo needs to be put in a position where he can be in the team fight long enough for him to dish out the damage that Onyx severely needs, because we know that Super
Binabay
Marco
time lang
now
ni-
with an
ay,
additional item,
binibait ni
by
Pew
the
eh,
way,
sa mid,
he's on
si Kyrie,
prolific gun,
kaso
so
ayaw
a
ni
lot
Kyrie.
more range that he can work with. Can play around these team fights a lot longer with more DPS to give.
And that's not even considering the macro aspect. Marco has just been with the team this whole time, and now they're blitzing it. Falcons are going hunting. Kyle D
Wala.
secures the
Yun
Lord.
lang, lalim ni
The Kid
Ryota
finds
dun.
one. It's
Patay ka
Ryota
dun.
out of commission. Glorious pathway sends
Ayan na.
SOD on to Kyrie.
Ayan na, Super Marco.
Spear of Misery.
Nagwawala na.
Down goes Keyboy. Savero and
GG.
Kyrie left.
1-1
Jump
guys.
force set in, but there's
Gandang
only so
laban.
much he can do. Savero down. Double kill for Marco.
Man.
Kyrie left. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a wipeout.
GG.
Triple kill for Marco. We're going to game 3.
Game 3,
Dear
ganda
Lord,
laban.
1-1 the current score
Nice
line.
one.
Both teams seem to
Maganda
not
game 3
want
para
to give
ano.
up in any capacity.
Para makita ang
as the
tunay
eternal
na
struggle
ano.
continues again.
Nagalawan
captivating the
kapag game
audience
3.
of the MLBB esports world. Onyx tried their best, but their composition is
Hindi, ano,
way too hard.
maraming
to
kasali,
execute
maraming kasali.
upon. So many things need
Na
to
Pinas.
go right. And
Ang mga
especially
kasali
when you
sa
have
Pinas,
something like
guys.
Veil, you must
Dalawa lang
get
pala.
value. And
Onyx,
unfortunately for
tsaka
Mr. Kyrie
Team
Targaryen
Falcon
himself,
PH.
was not
Tas
able to
dalawang,
create
tatlong
enough of a
ay,
lead,
apat na Indo,
enough
apat
of an
pala yung Indo.
impact to kind of set that into stone.
Apat na Indo.
Yeah, it
Dalawang
was, it felt
Pinas.
like a marathon race that Onyx were trying to live up to, especially with how
Brazil.
Falcons
Ano
was
to?
really able to set
Turkey.
the tempo in the early portion of the game. They were a
China,
lot,
China,
more heavy on
China.
control
Ay,
objectives.
ano ba to?
They had a lot more
China ba to?
picks in
Ano
the
to?
early portion of the game. It was
Anong
in the
bansa
mid-game
to?
that we saw a little bit
Ito
of a change
China, di ba?
coming from Onyx, but
Ito anong bansa to?
I'm afraid to say that Super Marco was already on his way to
Anong
that
bansa to?
power spec that Holy
Turkey
Trinity
din?
that eventually Falcons
Turkey din
was
pala.
able to work with and
Ito
work
Argentina,
around,
tas
and
ano?
Onyx had no answer.
Middle East.
Yeah, Onyx long drawn out victory from game 1.
Grabe si Marco, guys.
They were playing to that.
Namatay siya dalawang beses pero grabe siya mag-farm. Grabe siya maghanap ng farm.
Falcons just want to dash. They just want to sprint. And that sprint they did, not literally, not in real life, but they just ended so fast and played to a pace that they were ready for. Every single kick mattered, every feathered airstrike, every
Check lang si
SOD,
Ryota
especially
kaso.
towards that late game.
Binurst na yung Lord eh. Inultian flicker tuloy siya ni ano,
SOD in the
Ogwin.
middle of 3 dudes.
He got away with so much here, and that Kevlar vest was thick. He got penetrated only 2 times, but he learned very quickly from those mistakes. And I think, a lot of the win condition coming in from Onyx was heavily dependent on Sans being able to flicker forward and catch somebody with that wind blow. I think that was pretty much the only win condition that they had other
MVP
than
Marco.
Keyboy catching Super Marco. And even then, that's a very big ask because we did see Falcons, as you mentioned,
That
look
MVP
for
dun
that
si ano
sprint,
eh,
and they did it in a
Ogwin
very
eh. Ang
similar
lapit
fashion
ni
that
Daddy
Onyx,
Ogwin mga ano
that
eh.
Onyx ID did in game number 1. Convoy together,
Mang-zone,
make sure you don't have those
mag-rotate.
opportunities and minimize the points of
Tsaka
contact
kumuha
with
ng ano eh,
Onyx.
momentum eh.
Because that's the whole point of having an assassin in your jungle, right? That's the whole point of
Kaya nga eh,
having
maganda sana kung nandito yung Team
family
Liquid
in the
Philippines
jungle,
saka
right?
Aurora.
You want to have as much
Sayang nga
clear
hindi
as
in-invite
possible,
eh.
but the big
Para
question
maganda
was,
laban eh.
who was supposed to be the target in the early stage of the game? Was it supposed to be
Yung
Super
RRQ,
Marco?
anong nangyari na sa RRQ? Sino nalo sa RRQ? 2-0, binasigan lang. Binasigan lang guys. Ay hindi, dikit lang rin ah. Dikit lang guys. Okay, ito panoorin. Napapanoorin ko nga ito mamaya.
This E-Dock flank hidden.
Eto, wala pa. Up next pa to. Panoorin natin to. Panoorin natin to. RRQ version.
The side lane.
Kalia EXP to, guys.
As well. Ash. 5 years in forward approach. It's what they go for. I mean, Lapel, you were just telling me about this. The Kalia can healing more.
Grabe yung flex nila sa Kalia.
So, a minute.
Kalia EXP? Oh, Kalia jungle? No, Kalia EXP, yeah. Punches? She outboxes
your opposition laner.
Sabihin nyo guys, pag-start na yung ano.
Game number 2 here between Alpha 7 Esports and RRQ Hoshi. After a dominant performance, we'll see if
Panoorin lang
Alpha 7
natin to,
can
guys.
bounce back.
Just want to say I called up the Lucas jungle is also, you know.
Is it the Malaysian meta right now?
Yeah. Chesky has that Malaysian mindset here. Darren isn't gonna do much level 1, so he just wants to wait for level 2. Having the tenacity here, I do like it. Syndra already doing a lot of damage onto Rince, but I feel like Rince is not super pressured because he's still able to clear out the minions from a very safe distance. And looking at the bottom lane here, I'm not so sure if E-Dock can actually pressure Gusta Lagusta that much, but it looks like he just wants Koi to have a better lane. As I say that, he caught Gusta Lagusta.
Gets into the Sacred Hammer, so there's that. It seems like for Alpha 7 Esports though, you saw a lot
Uy,
of
dalawa
really
ko song,
good
guys.
weapons and agilities in their emblem
2-0
selection.
na to,
So
guys.
it really
2-0 na.
feels like they want to have more ways to go around the map. Even the roaming boots
Kalia
for
EXP
Syndra
to.
there,
Tas
I mean,
jungle
rapid
Lucas.
boots to move around the map. So they're trying to use rotations here to shut down Hoshi. They gotta be careful, man. That means Hoshi has a bit more battle prowess built in because they have more combat active emblems.
So question for you, Arashi. If Syndra, as a Farsa, wants to move around the map fast, does he buy boots or Queen's Wings?
Wait, I think logically speaking, if you're talking about outside the game, Queen's Wings would make sense, right? More wings. But no,
Because she flies. She doesn't walk, she flies, you know? I'm just saying.
But she has
Technically
wings.
blood wings.
But she has wings by wings already, so I mean, she's already like, you know, with 2 sets of wings. Megumin though, not really finding a lot of ways to deter Hoshi. This is the first tunnel, and this is where Hoshi like to make their move.
Yep, Takashi already hit level 4. So Susujin, he has to be a little bit careful here. Ridge, but hold on, Dyron just splashes in, trying to catch someone, but looks like Dyron's gonna be the first one to take down. King Zilla gets a kill, as well as a turtle, and Ridge has to go away. He does not have the damage just yet.
Mas King Zilla. May King Kong, tas may King Zilla.
Man, they wanted to go for the decisive
Angas ng
fight,
pangalan
but
niya.
Dyron made the flicker play.
Dahil naangas ng pangalan niya.
Corralled there, and they took the full brunt of the AoE from King Zilla, Suyo, from Vagrant's
Kung may King
All
Zilla.
these big damage.
Kung may King,
AoE
kung may King
tools
Zilla.
Alpha 7 Esports have. So Hoshi, despite having the Kalia, they're fighting the same problem that Alpha 7 had earlier, man. Lack of damage.
It's almost like I said a Kalia burst. I don't know.
That's true, man. Should've listened a little.
Listen, whatever. I mean, like, here's a small thing as well. Here's a small thing. If you want to play catch, maybe as a Lucas, it's better instead of a killing spree, you use the what's the burning one? Impure Rage. Impure Rage does way more damage. Killing spree is more about surviving. So it looks like Susujin just want to go in and out of a fight, but if you have, you know, catching tools, Impure Rage does a lot of damage. Just saying. Now it looks like a fight might ensue. Penguin already flickers out. King Zilla retreats. E-Dock tries to engage, but looks like Syndra is saved by using that Purify, and Penguin gets taken down. Syndra is able to take down E-Dock. King Zilla once rinse, but the Purify.
Mapalag din yung Alpha Esports.
2 for 1 there for Alpha 7 Esports. 1,000 gold lead only for the roamer. They're doing a great job of using that.
Yeah, 1-1
rotation,
Onyx
man.
versus
All of their
Falcon.
heroes.
Tagal ah. 1 minute pa, guys.
Do well without items. because they have like the AoE, the built-in stuns from this Arsa. They have 3 skills in one for the Cho, right? So, I mean, it's just dangerous situation here for Araki Hoshi, and they're not respecting the damage potential. They're setting up for another fight even.
Yeah, I feel like Dyron has to wait, let either Rins or Edok to set something up, and then he follows up because he wants to be able to heal the team, and he can't heal the team if he dies first. Right? That's good logic, right?
It is though.
Like
Wow, Edok, what a save!
And now looks like a follow-up by Edok. Edok is able to take down Bangwin. Dyron gets a kill onto King Zilla, and now the turtle is looking very, very low. Suzujin secures the turtle for himself. And there you go. Let Edok engage first.
Just like that, the gold lead shrinks down, and that's before these turrets start falling for Alpha 7. Man, they were kind of tunneling down to try and get a pick-off right there, but then they get it comboed by all the damage, the multiple bad impacts that Rins was just throwing at them. Araki Hoshi were struggling because Sutsujin was the main guy taking damage initially, but right there, the moment that Alpha 7 gets faded out, it's a whole different story.
And the thing is, Alpha 7, they were the one that started the fight where the Way of the Dragon actually hit onto Rins, and Rins didn't have Purify at that moment.
It just seems like there was a bit of a miscommunication, like they just weren't ready or on the same page that they were looking for said fight.
Wala pa Onyx versus ano.
Alpha 7 still have the strong
Team na ba? Wala pa eh.
rely on, but they gotta be a bit more careful now, because you know, Araki Hoshi, overall, if the fight goes long, they still have a respectable amount of damage, especially if Alpha 7 don't get like that clean engager.
Vanguard so far has been playing very, very well as this Cho. King Zilla now having 4x. Vanguard looks like he's gonna get caught. He's gonna get controlled by Dyron. Having to use that flicker, and then he gets controlled again. If I'm Vanguard, it's like, yo guys, what's up? Are we playing WWE at this point or MLBB?
Tennis is in season, man, because Vagrant was just bouncing all over the place. Dyron though, maintaining that aggression, trying to zone Alpha 7 away as much as possible. This is what they like to do, man. They get an advantage and they cut the side lanes to try and get their side laners ahead.
Yeah, and now they really want this turret. Gusta Lagusta can use a few shots to clear the minions, but looks like Dyron, Edok, as well as Rins is doing a very good job at zoning them away. So now they're able to get that turret for free. That Susujin is starting up on the turtle. Not so sure if Alpha 7 can respond.
Not a moment wasted for Araki Hoshi, man. These quick movements, but this is where Alpha 7 just succeeded last time. Dyron going in.
Oh, hold on, Araki Hoshi. Looks like Bangwin got caught. The turtle is getting pulled over to Araki's high, but Edok gets sniped by Gusta Lagusta. And now Toy goes in, but he goes in alone. Zaman forced in. Takashi's able to lock in. Toy gets taken down. Triple kill for Gusta Lagusta. Sutsujin got the turtle, but at what cost?
It seems like Araki Hoshi.
Yeah, they won 2-0, 2-0. I just reviewing it.
Got a bit of an advantage when it comes to the HP
Oh, ito na.
But then Edok
decided to get rid of the Matilda, the Fanny. They've got one more pick to go, and what is it going to be?
If this isn't a Suyo, Team Falcons should pick up the Suyo, but
remember, Kalea.
Yeah, I think that's what Falcons was going for. Is like, all right, you take out the Suyo, or else we pick another blue-haired hero that's pretty damn broken. And there it is. If Team Falcons are going the way we think they are, this should be the Kalia.
Should be, or Team Falcons just go Super Marco, put on that bulletproof vest, put him on the Granger once more. He's comfortable with it.
Do they want to go for that 50-50 gamble?
Hard to say.
On the Kalea? Because so far we haven't seen amazing Kalea games.
Hey.
Oh, they are still going.
No
still Kalea.
Nice one, Kalea.
Filipino Kalea. This is a Filipino Kalea. Okay. What was the record? 60% win rate, right? After the games last night, this weekend.
Yes. Oh, I'll double check. 50,
yeah.
Bon lahat ng jungle,
50%. I could be entirely wrong about that. I'll double confirm.
So
wow.
in Philippines,
Kairis Hanso.
Now you're going up against the Indonesian Hanso.
Oh, meta talaga yan. Nung opigil kasi ng skill niya.
I didn't say anything like that. I just said like, Kalia does good in our meta.
Okay.
Gawa ni Kairi out. Madam Cathy.
3-3 the current win rate. See?
So it's not great.
Hey.
It's 50-50.
If it does well, it's amazing.
Okay.
If it's 50% and above, in
bakit jangat Onyx, guys?
it does better than most places.
It does 100%. It works all the time. 50% of the time.
Okay. You know, disregarding the Kalea, we're going to see exactly how Team Falcons are going to be able to utilize it. But the Hanzo, right? The Hanzo hasn't been finding as much success today,
Yeah.
especially with the changes to Hanzo. Is it still a viable pick?
You've seen it in action, right? Like today alone.
It's meh.
Well, I mean, after that game, obviously most people's ideals are going to be
Pakuha ko nga yung jacket ko sa ano,
but
kapatid ko.
generally, I feel like
lamig
picking
din eh.
it so early on is kind of strange.
It doesn't have to be too early, no?
Well,
I wouldn't pick it here. I would have picked it maybe here in 3.
In 3? Okay, if it's 3 and beyond, I think that makes a little bit more sense. Because now Team Falcons get to kind of play around it. They got the Harith, which is totally fine. I do think that he is still a little susceptible to the Hanzo, but they got the Hayabusa at the same time. Now, this could go both ways. This could easily be like, oh, I go into my little ghost form, and dodge your ult, or you don't have any purple buff. What do you do at that point?
That is tough. I didn't think about it that way. I was just going to say, clear, straight up, Hayabusa is the better Shinobi. Because I'm taking, again, from MPLPH standpoint, Hayabusa has always been sitting in A+, A-.
Oh, yeah.
Even in the presence of Joy and Suyo.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Coming into this next phase.
But it's a good read, though.
Yeah.
Even if Sans picks up the Sicilian, he
Wait
always
lang.
has to be at the mercy of how hard Kyle TZ wants to kill him.
I suppose. I don't know. This one's a little tough to say because I feel like I guess this is Sans' comfort because he was probably given an option. It's like, hey, you can play Barca, you can play Sicilian. It's kind of like up to you. And Sans is going to lean in to what carried him in game number 1, which is Sicilian.
I think, you know, despite Sicilian being one of those vulnerable mages, there is still a little bit more of sustain to him. Is it that gives him a lot more shielding? There's still leeway around it, and we've seen the Sicilians still thrive despite going against hard assassins like the Hayabusa.
Kaya player anjing.
Probably what the best
Parang player pa rin ako
At the same time, I can't say for certain that Team
Parang player pa rin ako tingnan dito
ultra dive comp because of how
Bagay pa rin ba maging player, guys?
wide of a kit that we see from Kalia. She's able to pick people off. She's able to dive pretty hard as a strong engager. She's great at peeling, and she's got heal, like a crazy amount of heal.
Yeah, Falcons is playing a mid-range.
Parang player ako dito.
Not completely dive, not completely poke. Onyx here going red for Fovius. Team Falcons, they could answer with a
player
of
pa rin
options because again, they have committed to a mid-range comp. So
bagay sa yung role jungle, o iba't jungle.
What they could draft.
Hindi ko trip yung jungle, guys.
A specialty pick for Flap, the Filipino cannon, gets his hands on the glue. No clear counter from Onyx. No Faramis, no Vixana to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And they were the ones that banned out the Faramis.
Exactly.
And they picked the Vixana.
Exactly.
It's tough to say what the logic was at this point because again, when I saw Fovius, it's like, okay, yes, they have a bunch of dashes, but the laning phase is going to be really rough if they get the glue. Now coming into the last pick here, with the, let me just double check the beds. I guess they want him to play the Granger. Even so, it doesn't feel very good. You need something that's going to have that purify. Oh, that's why they wanted to go for the carry this time round. It does well into the Harith, deals with glue pretty well.
I just don't know how you do against the Hayabusa. Maybe pick up a Wind of Nature. That's it.
Pray.
Yeah.
Lord help me! And the rest of Onyx is going to be running to hopefully shield you from the damage.
Share it! Share the slashes!
If everybody takes one, we won't all die. Either way, this is
carry ni
I like the idea of carry as a way to kind of deal with the glue as well. Another solution rather than the direct answers. But I'll leave the predictions to both of y'all on who likes the draft and who doesn't as we start moving into this final game between Team Falcons versus Onyx Esports. It's Leo and Eterna taking you into the land of Dawn.
Will they be able to do it, ladies and gentlemen? Will Team Falcons be able to find their revenge as we are entering the final game?
Dami kasi yung panagot din sa Granger, guys. Nandiyan na yung mga Johead, mga
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Ako yung Gablan. Ako gasam ka Warna di Rambot, guys.
And he has been able to perform on it, but it's
Let's
not as
go.
clear-cut, especially in the
Let's
early
go,
start
Onyx.
of the game.
Yeah, building around a carry while you want to, you know, play to the early game power spike of a Jawhead and a Hanzo while investing in a Sicilian. It's a little too much you want to do in a single lineup. So that's where that's coming from. While Team Falcons, it's very down the wire. You know what I mean? It's like when they go wrong, they can really bounce back. But I don't know how they snowball just yet. I also do not want to call it as easy a win for them. But one thing is true. This is the never-ending rivalry, and it ends now. Savero gets hit with a shadow kill.
Oh my God!
Naka-early yung Falcon. Really, really good, right? I mean, what can a carry do?
GG
when
ata to,
an early game Hayabusa with that much base damage and that much kill pressure in the early portion of the game is jumping at you.
Gideon already said it. You just pray.
And I don't think he prayed enough because...
Yeah, they have no allies. That's step two. Step two is you hope you have allies next to you so you can share the shadow kill. Now, Annabelle jumping in, point blank, Kinjutsu, Kyle TZ with the, again, arguably better mobility spell in the quad shadow, stopping the engagement.
This is literally the performance that we were expecting from Kyrie on the Fanny in game number 2, and he's been able to do it really, really well. You can even see from his emblems, there's a lot more emphasis on, neutral, objective take, jungling. There's also a little bit more
Gandang lineup ng ano?
additional
Ang
damage
gandang lineup
as
ng
well
Team
as
Falcon.
attack speed as well coming in from this man. And how do they work around it? Oh, Few though.
Patay si Pew, walang ano,
That's the
flicker.
superior range
Solo
coming into
kill
play.
by
I don't think
Suns.
Pew was ready for it either. But now, up top, Turtle already started. Looking for an engagement. Sanguine Claws compromising Team Falcon's engagement.
Grabe, oh.
Split early on.
Zoned
And
by
now the ride, the
Ryota.
flicker. Ryota displaced.
Ryota.
Jumping into the skies. Slam dunking on dudes. Down goes Ogwin, but so does Ryota. And now Flapty's gonna get popped here.
Nice.
Not healing just
Naman
yet.
tayo dun.
Wait, the Sky Kings come back.
Oh yeah.
They strike back. Kyle TZ is in the vicinity. Is he looking for a cheeky steal?
And he doesn't get it. Kyrie with a sharp retribution. I think this is a smart way to approach the early game. Onyx should just isolate Savero, make as much trouble elsewhere, and then
Grabe
go from there.
magsisilyon si Sans, no?
That's the plan.
Base
right?
pick niya
Maybe
ata
in terms
ngayon
of
yun,
kill
ah.
pressure, maybe in terms of pickoffs, Team Falcons has a say in it, especially with how aggressive Kyle TZ has been playing. He's at 2-0-0 at the moment, but when it comes down to these, these neutral objective takes, these 5v5s, it looks like Onyx have a lot more tools to play around with, especially now that we're in the 3rd minute of the game. Flap TZ and Ryota, what do you think about this Glue versus Phoveus lane?
I think it's a lane where they just both want to get out of there. Whoever gets out first is happy, and then they're just waiting for the next fight. Like, that's the story of that lane, and that's why you'll rarely see them there. You'll rarely see them fight against each other actively, because they want to keep their kit for the actual engagement. So yeah, it really starts in mid. It really starts with Ogwin, with Keyboy, and of course, what kind of ults and resources the junglers are willing to give up on and spend
Nagpa-farman lang sila
to
eh.
get that advantage.
Farm,
That's
farm
why
lang.
it's not so clear-cut who's in the lead. The turtle was scored by Onyx, yes, but the fights are still easier picked by Team Falcons.
Absolutely, and even in terms of gold or economy, Onyx doesn't hold a lot more over Team Falcons either. You can even say it's non-existent at this point, plus 90 only in gold for the first 4 minutes of the game. We're seeing Falcons trying to look for something else on the map, doesn't quite find the right opening and starts to rotate elsewhere. But the same can be said for Onyx right now. Ogwin knows Keyboy is in that bush, doesn't look for a push in, and it's a slow passive game, very different to what we saw from game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, they both now respect that pivot point, that fulcrum of the turn of events wherein like you just let go once and your opponent snowball out of control. Because both lineups can do that actually.
Patay ba si Flap?
Keyboy very lethal on the joint.
Patay yata si Flap, ah.
Now with the ejector
Oh, what a buy time,
split
Flap.
from Flap TZ, and they flicker away, compromising one of the main engagement tools
Nice.
for Falcons.
Abulin
And
nila yan
Few
si
just
Kyle.
pops that quickly.
Oh, Ogwin.
Patay din si
Ogwin
Pew.
also needs to be very careful with his positioning right now. There is still damage coming through. Ryota jumps back in.
Infernal Pursuit. Ogwin was have any of it. Again, the sustainability on this Kalia doing work. Now this is a turtle still standing, approaching half health. Ryota pushing them all back. Zaman Force dropped in.
Grabe ka, Ryota.
Dealing a lot of damage.
Grabe yung
Actually,
zone ni
it's from
Ryota,
Marco.
guys.
Savero pops him though.
Sumpa,
Oh dear
serious.
God. They're all just going down. Still no one taken out from Onyx. Down goes Kyle
Nice
Teasy.
one.
And so does the Turtle, bowing down to the Sky Kings.
That's
GG,
4 members
guys.
taken down from the side of Team Falcons of Philippines for the price of absolutely none.
It's free 99.
It's insane. Onyx, pick up that neutral
GG.
objective. Pick up this turret as well in the mid lane. And the
Ang taba na ni
Hayabusa
Sans neto,
will
tsaka ni
not
Kyrie.
be able to function with
Scaling
this
kayo
purple
pero
buff.
kayo nakakuha
Everything
ng
taken
objective.
out.
Sarap
This is a
niyan.
3,000, almost 4,000 gold lead for the Sky Kings in the
Ganda
first 6
ng
minutes
ginagawa
of
ni
the game.
Ryota eh.
And they really are rolling out of control.
Nakapagbigay siya ng
This is
space
that
tsaka ng
clutch
time
point,
eh. Para
transition
mapag-counter
moment in the game where
engage yung company.
a single win in a fight plus conversions will put you and skyrocket you in a position like this. I guess Falcons, they were just waiting for a perfect engagement.
Grabe improvement ni
Onyx
Ryota,
did not
guys.
give it to them. They took down the elements or the singular parts of their fight faster and dismantled them even before they can get into position. So now, Onyx want to do that again. They're using Keyboy, they're using Ryota to force something out of Team Falcons.
Pilipino kampi sa Indo ha. Di Onyx kasi ako, guys.
Oh, look at the damage brought out by Onyx. Tsunami Slam already spent in by Ogwin. The flicker only
Patay
really
si
used to
Sans ng solo.
reposition. The grab on
Uy, parang si Sans.
Might have been the wrong target. He doesn't mind. The
Patay si Flap.
Keeping
Goodbye.
him topped up. Down goes Flap. Nothing from Falcons.
Nada, zero. I need another word in a different language.
That was a gratis kill.
That was a gratis kill. That
Or
was
kill gratis.
That was a free kill, ladies and gentlemen. 4,000 gold lead for Onyx. And if we saw the items earlier on as well, Kyrie is so ahead right now. Even in terms of XP, he's sitting at 12.
Oh my god, 503!
Exactly, 503, 12, 2 levels up of Kyle Teasy. So
Almost
even in
2,000
these neutral
gold.
objectives, it's going to be so different. Exactly.
Oh my god.
2,000 gold lead, ladies and gentlemen, for Kyrie. I think this is the first time I've seen Kyrie on the Hanzo.
Ogwin.
And this is the performance we're looking for.
Yeah, this is the MPL ID staple because this is a hero that is picked often in your region. Tsunami Slam on one, catching on to the Eternal Guard. Keyboy very low. Zaman Force,
Nakabawi.
Marco dancing
Falcon.
around. Ryota falls.
Ayan na yung Falcon.
And that's 3 members of Onyx pushed out of the turtle pit, still standing. They've been
Ayun,
holding this
ang
turtle
ganda ng
over
execution
time.
ng
He wanted to turn
Falcon.
to a lord 10 seconds ago.
I
Nakabawi.
think that was the best of engages coming from Onyx, and that's going to be a free turtle given over to Team Falcons. Well, technically not.
Ganda ng laban ah, dumidikit lang ah. Lamang na.
This is the clapback we're seeing again from Team Falcons. Onyx have to be careful with these engages because, again, having the Kalea on the side of Oakwood does give them a lot more leeway to work around in these team fights. Meanwhile, Kyrie goes back in.
Marco.
All right. Dashing away, slashing away, forcing Super Marco to back off. That's what a farmed out Hanzo is capable of. Again, he's currently sitting at what? 3 items. That's his Trinity.
Welcome to my
Which is
live,
basically a
guys.
marksman Trinity.
Yeah. It's Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, and the DHS for Kyrie. And speaking of the Holy Trinity, it looks like Savero is on his as well, already with the 3 items up. And it seems like they are ready now for more damage. I think in the earlier team fight, Savero did not have the DHS just yet.
No. It's basically a copy-paste build. Like, Kyrie, what are you building? Oh,
Yours.
Same. So that's the kind of damage they're putting out. It's real and physical. Now Flap Easy forced to use a split here. He's a scared ghost. Rides the actual body. Pulls him out. But where's the clapback? Where's the follow-through? Shadow kill spent in by Kyle Teasy. But Kyrie has taken Flap Teasy to a place he's never been. So far away from home, the Filipino cannon is going to get popped.
Oh, and even Flap Teasy also gets taken down. Right? We saw the shadow kill earlier on from Kyle Teasy, and it's starting to look underwhelming. He only has 2 items at the moment, only with the Hunter Strike as well as the War Axe. So what he had earlier on is no longer there. With how many items and how many physical resources or adjustments Onyx has against that kind of damage. Team Falcons need a little bit more time now. I think Super Marco, next item should be the Holy Crystal. Just secured
Lamang
it.
Lamang
in
3.6k.
just a bit. And I guess that's what they're waiting for, that power spike?
Yeah, it's all on Marco right now because I'm looking even at Few. He only has 2 items.
Hindi tatagal si Flap dito.
He barely has 3.
3 item na yata yung carry.
So,
3 item na
they
yung
are
carry.
down. This is a significant 3K, 4K gold lead, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, the Holy Crystal on Marco. I think that's go time. maybe. If Flap can get a decent split, they've always been so good at compromising Flap. Even Ogwin, his tsunami slams feel like a hug from a friend, you know? It's comfortable for Onyx.
Onyx doesn't have magic resist.
Oh, that's a conceal. And the ejector threatened by Keyboy.
Oh, nice one, Ryota.
Goes down, Ryota jumping in.
Nice one, Norway. Nice one, Ryota. Double kill, ubos, pati pantubos.
A disaster for Falcons as Ogwin falls.
Kyle?
The only one left. Oh, that's a soul snatch coming in. It's a wipeout.
GG ba? Hindi, basag lang.
Of Team Falcons.
The Sky Kings reign on top, ladies and gentlemen, in the 11th minute of this game. Full wiped out as they're going to be able to pick up this Lord, get more turrets under their belt, and Team Falcons have to go back to 0 and think about how they get themselves out of this precarious position, because it's looking like a 7,000 gold lead plus, almost a 10K
GG
at
ata.
this point.
It's huge.
Ang
And
Falcon na.
building, Eterna, and building. So far, Team Falcons have to think twice about leaving their base now. Yes, they are maybe a step or two away from sheer defeat, wherein your base is cleaned out, no inhibitors, and you're dealing with waves again and again and again. Now it's just miserable. It's just like, we can't leave. We can't set fights wherein we're the aggressors. They have to counterattack. That's the only way Team Falcons can win, if they punish Onyx by overextending.
It's not going to be as simple, right? Because Onyx have so much range to work with. They also have Severo, technically not as great of range, but still really big siege potential.
Yari sila kay Sans. Pupukin sila ni Sans.
Inhibitor turrets, and we're seeing that damage come through. Keyboy already looking for the zone. The conceal already pops in as well. They're been able to take down the bottom inhibitor turret as they're looking for the next one.
Nahuli si Marco. Patay. GG. Ubos. Patay din si Flap. Patay din si Pew. Putik. GG. Congrats, Onyx.
ID are going to take this series.
GG.
Kyle and Ogwin are just holding on for dear life. 2-1.
Nice one.
The Sky Kings take the series.
Nice one, boy.
2-1. Really
GG,
really
guys.
great stuff from the Sky Kings. A new hope. I mean, they went all
Ganda
the way
na
to the grand
execution
final.
nila, kahit
The last time we
scaling
saw
yung
them
hero
in the
nila,
Snapdragon Pro
na-execute nila
Series,
ng
it looks like
maayos,
they're trying to
nakaka-early sila.
replicate that same
Ang
success.
aggressive kasi na, no?
Unfortunately for Flap TZ,
Ni Sans tsaka ni
that
Keyboy.
revenge plot will not be
GG
today.
guys, 2-1 Falcon.
In from Onyx Esports. Honestly, I have my doubts about the draft, and I can't believe that Kyrie himself was able to get away with so much
GG
once that
guys.
series was online. That backline melted so fast, and I think you got to give it to Ryota. He was able to kind of weasel his way through, find the little cracks to kind of seep into the backlines of Team Falcons.
And it only came at the press of a button. The most courageous Infernal Pursuits I've ever seen. And he only died 3 times. He made the most of those deaths.
Taba no, Hanzo ni
my
Kyrie.
lord. Is this the first Hanzo win?
GG guys, solid.
Yes, it is.
Only Kyrie.
Only Kyrie. Hanya
Dito,
Kyrie.
tapos na to.
Breaker of chains.
Dito na next.
Onyx.
I still can't
Onyx
get over
versus
this.
A7.
Force and leave their families for this jungler. Kyrie Targaryen does it again. But I got to give a lot of props to Ryota here. Again,
GG guys!
Well, what exactly was his professional debut? He's
Thank you guys, thank you sa mga nanood guys. And live muna ako, pahinga muna ako guys.
Old Phobius.
Di na kaya ng aking ano, sobrang sakit.
Coming into
Ng
Arc, it really
aking
feels like Ryota
lalamunan
has to be
guys.
passed around.
Thank you guys. Bawi ako bukas ulit guys. Live ulit ako bukas. Restream ako bukas guys.
They have not found that same success.
Restream ako bukas.
Yeah, this is
Try ko din mag-live mamayang gabi kung kaya. Pero hindi ako sure ah. Thank you guys, thank you sa mga nanood. Thank you sa mga nag-send ng gift. Thank you Madam Kati, thank you po. Thank you sa mga nanood guys, thank you sa mga nanood sa YouTube, sa TikTok, tsaka sa Facebook. Thank you so much to all of you guys. GG guys, have a nice day. Thank you guys, thank you so much to all of you. Bye bye guys, love you all.